The dance steps of Jola dancers is lovely and interesting, capable of bringing peace to the community as it encourages laughter and creates fun among the people. The Jola people are known for their unique dance, where dancers adorned themselves with African costumes and dance in circles. The dance is accompanied by drummers, singers, and the sound of metal bells singers. However, the dances serves important social and spiritual functions, including protecting villagers from evil, coordinating communal work, and guiding young men during circumcision rituals. Jola dance is widely considered interesting and often described as a vibrant, high energy, and captivating cultural experience. It is not for entertainment only, but deeply rooted in Jola cultural heritage and community life. The Jola dance is powerful and enriching experience, appreciated for its deep cultural roots and lively communal nature. The dance has survived many centuries.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Certainly the best.
It is another beautiful Monday morning right here, and of course it's the first day of December 2025. It's already the Yuletide. The Yuletide is upon us, the season of celebration. But is it really the season of celebration with the spate of insecurity we've had in the country per time? It's a gloomy mood, but still it's the Yuletide, and this is how I welcome you to This Morning on ITV, on the ITV network. I am Chukufum Nanya Digwe, and of course I'll be leading the conversation right here in our Benin Network Center. We're going to be delving into the twists and the turns, the ups and the downs of the ever-evolving political and social landscape of our dearly beloved country. Across our three network centers, Benin, Lagos, and Abuja, we're going to be giving very insightful and in-depth analysis of everything that takes the spotlight and, of course, matters. All right, this morning we are going to be looking at something that is in the front of us, like it's in our faces. It's undeniable. The spate of insecurity we've had in the nation, of course, the appointment of the ambassadors by the President Tinubu, the 32 ambassadorial seats which he's come to bear per time. Just in a little bit, I will be introducing you to the anchors across our other network centers, Lagos and, of course, Abuja. I want you to buckle up. It's going to be a very insightful, informative, and interesting time. We're going to have guests come into the studio with their insights. We're also going to take a review of the papers. Like I did say, it's going to be an interesting and, of course, insightful time. Meanwhile, though, we'll take a short intermission just as a breather, and then we'll be back to do the show proper. Stay with us. Moving into the ever-evolving social and political landscape of our dearly beloved Nigeria. And of course, we'll be doing this across our three network centers here in Benin, Lagos, and of course, Abuja. I have my colleagues standing by to, of course, spearhead this conversation with me. I have Joseph Kadri in Abuja, and I also have Mercelina Onko in Lagos. Joseph Kadri, let's start from you. Good morning. It's a wonderful new month. How are you? And of course, how is Abuja this morning?
All right, a very good morning to you. Abuja is well cool this morning, and of course it's the first day of the month, December, which is of course the last month in the year 2025. We thank God for coming this far. But however, so much to talk about on the program this morning. And of course, the issue of insecurity is top on the list. The more Nigerians talk about it, the more people are kidnapped. The more federal government deploy measures to tackle it, the more people are kidnapped. What is the issue? And of course, when people talk about it, the presidency's handlers or spokesmen are quick to respond. Of course, the one that the president talked about, Nigerians, of course, have the right to seek for foreign assistance when it comes to the issue of insecurity is within their right. And of course, the fact that he's urging the federal government to stop apologizing and negotiating with terrorists. I mean, Obasanjo has been there when it comes to the issue of security tackling. I mean, someone who is a general in the army and it has helped way in even the villa, and of course handling the armed forces knows that there are times that you need to go headlong and tackle the situation. For example, the president did talk about the fact that police will be withdrawn from VIPs, but as we speak, it appears the number attached to VIPs are on the increase. What does that mean? It means that there is need for him to pace up in terms of measures to tackle insecurity. And so, stop complaining, stop apologizing, and stop negotiating with bandits. That is one of the ways that the issues of insecurity can be tackled. And so when people talk about this, we should just accept it as presidency. When people, elder statesmen talk about this, just applaud them for, giving you this kind of information and work towards handling the situation. Nigerians want to sleep with both eyes closed. Nigerians want to travel from the north to the southeast and to the west without the pang in their heart of being attacked and, of course, kidnapped. So these are issues that we shall be interrogating in the course of the program here in the Abuja Network Center.
Thank you so much, Joseph. We also have in Lagos, Mercy Lina standing by. Mercy Lina, happy new month. Good morning. Tell me, how are you and how is Lagos this morning?
Good morning, Chuka. Good morning, just surgery. I mean, Lagos, it's beautiful. I'm not on here in the studio. May Patricia, good morning.
Good morning, Mercy. It's good to see you.
I mean, I missed you.
I missed it too.
Welcome back. All right, it's a day here in Lagos. I mean, it's the first month of the Masters close. It said, what has been country, the issue of insecurity last week because of the weekend. We saw what have been going on, insecurity, the government with bandits, and a lot of people talking. Are we supposed to be treating the bandits at this level? The youth come help us here in Nigeria. Insecurity is a major problem. Because that is not a full course today from Lagos. We're going to be talking about the newly fresh appointed ambassador by our president, ambassador by our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. What it means for Nigeria, at first, course, we know that ambassador there, the one that is, representing that as a broad of that, what it means for Nigeria at this point. The issue of insecurity is, we still wake morning to hear different stories, see things on the internet. We're not able to sleep with our two eyes closed. We're still scared. What we need are, will it help? This 32 ambassador that has just been appointed president, will it help at this point? We need to tackle insecurity. So our main focus today is the new 32 appointed ambassador by our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. What it means for Nigeria at this point that we are facing insecurity. And we've seen that a lot of person like Obasanjo, a lot of persons have been coming out to talk about this issue of insecurity. How do we tackle it in Nigeria, Patricia?
I mean, you told me, see, it's been a lingering insecurity. We also saw stories and pictures of people that were kidnapped in Kogi pastor and his wife. And we also saw the one in, I think somewhere in a the pregnant woman and her husband.
Yeah.
You know, it's becoming a big, and like you said, it's not our main focus in Lagos this morning. We'll be talking about the ambassadors that were appointed. Yeah. What difference would this bring for this insecurity problem? That's what we'll be looking at this morning.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Joseph. And of course, Mercelina and Pat there in Lagos. Mercy said she misses you and then she has to have you. And now I get to miss you here in Benin. Well, our crux for our conversation this morning, President Bola Tinubu forwarded 32 ambassadorial nominees to the Senate, a mix of career diplomats and political appointees. Of course, you get to see that this ambassadorial list has provoked criticism and concerns about quality and geopolitical balance across zones. Also, we'll be talking about Nigeria and its experience on the insecurity this 2025, prompting federal action. Tinubu declared a nationwide security emergency and ordered mass recruitment to bolster security services. All this and many more are going to form the crux of our conversation on TMI on the ITV network. We have a lot to talk about. Do stay tuned. Up next is our newspaper review segment, still on the program. Stay with us. Welcome back, and if you're just joining in, this is This Morning on ITV on the ITV network. We're still talking the ever-evolving social and political landscape of Nigeria. Of course, we're right now in our newspaper review segment where we get to look across the papers and see what the happenings actually are right now. We'll start from our first point of call, which happens to be The Guardian newspaper. A major headline there says 42,000 schools still vulnerable despite $30 million Safe School funds. And that one is on page 6. You get to see that on page 6. If you grab a copy, you get to see more on that story. Let's get to see the next newspaper this morning. The Nation is the next point of call. On the Nation newspaper, its headlines, it's now total war on terrorists. Airstrikes pound criminals in Katsina, Borno, abductions in Kogi, Kwara, Sokoto. That one is on page 4. Also on The Nation, Osun ex-SSG Adeoti dumps Areboshola's group, intrigue over 2026 tickets. Also on The Nation, Dangote pumps 50 million liters of petrol per day into markets. That one is on the business scene. We also see on The Nation newspaper, how to halt escalating insecurity, build nationhood by Bakare. On page 5, you get to grab a copy of those newspapers and see the stories in total. We'll move on to our next point of call, which happens to be the Punch newspaper. Headline there, NNPCL battles 8 trillion naira outstanding debt. That one is on The Nation, on the Punch newspaper, pardon. Also a headline, bandits kidnapped 400 in 2-week rampage. Those are some stories you get to see on the Punch newspaper. Now let's move on to our next point of call. The next one is Vanguard newspaper. One headline there is on insecurity. Bandits unleash terror in Kogi, Kano, Sokoto, Kwara. Nigerian schools need security education now, Laureate Soyinka says. Be courageous to tackle insecurity, reconcile Nigerians. Bakare tells Tinubu will rescue all Ejiba church victims. Kogi government says. Niger kidnappings. Church confirms 4 children of catechists among victims. That story, of course, is on page 6. You get more on Vanguard newspapers. You see FDI loses ground despite surge in inflows. Also on Vanguard newspaper, presidency to Obasanjo, terrorism took root under your watch. That is such an interesting story to get to see. Also on Vanguard newspaper, ambassador designate, mixed reactions shrill, Ikpeazu, Ugwuanyi, others nomination. Also on Vanguard, Abacha loots, EFCC seizes Malami's passports. Also on Vanguard, you see Olushoshu, Solo's landfill to be shut in 18 months. Those are some stories on Vanguard. Looking into more stories, you see new tax regime may trigger capital flight. Ex-NICOM chair says, and that particular one is on page 8. Also on Vanguard newspaper, you see delayed trials undermine rule of law. Who says that? Governor Yusuf, and you get to see that on page 13, all on the Vanguard newspaper. Our next point of call right now is Telegraph newspaper. Telegraph headlines there, still on the case of insecurity in the country. Gunmen abduct pastor, wife, others in Kogi Church, bridesmaid in Sokoto. Going on, it says religious leaders should stop gathering worshippers in unsafe locations. Bandits demand 150 million naira ransom on Kwara Monarch. Kebbi police foil bandits attack, recover 141 wrestle livestock, motorcycles. How to tackle security challenges by Tukar Gambari. All of that is on New Telegraph. Also, in the business scene on New Telegraph, you see Dangote Refinery to supply 1.5 billion liters of fuel monthly. Also on New Telegraph, Delta North leaders reject proposal to add Anyoma State to Southeast. That one, of course, is on page 6. Also on the foreign scene, Guinea-Bissau coup, sanction election riggers as well. Obi tells ECOWAS. That's actually Obi's comment on the recent coup going on in Guinea-Bissau that has heralded the failed elections, I would say. Also on New Telegraph, you see state-owned airlines signpost new era in Nigerian aviation. And still on insecurity, it's shameful. NAS playing politics while U.S. Congress tackles action on killings. Bakari says that one. It goes on to say rising insecurity, resigns clamor for state police. Well, these are the stories on New Telegraph newspapers. Now moving on, we see Daily Sun. Daily Sun says, kidnapped schoolgirls, parents seek God's help. Hold marathon prayers in Niger. Beg Tinubu, Bago to act fast. It's a crux of the conversation in many spaces right now, the security challenges in Nigeria. Also on Daily Sun, this one is on the business space. It says Dangote Refinery to supply 1.5 billion liters of petrol monthly. Reuters NMDPRA engages marketers to stabilize fuel markets. That one is on page 6. Also on Daily Sun, you see Yuletide, demand for cash surges amid fears of network glitch. There is sufficient cash, flawless digital platforms, bank chiefs assure. Also on Daily Sun, ambassadorial appointment, its political settlement, says the ADC. Tinubu exercised his prerogative. Ex-minister envoy says also on the ambassadorial appointment. That's on page 27 of Daily Sun. Also on Daily Sun, you see state creation, Southeast stakeholders settle for Anyoma State. Anyoma cedes Asaba, supports Olu as proposed capital. That's on page 6. On insecurity, it says on page 26, suspend all non-essential gathering now, Bakare tells federal government. Also on Daily Sun, Abacha, $490 million loot probe. EFCC seizes former AGF Malami's passport. Of course, you get to see that story on page 4 of the Daily Sun newspaper. Well, that's a wrap on Daily Sun. We move now to Nigerian Tribune. where it says, still on insecurity, bandits strike in Kogi as troops thwart terrorist attack in Chibok, others. And you get to see that one on page 12. Well, those are the stories on our national dailies, and you get to read more about it if you grab yourself a copy of any of these newspapers. Once again, it's still TMI on the ITV network. It's going to be a very interesting and insightful time where we get to delve into the issues that are dominating our social spaces right now. Well, I will take a short break as an intermission, and we'll be back with more. Do stay with us. To TMI on the ITV network. Of course, we're still reviewing the issues that are, very overwhelming in our social spaces right now, our political landscape also. Of course, we did take the newspaper review segment, but our guest reviewer is now with us. The person of Dr. Dan Ekeraife, the HOD, Mass Communication Department at the University of Benin. Of course, he is here with us to take a look at the papers and give us his very insightful analysis on each and every one of them that we've gotten to look at this morning. A very wonderful morning to you, Dr. Dan. I'll also say happy new month to you. It's a pleasure to have you join this morning.
Good morning. Happy new month to you. It's a pleasure to be here this morning.
All right, so we're experiencing some technical glitches, but despite that, I hope that we could get him in full course very soon. He's going to be reviewing the papers for us. Okay, he's going to be reviewing the papers for us and also, getting to tell us his insights on the papers that we've taken, before now. So let's get to hear your insights on the stories on the Nigerian Tribune. We see that insecurity is at the forefront there. Bandits strike in Kogi as troops thwart terrorist attack, and in Chibok, others. That's on page 12, and some other stories. Let's get to know your insights, Dr. Dan.
The two headlines you have just read is that we're going to continue to experience cases of insecurity as the 2027 election gets closer. If you follow the trajectory of our political system in the last 15 years, one of the things you will observe is that we're now using security as a measure of politics. Why did I say this? You recall that when Jonathan came, and he was interested in seeking a second term in office, people created insecurity as a way of discrediting his administration. So I am saying now that in this current government, he is going to experience more of insecurity, going by the type of politics we play in this country. Politicians are not concerned about the lives of citizens. They are more interested in power gain. And any strategy they can use in grabbing power, they will want to take advantage of that. So what you are seeing is a reflection of it. Again, that these things are happening very close to us here in Kogi. If you study ISWAP very well, majority of the members of ISWAP emanated from Okene area of Kogi State. So you continue to have issues of this nature. Can you hear me?
We've gotten a technical glitch. However, we'll also like to get your insights later on the other papers right here. We have the Guardian newspaper, and a spotlight there is 42,000 schools still vulnerable despite $30 million Safe School funds. That is on page 6. Also on the Guardian, you get to see the School Dance Tunes Trail Tinubu's ambassadorial list. That's on news page 3. Also, fresh reductions, killings, test Tinubu's security emergency, heighten anxiety. That's on news page 6 also. You also see on the business scene, Dangote Refinery to supply 1.5 billion liters of PMS monthly. Hopefully we'll get to have the insights of Dr. Dan on that particular paper.
Okay. One of the things you will observe about our people is that when there are emergencies, we will always respond. I'll take my time back. When we had Ebola there was a spontaneous response. When COVID-19 came, we had a response. When the former Minister of Finance was still in office, I mean, President Bukola, government made a effort to provide safety for secondary schools. So you realize that after the hue and cry about insecurity around school, the school system faded away. We took our minds off that. That is why you realize that cases of kidnapping in school has not abated. In Jonathan government, we had 1. In Buhari's government, we had about 6. And in the Tinubu government, we've had about 5 now. What does that tell you? Where is the security arrangement for all of this? If Dangote Refinery will provide 1.2 million liters of fuel for Nigerians for every month, it's a sign that we're going to have stable power supply as the usage season gets closer. I will think that the saboteurs will not come up with something or use them.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Dan, on that one. I think we did review the Guardian newspaper. Now let's move on to the next newspaper. This morning, we'll be looking at The Nation. The Nation says right there, its major headline, it's now total war on terrorists. Airstrikes pound criminals in Katsina, Borno, abductions in Kogi, Kwara, Sokoto. Also on The Nation, Osun ex-SSG Adeoti dumps Aregbesol's group intrigue over 2026 tickets. That one is on page 29. Also on the business scene, Dangote pumps 50 million liters of petrol per day into the market. Also on The Nation, Tinubu Audu left a template for good governance in Kogi. Tinubu did say that. And also on page 5, how to halt escalating insecurity, build nationhood, and that's by Bakari. Of course, Dr. Dan, let's get your thoughts on this.
When the president declared war on terror or insecurity, people saw it as welcoming. But what are the governors? Last week, there was a meeting in Abeokuta by the southern governors on how to tackle the rising insecurity. One of the questions I asked myself was, why would they wait till now before such a meeting was called? Today, many states have what you will call a semblance of state police. Why is the government afraid of translating these military agencies or armed agencies into full first state police? Government can only get it right if there is a coordinated effort. The idea of the federal government working and the states are doing their own cannot get the type of result we want. What we need, I have been emphasizing this, state police. If there is a coordinated effort between the police and even community police, what we're going to get is that you are going to get the right security. So now that the president has declared a war on insecurity, there should be coordinated effort on the part of the state governors to get this right. There are stories that some governors are behind this. So if you follow the stories that flew last week, where the DSS alleged that 50 million of the ransom paid was found in the hands of somebody, which means some of these government agents are in all of this. What the government needs to do is to track cases of transfer related to ransom payment. And even when ransoms are paid, I would have expected the police to follow up on the cause, the call log of the individuals that were involved. Why have they not done all of this? Sometimes you realize that there is more of talk than action. And if we begin to talk, walk the talk, we may not get the type of result we want. All the other stories you have raised related to the economy, related to supply, they all boils down to the kind of security we have. If security, people will not be able to travel. The type of system we want will not work for us. All hands should be on deck to get these things right.
Dr. Dan, just before we call it a wrap on the newspaper review segment, there's something that has also formed the crux of conversation, and has it's been dominating the papers this morning. I did take it before your arrival on the program this morning. The 32 ambassadorial nominees to the Senate by President Bola Tinubu. What are your thoughts on this particular story?
Yes, you ask yourself, why should some of those individuals form the list? I don't want to be specific. Those who we have known to be known liars are being nominated to be ambassadors. Some of them are failed politicians in the real sense of the word. They had positions before. What level of performance did they bring into governance? For me, some of the members in this list, or on the list, were persons who were appointed to settle, will I call it political patronage, not the level of competence of the individual. I must tell you, some individuals on that list need to be removed if we must get serious with what we are doing. Why I'm particularly worried is that there's a particular candidate on that list who was accused recently of lying about his security and all the rest. So those are the type of persons we are nominated to be ambassadors. So what kind of diplomatic relationship would they foster with us and other nations? For me, those who nominated those individuals are doing more political patronage than serving the interests of Nigerians. Some of them need to be looked at a second time.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Dan, HOD Mass Communication Department at the University of Benin, for your very, very valuable insights. Thank you so much. Of course, this is still TMI on the ITV network. Next is the second leg, or is it one of the legs of our conversation, which is our hook, the discussion segment. We'll be talking about the 32 ambassadorial nominees forwarded to the Senate by President Bola Tinubu, and of course, its political impact on our society, and of course also the insecurity in our country per time, and Olusegun Obasanjo, the former president's comments on this. Stay with us. It's promising to be a very insightful time. We'll be back. Welcome back, and if you're just joining in, this is TMI on the ITV network. Of course, this is our discussion segment on the program, where we get to have a very insightful guests join us to talk about conversations that have trailed our social space in the country. Now, President Bola Tinubu forwarded 32 ambassadorial nominees to the Senate, a mix of career diplomats and political appointees. The ambassadorial list has provoked criticism and concerns about quality and geopolitical balance across zones. That's one point of conversation. Also, Nigeria is experiencing a sharp escalation in insecurity this 2025, prompting a federal action. Now, Tinubu declared a nationwide security emergency and ordered mass recruitment to bolster security services. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo publicly criticized the federal government's handling of insecurity and urged a stop to negotiation with terrorists. Now, his comments drew a strong response from the presidency. The surge in attacks is aggravating humanitarian crisis. UN WFP warnings about sharply rising hunger driven by insurgency and aid cuts. Of course, these are the two points of talking points we're having on the program this morning. And of course, joining me to talk about this, I have on standby Pius Oiwo, who is a former NBA Benin chairman, and he's joining virtually from Benin. He's going to be with me talking about these two conversations. Good morning, a happy new month to you, and welcome to the show.
It's my pleasure to be on this program. Thank you and happy new month. I appreciate you.
All right, it is my pleasure also to have you. One point of call this morning on the program is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's 32 appointees forwarded to the Senate. There's a lot of talk around this. There's a lot of conversation. People are saying, one, is it the right time? People are saying, two, geopolitical zoning. They're saying it's irrational. There's a lot of talk, but I want to know, what is your own point in this particular conversation? Do tell.
Well, I want to say that granted that the appointment of or designation of diplomats, I mean, the ambassadorial nominee is something that should be looked at this particular time, or should be looked at if at all. The timing, there can never be a better time than this, because there have been a growing condemnation and criticism of the delay in appointing ministerial, ambassadorial nominees. You will agree with me that we've had a lot of diplomatic dysfunction and then disconnect, and this has strained our relationship with the international communities. And as such, it becomes very pertinent. There have been a lot of growing concern for there to be an appointment of the diplomats, the ambassadors, to represent Nigeria, who are like our representatives in the foreign mission. Yes, it is coming late, because this would have been done long ago. And there have been, if you have been following the trend in our newspapers, in social media platforms, people have been condemning and criticizing the government for its inability to get this done. Perhaps we had thought that the government was taking its time to get round pegs in the round holes, and then square pegs in square holes too. But again, at this particular point, it will appear that yet there are criticisms about those who have been so designated or have been nominated to occupy this office. To start with, it will appear that some geopolitical zones, some states, some interests are not well represented in this arrangement. That again is creating serious cause for concern and worry. So we want to urge on the federal government, just as they did with the constitution.
Analysts also joining virtually from Benin. Good morning, Matthew. Like I did say, we have Matthew Edegase. He is a political analyst and lawyer. He's joining virtually from Benin on the program to talk about these issues with us. Good morning, happy new month, and welcome to the program. Forming one part of our conversation this morning is the President's 32 ambassadorial nominees, the political balance. There's a lot of talk around it. First, I want to gain your insights before we go further.
The ambassador policy, but I'm not surprised. This government has shown lack of interest in doing things in proper manner. It's not just starting. First, for the subsidy removal, which was ill thought out, that has damaged the economy extensively. We are still suffering the impacts of that subsidy removal, even though we are aware that there is still subsidy in the way. But what we are suffering is the impact of the pronouncements. On this ambassadorial nominee, some of the names we are seeing there, they are nothing but an embarrassment to the Nigerian people. And I am not sure they are going to represent the country in a very good light. I will mention names there. For instance, Omokri. Omokri have been very, very vocal in defending whatever is wrong with this government. Although ambassadors are described people who go out of the country to lie on behalf of their home governments, but the kind of lie that will embarrass Nigeria and the entire international community should not be encouraged. For instance, not too long before now, a few weeks ago, Omokri has said there was no genocide in Nigeria. And that is enough for any responsible government to be very far away from such character. Not making him a poster boy, the face of the government, of the administration, and by extension, the face of Nigeria. We are going to indulge ourselves in a game of contradictions. While the Nigerian government is struggling to make peace with America by way of trying to synergize and work with the American authorities to fight the insurgency, which is the foundation for all the problems. There's somebody who is likely to tell the world that there is no problem in Nigeria, that everything is under control. It's not the right signal that we should send at these troubled times. Ambassadors are supposed to project the nation a good light in terms of international policies. And you don't even know whether Nigeria has a viable international policy as speak. That was why the president could comfortably sit down for close to 2 years without having any ambassador representing Nigeria in any part of the world. Nigeria is operating as if it is operating outside the international community. And I think that's the interest of this government who want to shield the world away from what is happening in Nigeria. And if eventually he was pushed to do what he's doing now, he did it upside down. He's sending the people who will help him to cover what is happening in Nigeria. And that will not in any way help the system and the people of Nigeria. It will not help his regime in the long run. Because the problem in Nigeria is overwhelming him already. If his priority is to cover up the problem instead of crying out for help before the international community, which he needs desperately, Nigeria needs help in terms of security crisis. Covering it up will lead to implosion, and implosion will also attract the attention of the world when he must have lost control of the situation. And I hope it doesn't get to that point.
All right, Edegase. One thing that I pulled out from your discourse, you did talk about the nominees or the nominations being a caricature of what should be, but I'm pretty sure the presidents must have weighed the pros and the cons before coming up with this particular list. Now, on your discourse, I want to ask you, what specific patterns of imbalance or patronage do you see? You talked about Reno Omokri, you know, being one square peg in a round hole, but what really are the patterns of imbalance and patronage that you can highlight or spotlight in this particular nominee list?
Speaking of the geographical spread in terms of federal character and all of that, you can see it is lopsided. It is lopsided. I think the Southwest has the lion's share, followed by maybe the North. And again, the South is left out. It's left out. Because if we are looking at a nation that is in pursuit of unity, we should not continue to make appointments that suggest that some people are more Nigerians than others. So that is what this list again reflects as is with other appointments before now. This government is not pretending to be a sessional government. In every step it takes, preference is given to certain regions and peoples. And Nigeria is not a divided nation by policy, as they claim, but by action, I think the division is very visible and highly promoted by this administration. It is not balanced. The list doesn't show fairness.
All right, thank you so much for your insights there. I still have Pius Oiwo standing by. I want to hear more on your thoughts on the nominee list, the ambassadorial nominee list put out for the Senate confirmation by the president. I asked one question to Edegase. I asked him what is the real imbalance he sees. He talked about the geopolitical zoning, but I want to hear from you. In your view, what are the negatives in this list? What really has riled people up, you know, as regards the nominee list of the president?
Yes, I think I was making the point.
If you look at the...
I was making the point before.
Hello?
I was, I think network got interrupted. The truth must be told that in that list, which was coming very late, however, it is better late than never, that some geopolitical zones were not well adequately captured or represented. Some states too were not. And then the quality of persons. You know, an ambassador is someone who is like an image to a country, particularly for Nigeria, which is battling seriously with image, with its integrity and then its image. America has already christened us as one of the countries of great particular concern. So it becomes very important that we put out our first 11, like the footballers will say, our best, so that they'll be able to represent our nation, our country in good light. And then they'll be able to also make up for the lost time. One would have expected this administration, with the greatest respect, to have had this appointment early enough before now, not when the criticisms had begun to come up that, look, we are having some diplomatic frictions with some other nations of the world. Now that we are getting it right, which I must commend Mr. President for, because like I said, it is better late than never, we must take out time to bring out the best persons who do not have integrity issues, persons who have experience in terms of relating with other nations, those who have experience in international affairs, those who do not have baggages, so that we're able to get it right. And we have been talking about insecurity. My brother just talked about it, and I think it is important that now that I have the network at to my advantage to be able to express this, that we cannot talk about security enough. People have been talking about rejigging and trying to like get the security apparatus right. It will appear that each time we try to change the service chiefs, we try to do take some other measures. These do not tend to like achieve the result. Now that Mr. President has ordered the recruitment of a reasonable number of Nigerians into the armed forces, the police, it is a step in the also ordered the withdrawal of security personnel from VIPs. That again is a very welcome development. You will observe that some of our VIPs have as much as even 10 policemen attached to them. To me, that attracts a lot of unnecessary attention to such persons, and I wonder why they will have these persons among them. But that again should not stop these persons if they feel that they really want security personnel around them, to get higher private security to be able to work for them. But these policemen are paid from taxpayers' money, and then you observe that they also, from the information I have at my disposal, they also pay the persons who have applied for this security personnel, also pay into the police reward funds, such funds, money that will guarantee them having such security men around them. They also pay the policemen, and they also pay those who have made it possible for them to. But here are Nigerians who are vulnerable, who are unable, who do not have policemen like me and yourself, and then some of us who are in the kind of walking about to make both ends meet. We do not have policemen around us, and we do not attract unnecessary attention to ourselves. But sincerely, if we have policemen, security, that is soldiers, and then of course members of the armed forces around us, we'll be able to make inroads, and then some of this insecurity we are talking about would have been a kind of taken care of to a large extent. And an area that I think that government should also invest in which I believe that government has not done well in, is in the area of technology to combat insecurity. I used to wonder how it is possible that bandits will storm the full environment and carry as much as over 300 persons under the face of this earth, under the Nigeria airspace, and then nobody is able to identify these persons. And then bandits relate and interact with their the families of their victims, and then monies are made to exchange hands. Of course, we expected that this, under this regime of cashless kind of payment, I mean cashless economy, that some of these things would have been minimized, but it will appear that there have been a kind of an upsurge of the banditry and insecurity in our society. So there must be a deliberate attempt or deliberate effort by government. Government must be very deliberate in ensuring that they invest in the area of technology to combat insecurity. Because, for instance, use of drone. Some states have attempted. I know that Edo is also into some of this, and then forests.
So Pius, just before we get to talk some more about insecurity, you've already included that in the discourse, of which we're going to have to talk about that, especially spotlighting the recent comments on insecurity by the former president Olusegun Obasanjo. Being that I'm talking to a seasoned legal practitioner, I'd want to ask one more question about the ambassadorial list. I'm talking to Pius right now about the ambassadorial list of the president. We've talked about the imbalance in geopolitical zoning, but I want to know, is there any specific constitutional rule that says ambassadorial nominees must reflect the federal character of Nigeria, or is it just a political expectation or tradition and not a strict constitutional command? Are we just saying this because we feel it is what should be, or is it something that constitutionally should be? Pius.
Well, I am aware of that of ministerial nominees, which the Constitution makes provision for, who must come from every state of the Federation. I'm also aware that the Federal Character Commission is a creation of the Constitution. And as such, this Federal Character Commission requires that, look, every state must enjoy a level of representation in terms of appointment, in terms of employment, and in terms of engagement. So this is one of such areas that enjoys constitutional recognition. And as such, if we must get it right, we must abide by the letters and spirits of the Constitution, which makes it mandatory that every state, every geopolitical zone must enjoy representation in terms of appointment, in terms of
Thank you so much, Pius, for your insights on that. We deeply appreciate you. We'll take a short break now, and after which we'll move on to our next talking point, which is the comments of the former president Olusegun Obasanjo on the security situation in the country, and we'll get to have the insights of our very, very informative guests. Do stay. And if you're just joining in, this is TMI on the ITV network. We've been talking about, first we talked about the nominees on the ambassadorial positions by the president, which has been forwarded to the Senate. And also, this second leg, we're going to be talking about the comments of the former president of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, on the security situation in Nigeria. He said that Nigerians have a right to seek help from the international community if the government fails to protect citizens from ongoing insecurity. And he's also asked the government to stop negotiating or apologizing to terrorists and armed criminal groups. According to him, these negotiations amount to weakness. We still have our guests standing by. We have Matthew Edegase, who happens to be a policy analyst and, of course, a lawyer. And I also have the former NBA chairman of Benin, Pius Oiwo, standing by. We've been having such a great conversation. And now I want us to talk about this thing that is in our faces, is the crux of conversation in so many spaces. And now someone very important has joined the conversation. I want you to critique his stance on this particular issue. I'll start from Matthew Edegase. Obasanjo, former president, has come out to lay bare his own thoughts on this. Negotiating is weakness. We have a right to come out and talk to the international community. But what are your own views? Do tell.
Yes, what the ex-president said, Olusegun Obasanjo, is in line with what everybody has been saying. 99% of the Nigerian citizens, except those who are terrorist sympathizers, have agitated against this whole policy of granting amnesty to terrorists and bandits who have wreaked havoc on the system by killing people and spilling the blood of innocent Nigerians. Everybody has kicked against it, except very few persons who are profiting from the chaos. Obasanjo said the truth that should be told. And the international community is supposed to be there to help when a nation becomes helpless, as Nigeria has now become. A nation that has made the negotiation with terrorists and placating the killers of the citizens is obviously becoming a weak nation, if not a failed nation. Because I do not know why the defense and protection of the lives and citizens of Nigeria and property is not taking a backstage. It is how to make terrorists happy, how to make them not to be angry, that has now become the policy of this administration. It is annoying, it is provocative to every sane individual. As we have all witnessed, the terrorists are operating without let or hindrance. They move from one territory to another. They have now become so powerful that they go to schools, cut away humans as if you are taking chicken away from poultry farm, as many as 300, 200. This is the number that can make a human community settlement. They cut them away, as if we have no security agencies in this country. We have a military. We have Air Force. The Army is there. The Navy is there. The Civil Defense is there. The DSS is there. In the face of all of this, these hoodlums or terrorists operate with impunity, as if that is not terrible enough. A few days ago, we heard from the spokesperson to the government, Onanuga, saying that they have a hotline with terrorists. They exchange communication, they exchange contacts, and they have agreed to bring back some of the people they kidnapped after serious discussion with government. That itself is very terrible thing to hear. Why the government claim to be fighting terrorism and terrorists, and most of the time they say they need information as to where these terrorists are. The citizens should volunteer information to help them to fight terrorism. We later discovered that they are actually doing shadow boxing. They are not fighting terrorism. If you have these people contact, according to it, they know where they are. They don't want to use kinetic force so that there will be no collateral damage. Then you have their contacts. You speak with them. You know their location. Before they operate, you know where they are, where they launch their operations from. And you also know where they return to after their operations. You know where they keep their victims. You know where they sit back and make calls for ransom. And I would not want to believe that ransom will not pay by government to these people, because the essence of dialogue with the terrorists is to meet their needs and their demands. And the terrorists came up with a video thereafter, a few days after that speech, to say that the government begged them. They agree on terms. That was how they released against the kidnappers at Kebbi. But as we speak, other kidnapped Nigerians are still in the kidnappers' den and terrorists' den, the camps. The one they kidnapped at the Catholic school Rivers, Niger State. I'm not aware they have returned them. So when you begin to negotiate with terrorists and you are saying you do not want international help, I think you are either sabotaging your own system or you are colluding with the enemy of the state.
Many thanks, Matthew Edegase, for your insights so far on this issue of the former President Olusegun Obasanjo bringing to bear his own insights, his own views on the recent insecurity challenges bedeviling the country. I'd also like to talk to Pius Oyewo. I want to know, from, I think we've got him cut off. We're staying with you, Matthew. From a legal perspective, does a former president calling for foreign intervention, does it have any constitutional weight? Because he is someone at the helm of affairs, a very important person, a VIP in the country's runnings, coming out to say it's not so bad that the nation has to call for foreign intervention. Does it have any constitutional weight?
The constitution of a nation that talks about sovereignty. Sovereignty is not absolute. Once terrorists have now found a haven, a permanent safe haven in any location in the world, it becomes an international problem. Don't forget that Osama bin Laden was chased to Afghanistan. From there, he fled to Pakistan, yes. The American Naval Sea, they went there to hit him. The ISIS were operating in Syria, and they almost were taking up territories there. And they were beheading people and sending video to the whole world. It was the same during the first administration of this present American president, Donald Trump, that he sent down Naval Seal, and they hunted down the leader of ISIS, and they obliterated them. Today, they are ineffective. They are now operating in hideouts, and they are no longer powerful. So the question of sovereignty, constitutional whatever, does not prevent the people from being saved when they are facing annihilation and doom. Nigerian citizens are the owner of the sovereignty of this country, not the government. If the sovereign is under attack and they are helpless, are you suggesting that when your house is on fire, your neighbor who has goodwill tells you should not come and help you put out the fire because you are the landlord and you own your territory? Don't forget that if your house, the inferno escalates, it can extend to the next compound. So it behoves our international community or foreign interests to come and help you when you are helpless. Because their failure to help you could lead to escalation. And when there is an explosion, imagine the refugee crisis that will result in Nigeria goes up in flames. And Nigeria are not going to migrate to other countries. Are they not going to cause problem to those people? So it's better to put on the fire while it's here to expand than waiting for it to go in full circle. That is just it.
All right. Thank you so much, Matthew Edegase, for your comments on this. Just to wrap it up, the state of insecurity in Nigeria, what should be done, in your view, from the legal view? What should be done before we do wrap it up? Very short comments, please.
Are you still talking to me?
Yes, of course.
Yes. What we need to do is what the international community, the truth they told us that we are afraid to tell ourselves. They are talking about the leadership now because the citizens of Nigeria have told the leadership before now. They pretend not to hear. They are listening now because it's coming from a man who has power to enforce his will, Donald Trump. That is why they are pretending to be solving the problem. They are still not solving it. Because even in the midst of that American intervention threat, they still have the window to negotiate with terrorists and be dialoguing with them instead of confronting them. So, speaking from my heart, this government has to be sincere. They have the will. They have the capacity. It is the will that they are lacking. They should deploy the will and ensure that these terrorists are dealt with the way terrorists are dealt all over the world. Terrorists have no soul. So you cannot be discussing with soulless demons whose only source of happiness is the killing of fellow human beings. They are beasts, and you don't discuss with beasts. You tame them.
go, there is something that's been in the crux of conversation in many social spaces, and it would be an error not to address it right here on the program. The presidency did come out to give their own review of the situation and comments on the reactions of the former president Olusegun Obasanjo on the insecurity bedeviling the country. And they said it's begun since his own time, since Olusegun Obasanjo's tenure. The issue of insecurity has been at the forefront. What do you make of this?
That is a very lame and dumb excuse. Problem can start. Every problem has a history. The solution is what we're after, not the history of the problem. If the problem is not there, we won't be talking of looking at finding solution to it. This government is not elected to lament and to point our attention to how it all began. It is there to give us hope and a direction. Blaming the past administration for the problem of the present day Nigeria is not a thing we should condone. We have the military. International community have offered to help. That should let us fight. We are lacking capacity. We should allow them to help. Africa volunteer to help. Let us go for the origin of the problem. Is there ahead of there? It is the problem, and they are all every way to do. Let them fight. The terrorists solve the problem and secure the nation. That is the duty of government in power. It's not the duty of the government that will be power. It is a present problem, and there's a present mandate even to function as a government. So they throw their hands in the air. Obasanjo was there to do it. If you know you are going to end up not doing it, I think the proper thing to do is to resign. Throw the towel, let those who can do it step forward. That is just it. There's no middle way.
But what do you make of the fact that there is also discourse? You've already talked about how constitutional it is for a former president to come out and give these comments. But I want to talk about the effect to Nigeria's sovereignty. Is foreign intervention or a call for foreign intervention at this time not a threat to the nation's sovereignty?
The constitution of this country gives every Nigerian the right to express his opinion. Obasanjo has that right. It's his fundamental right. Nobody can tame it. He spoke as a Nigerian citizen and as another statesman, as a stakeholder. He's a member of the state council, they call it Security Council. He attended the council meeting at Council of State meeting. Yes, remember the Council of State. So he's a major stakeholder. Nobody can wish his opinion away, and his opinion is in line with what the citizen expects. So anybody trying to say because he's no longer in power, he cannot. Constitution does not prevent anybody from proffering solution to the problem of the nation in any way. Everybody is saying it. I am saying it too, that we need external help because internal solution appeared to be non-existent. OBJ was constitutionally right to express his opinion, which is in line with the expectation of the Nigerian public and even the international community. We need help. There's no two ways about it. What did you ask again, the other ambit of your question? The sovereignty, yes. I've told you that sovereignty is not absolute. If Nigeria is in disarray, like Somalia, for instance, if it becomes a first state tomorrow, will you still be talking of sovereignty? In fact, where is even the sovereignty? When terrorists and bandits can freely kidnap citizens, cut them away from schools, attack churches without any confrontation by the states. Are we still talking of sovereignty? Is this sovereignty of delusion or actual sovereignty? Sovereignty should go with responsibility. A government that cannot protect citizens and their property cannot be talking of absolute sovereignty to the exclusion of those who want to help. I think that is a paradox that it's irreconcilable.
About Nigeria's sovereignty as regards foreign intervention, following the issuance by the President of the United States, Donald Trump, of Nigeria being a country of particular concern, a lot of reactions trailed that. A lot of people saying America wanting to intervene, especially in the way that the American President Donald Trump did come to, you know, he was always very vocal and very assertive about this. A lot of people stemmed and talked about how much interference another country should have in Nigeria's affairs. So I want to ask you, what really are the legal limits of foreign military intervention or assistance in Nigeria, even as the insecurity spans per time?
Let me come very clearly. Intervention, I think some people who are not telling themselves the truth about the situation Nigeria has now been bedeviled with, that America is trying to breach our sovereignty. They have no right to enter a sovereign nation and intervene, that they want to invade. America never said they want to invade Nigeria. They said they want to deal with the terrorists that is plaguing the people of Nigeria. They are not starting it here. Terrorism has been fought by America in all parts of the world. I told you they fought ISIS in Syria. Syria is a sovereign nation, and they dealt with it. Pakistan is a sovereign nation. They went to Pakistan. They dealt with Osama bin Laden. They killed him there. So this is not the first America is coming in to fight terrorism in any area where they could spot it, any part of the world. So sovereignty does not protect terrorists. Sovereignty is to protect the Nigerian citizens and our territorial space. Those who are making us about American plan to invade? Nigeria is already under invasion. The invaders are already here with us. They've taken over territories. They are killing generals. They beheaded, they captured the general. They paraded him on social media. They killed him, and they sent out the video on Nigerian soil. Till now, we are not being able to arrest or apprehend those who did that. They are still there. They are still sending video and warnings. And it was after that we heard of Nigerian government spokesman say they are discussing with the terrorists, that they have a communication line. What does that suggest to you? Are we in grip of our sovereignty? If we are already under attack, a nation under invasion that has been invaded already, said they want to invade, who want to invade you? Are you going to tolerate terrorist invasion? Then you say you won't allow decent intervention. If they kidnap Nigerians in dozens every day, and we keep paying ransom, where lies our sovereignty then? We are under attack. In fact, we have been overwhelmed. We should not pretend that we are in control of the situation. The situation has overwhelmed the system operators. Unless they want to bury their head in the sand like ostrich, pretending that all is well. When in fact, they are now at the mercy of bandits and terrorists, as reflected in all the activities and actions. So what are they talking about? America has the right to fight terrorism anywhere in the world. So what they are coming to do is to fight the terrorists, not to take over our territory. So we should separate attack on terrorists from invasion of the Nigerian state. What America intends to do is to deal with the terrorists, as they have done elsewhere. I do not know how that affects our sovereignty. Are we protecting terrorism with our sovereignty? In fact, any state that is condoning terrorism and protect terrorism is right for invasion under the international law. But terrorism is an international crime. You cannot use your sovereignty, local sovereignty, to promote international criminality, which is terrorism. So if you harbor terrorists and you condone the activities on your soil, you are open to external aggression by those who do not want terrorism to flourish. That's just the truth.
Thank you so much, Matthew Edegase, a lawyer, seasoned lawyer and policy analyst who joined us in, delving into two very important issues this morning. One, the president's nominee list for ambassadorial positions, which has been forwarded to the Senate. What the political implications are. We did talk about that, and we also did talk about the state of insecurity in the country and the comments of the former president Olusegun Obasanjo. I was also joined by the former NBA chairman, Benin Pius Oiwo. Of course, we had a very great time in our Benin Network Center having very intelligent conversations about these issues. Up next is the conversation from our Abuja network centers. Remember, it's 3 network centers, Benin, Abuja, and Lagos. They have a lot of insights for you. Meanwhile, we'll take a short break while we await their comments.
Fighting on 2 communities quarreling. This is a very serious monumental failure on the part of those in power, because you cannot continue to have part of your area of your land taken over by people who are not part of the security of this country, who are men or who are areas and even government areas. In Nigeria, this is larger than that of California, so and they don't have a government areas. So what we have is the government have not been proactive enough. What government have done is to be reactionary and commit to add cosmetic measures to try to solve the security. It must be concrete effort to make sure that Nigerians are secured, that Nigerians can go to their farms and the farmers can be secured in their farm, and those who do whatever around this country peacefully without being without falling prey to these men of the underworld. So it's a terrible thing. And for the president, the Obama Olusegun Obasanjo just comment, we must collectively commend him that we still have somebody like that around, who is not playing lip service to people in power, who is not psychopathic in his attitude towards nation building. We must be grateful to him, because there are a lot of past leaders who are not also participating and speaking their mind. People say, oh, if you use the diplomatic channel, most of the time, those who power corrupt their mind, does not listen to advice of the back door. It is when it's done publicly that actually makes them more, more put them on spectrum. Look today, only tweet from Trump, and look at the way the president have acted. Nigerians have complained day and night. Nigerians have come to television stations. People have protested and they were arrested, and there were no action from the government. A tweet from a co-equal sovereign state had put our president in jeopardy, and put settled the presidency, including their making statements that are not in terms with the reality of our time. So from this, you see that the former president Olusegun Obasanjo is doing the right thing, and we expect him to continue to do. Because one of the things with governance is that as soon as few people keep silent, keep quiet about the negative tendencies of the actions of those in power, then it has a broader negative effect on the collective citizens of the country. So it's clear and it's very important that we continue to speak up, and that these security challenges need in the board, because it has become something that has put fear in the hearts of people living in their houses. The Abuja is not left out. Look at Buhari Area Council and other places are now being attacked. So we must return our country to the peaceful state it is. People talk about sovereignty. Sovereignty is not in its absolute nature, because in international and globalization and the global world today, what affects one country economically, culturally, and politically affects others. If Nigeria becomes totally unsettled, then you know that the West African countries will suffer immensely, and this effect will also affect, developed nations that today we take aid. We still take aid from the United States as the issue of security and others, and they are wondering what we are doing with the aid. They are wondering where these resources are going to. They are wondering why there's no too much action on the part of those in power to try to stop this menace. So nobody will tell you that the help is not needed. Now we need help for training of our personnel, for putting more resources and more boots into the armed forces, so that we can have more personnel that will work round the clock to make sure we control this situation. So it's clear that we need help, and that help, we should seek it with all sense of humility.
Okay, it's clear that we actually need some kind of support from foreign countries, but the comment of the former president, many say it's really not charitable when he said the Tinubu administration is not capable of securing Nigeria and Nigerians. They believe that is really not charitable, because the president, Tinubu has set up material in place to see how he can tackle this issue, to the extent that he declared state of emergency on insecurity. So for the former president to say he is not capable of securing Nigerians. I mean, do you align with them when he gave that kind of comment? Because people believe that it's not charitable.
What is the what capabilities has he shown that he can do that? We're talking about a sovereign state of Nigeria. I've seen it in my own lifetime. That we are negotiating with terrorists and we are giving them money. We are boosting the economic status of the terrorists. So what is it that the state of emergency have done to help? When it was a state of emergency declared, there were more politically state of emergency declared than security state of emergency. Please, there are serious issues. Let's go. There are serious issues that must be listened. Like Miko, I don't worry. They come. I don't know. Hello, there are serious issues. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go on.
So there are serious issues that we must collectively sit down. We must call all those members, go take it to council of this security issue, and brief them properly. And show steps. The president himself has not been communicated with Nigerians. He has not spoken with anybody on this issue. He just kept to himself.
No, I think he has been having meetings with his service chiefs. He has been discussing with them, and we have been seeing that they visit him regularly.
He was elected to be briefing us and telling us what he's doing to improve the life of our people. He's not doing that. There's no communication. Even for presidents who are older than even President Donald Trump, who usually speaks to people. This president doesn't communicate with anybody. So you don't blame anybody when they form their private opinion as enshrined in Section 40. People have the right to hold opinion. People have the right to express opinion. People have the right, to speak freely. So when people form this opinion based on their silent treatment of the security issue, then I don't think anybody should be blamed for it.
Okay, let's also look at an aspect that the former president raised when he said, "Do not negotiate with bandits." We know that President Tinubu, to an extent, has not in any way negotiated with terrorists. I mean, there's no document anywhere. But we know that some states down the north have been negotiating. They even come for the negotiation with their arms, and pictures were taken. We also know some elder statesmen also negotiate with terrorists. We also have seen times that they take pictures to climax their negotiations or discussion. So those who have been negotiating with terrorists can be
partly responsible for the negotiation that's happening in those states. Each government is responsible, totally is in charge of the commander and of the Nigerian Armed Forces. It's the one responsible for the appointment of the Nigerian police and promotion. So this government is partly responsible for all the negotiation happening in Nigeria. And if you say negotiation has not taken place, don't forget that they openly admitted that they spoke with the kidnappers of the Kedu people and they spoke the language they will understand and they returned the children. So there's a lot of negotiation even from the federal government level. So let's leave this act of trying to downplay the situation. Federal government should not negotiate with terrorists because negotiating with them give them a part sovereign authority of our to still with them, give them that something level of power that they shouldn't even have at all. So that's just point to be made. There's no need to negotiate. Do whatever you need to do to put them out and then make sure that they are destroyed so that we can get our country back. So that economic acceptance. And one critical thing they must take into mind is stated by C.G. Musa. C.G. Musa clearly said that whatever they do, we must make sure that we fence our border with Niger, with Chad. We must make sure that this border are fenced. Because look at Pakistan. Pakistan was between Pakistan and Afghanistan. It is when the border was fenced that there was peace. Look at Egypt and Gaza. Look at all the other countries. Look at what America is also doing. If you have nations around you that are in crisis and chaos, and you can, and some of these nations speak Fulani and speak Hausa, and we leave our borders as porous as today, the more we eliminate, Nigeria becomes a commercial center for terrorism. Because what the value they're getting terrorizing Nigeria, then that such value will not be getting, will not be getting in charge, and will not be getting gotten in any other country that they go to upgrade. So we must, as a country, do whatever we need to protect lives and property. Because this is the primary purpose for which government was formed. Everybody would continue in the state of nature where strong men will hold on to their land, which makes people would have continued that way. But government was put in place that it can collectively our rights, get our property, something more. Government on that part, important we say that.
Okay, so now, what do you think is the difficult thing, in tracing these bad guys? Phone calls at different times to made, which means the communication service provider can be able to take government as that point as that. We're seeing so much with dish guns, in celebration of their loot. On Facebook, on Twitter, and even YouTube. Can we not have a way of discussing with the owners of these social media handles so that they can be able to tell us who uploaded? And then if you're able to trace who uploaded, then you will be close to getting those that are involved in this issue. What do you think is the problem? What do you think is difficult for the government to take advantage of the social media system of tracing?
I think they are mostly involved, interested in their second term and their political power grab. I think that's just the reason, because I think in Kaduna, some young people have been arrested from posting videos. In other states, people get arrested from posting videos. They're not bad. People get arrested from posting videos. People get arrested for criticizing government. People are invited, for saying, look at that PMS that's invited. So government is concentrating more on the political process, that concentrating on the security architecture that that is supposed to protect our collective rights. So for me, it's not about it's political or political. The government today, you make a statement in the forest of Auchi or in the forest of Kogi, and you make that statement, you will find that government will find a way to be there in the next 5 hours, in the next 5 minutes. They will find a way to be there. So if government is not being there, and you see we lost a general in this war, and you look at the United States, just before the war happened at the Capitol, where 2 presidents were shot. The president made a statement, the vice president moved there to the president with a helicopter. But in Nigeria, there was no comment from the presidency when the general was lost to terrorists. He's getting that by making such statements, it shows some level of defeat. But it's not true. This is what encourages the truth. This is what encourages people who are putting their lives on the line. This is what encourages Nigerians to see that the president cares. Because it's about compassionate, it's about being sympathetic towards the plight of people who have put their lives on the line to protect all our interests. So this is where that government has failed in a lot of ways. They have failed from the angle of showing compassion, from showing sincerity, from being sympathetic to the plight of those who are working for our interests, and they also failed from not putting necessary infrastructure in place to protect the lives of property. So it's a combined force, both human and material resources that you put together to defeat this terrorism.
Okay, Chief Ame, the president, as a way of tackling this issue, said there's a need to increase the number of police that should be involved in, doing their core job, policing, which he said those attached to VIPs should be withdrawn. Now, let me ask you, I know you are always attached with a heavily armed policeman. Has yours been withdrawn?
Because we try to make sure that police remain for public use. Let me tell you something. 11,000 plus were withdrawn. Is that 11,000 enough to cover the gap that we have? No. The president in his statement said they will recruit thousands of people into the army. They will feed them with corn, feed them with cassava, àgbàdo. But until now, with the Lubo, they have not recruited that. This is to show that statement made proud to his election, but just political statement. This one you are seeing is a reactionary action. I don't think it will have any effect at the end of the day. You can't leave a former vice president without security. Are you going to leave a former governor?
So now, are you saying the VIPs will reject officers of civil defense when they are sent to?
No, they need the officers of civil defense are capable. We There's a lot of people are using them. That they are capable to secure. They should be able to train them more, recruit more. But the most important thing is to recruit and make sure that we mainstream technology, the technological use into the act of securing our country. Because there's this out of radar drone that people are using today. Drone. Nigeria has these resources. We can use it to map up the areas in people are. America have come to promote to pick a person that was kidnapped within 5 minutes and left. So if we need assistance, we ask. If government can help themselves, government all over the world collaborate economically, politically, and through security security too. So we can isolate ourselves and say that no, we are suffering when we actually need help. We do need help. So we must consult and reach out to friends and allies.
All right. The president said the civil defense officers should be armed and then be posted to VIPs. Do you think we have that kind of arms that they need to protect the VIPs?
They do.
So if we do, why don't we deploy such arms into the real issue?
No, they are not going enough. What we should do is mass recruitment can also show respect for those who have been recruited. Because if you look at our soldiers, because I grew up in the barracks, and I can tell you what affects war more than anything is the morale of the armed forces. If their morale is down, if their morale is low, if you are not paying them as a wage, if their DTA, their allowances are not reaching as a wage, you will not have a high morale. And if their colleagues are dying, and you are not giving them befitting honor, then you will not have a high morale. So these are the challenges. You need to raise the morale of the forces and then recruit more. Because if you see soldiers fighting, and people are getting involved, we get encouraged that these soldiers have been treated, they are living well in their barracks, their wives are looked after, their benefits are paid after they died in service, you will see that more people will be interested in fighting. But not that the soldier dies, and the family is struggling to get their entitlement. This is the government, because if you have a president that is fast and it has know this country well, or know how to do it, you don't need advice. So see what I'm telling you. I grew up in the barracks. I can lie. That's the security I had. The fact that this social good thing. This kinetic application you are trying to apply to apply more the soldiers to see itself valued as a servant in this country, valued in this country. Look, for the women that are waking up in my life, use rock, they have some benefit and living better life. So you need to look at the reality of this situation and try to treat the inequality within the system. If these inequalities are treated, then there will be more opportunity and there will be more other.
Okay, so as we attempt to round up the discussion, High Chief, do you think with what we have on the ground, the body language of the president now declaring state of emergency on insecurity, which means that there will be more deployment of resources, increase in personnel, do you think that he will be able to win the war against terror?
Now, I've not seen any changes. I've seen he must be able to block the loopholes and the wastages. Today, we see the audit report from the NMPC that says 8.5 trillion was spent in pipeline security. I don't know where they said 70.0 when it was at 12 years payment prior before the arrival of the president. You know, today we are seeing that the president is 7.1 trillion for subsidy when the subsidy was gone in 2023 and they paid in 2024. So our basic issue is that we will prioritize the security architecture of our country, put more resources there. If you put more resources there and we see and you show more interest, you will see that security will improve. So now I will take the president's word just as the face value of the statement until I see concrete action being taken before I can now do proper appraisal and say yes, this decision has led to second recovery, has led that it's a part of Zamfara, part of Kebbi, part of Sokoto, part of Katsina State that are under control of the bandits and now recover. We just heard from the House of Rep member that Kenji Park in Niger State, have been taken over by bandits. So we need to see all this recovery of land. We need to see Nigeria return to a peaceful and a democratic state that is governed and protected, and citizens' interests and rights are protected. Then we now start to appraise the level of the state of emergency, whether it was just restoration or action. Thank you so much, High Chief Peter Ame, former chairman of IPAC, for your time with us on the program this morning. I'm sure what you have said is something that if authority can work with, there will be some kind of a bit of relief at the end of the day. Thank you so much for your time with us. All right, viewers, we now move to Lagos Network Center for continuation of the program, TMI.
Thank you so much, Joseph Kadri from Lagos this beautiful morning. Once again, happy new month to you out there. It's a beautiful day here in Lagos, and I'm excited. It's the month of Christmas, and I'm excited, yeah? Good morning. Our guest here this beautiful morning that would be helping us analyze speak is Dr. Dayo Kayode. He is a political analyst. Hello, Dr. Dayo. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. How are you? And I'm so surprised that you're excited. It's Christmas month. But the question is, go out. How many people are excited?
Yeah.
Because people are hungry and angry.
Of course. I'm definitely going to be talking about when I said I'm excited. I'm excited, but at the same time, I know a lot is going on out there in insecurity. Waking up by the day, getting different, messing different stories, internet on insecurity. It really, really sad. And Nigerians have been asking, and they still keep asking, is the lasting solution to insecurity? I mean, we saw a video of Obasanjo where he said that the insecurity has started since when he was president in Nigeria, and a lot of presidents are saying that you're not supposed to even say that. I mean, we are looking for a lasting solution. Are we supposed to be negotiating with bandits in Nigeria? That is not our main major focus on today's TMI. Of course, we just throw light on that because it's still trending, in Nigeria this beautiful morning. Our main focus from Lagos, it's Tinubu's fresh ambassador list. What does mean for Nigeria? What is next for Nigeria? Tinubu just appointed 2 ambassadors. What is next for Nigeria? I am Merceline Unko. Once again, thank you so much for joining Lagos Network Studio this beautiful morning on TMI. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has sent a fresh list of 32 ambassadorial nominees to the Senate, a list of career diplomats and big names. This nearly ends 2 years of Nigerian operating without full ambassadors in many countries. But the question today is, are these appointments about strengthening Nigeria's diplomacy, or are they politically removed? Because a lot of persons are saying that at least they are not okay. A lot of speculation saying most of this list they're actually not okay with it. But I mean, we have our head would help us analyze this particular topic. As we all know, ambassadors represent Nigerians abroad, protect Nigeria in their host countries, promote trade and investment, and manage services and build diplomatic, political, and economic ties that benefit the nation. And recently, 32 ambassador has been appointed by the president, and a lot of people are booking. Dr. Dyer saying, is this the right time to appoint this 32 ambassador? What is your take on this? Do you think it's the right time?
Yes, let me first of all, I can never Tinubu, if he's been elected as president, this is and that, or Tinubu is a drug addict, or Tinubu told this, or Tinubu did that, along the line. Was that one that qualifies one to be an ambassador like that of Omokri? Omokri.
Yeah.
That had been on the heels of Bola Tinubu over the years. But all of a sudden, turned around. Because here is somebody who said it, that he can back. So what has changed? Or it's part of the qualifications. is, during the election, if you are being made the man of INEC and then you are now conducting election, you can decide to say, yes, there is a glitch. There is a glitch. And with that, then eventually clinch the presidency. Is that another qualification? Because I wouldn't expect somebody of Mahmoud's stature who cannot conduct a free and fair election to now be representing us abroad. Because I can assure you, news stations in wherever it's being posted to will bring up that issue to him. You can trust all those. They don't give a hoot. They bring it up. That was it. Gbajabiamila. Was Gbajabiamila not queried by one news agency as regards the $20,000 or $2,000 issue that he had with his client that did not give to his, and he was now replying them, I wouldn't know how to look your client. I mean, not be locating your client before the court decide how money should be paid through the money you can decline. I mean, okay. So surely he'll be taken up on that. He'll be taken up. When you said there was a glitch, why, what were you, did you resolve the glitch? You continue? He will be asked, what will he say? Gambari? Alaji Gambari? When he was our permanent representative in the United Nations, when it's working like this, you see every other person around. Before they can take any decision, even in America of today, then, and UK, and Canada, before they can take a decision, they want to first feel what's going to be the reaction of the Nigerian government. They always come, where are we to? And this is set of people, the best set that we can send as ambassadors that will make the whole world to turn back that hand of clock to Nigeria of yore, whereby when Nigeria sneezes, we catch.
They're out there to represent Nigeria. Okay, let's look at...
After 2 years, these are the people you can come up with.
Dr. Dyer. Dr. Dyer, let's look at it in terms of geopolitical representation and competence. How balanced do you think that is?
The thing is, unfortunately, I have never believed in federal character. I've always been a man of city and character. So everyone names are not that. I don't want to look at where you come. I don't give a hoot to Nigeria. Whether Hausa, Fulani, Igbo, Yoruba, or Ibibio, all I'm looking for is good governance and a situation whereby anywhere I go in the world, respect me as a Nigerian. I have seen a situation before that I traveled to the US through a Sunday. I was traveling from UK to US on a Sunday. And because I was holding a green passport, I was asked to sign. Although the officer that asked me to sign, he regretted it that day. They regretted at that airport that day because they knew one Dayo Kaode was passing through the airport that day. Because of my green passport. And it's honestly their fault.
Yeah,
it's because the way our portrayed us outside. Look at us begging for money everywhere. But they know that our leaders are also keeping our money with them. So for me, I don't, whether the old ambassadors are from the north or from the south or from the east, it's none of my issue. I don't even look. I'm looking at the personality, the type of the kind of people that you are sending out to represent us. Are they our best? No, are they our best? Why must you stay till this time? Till people started shouting before doing this. You can imagine. Immediately we finished that discussion here. That very day, on the following day, he picked two people. He picked, what's their name again? Then send one to the US, send one to the. So you mean with a issue from inside and outside, you will have done it. To me, it's appalling. Everything about this government. It's just.
Dr. Dayo, I mean, we talk about it has taken too long. I mean, it's almost 2 years, you know, without ambassadors in Nigeria. And now suddenly appoint 32, the president appoints 32. Now, would you say that does it restore confidence in Nigeria or raise concern about the stability, consistency of our foreign policy?
It has even removed the little confidence remaining.
Because that's taking too long.
Not only that, because of the array of personalities being pushed forward. People that are not really having complete or an integrity that can be vouched for. Integrity that Nigerians cannot vouch. Tell me, who in Nigeria will vote for Femi Fani-Kayode? I won't vote for him. I won't vote for Omokri that I've been talking from two sides within the Committee of Nations.
Good morning and welcome. This is TMI Socials. I am Chuku from Nanya Digwe, and here's what's making waves across the social media space. Now, we begin with the state of security in the country as bandits kidnapped pastor and worshippers during Kogi church service. On November 30, that's on Sunday, armed bandits stormed a Cherubim and Seraphim church in Ejiba, a rural area of Nigeria's Kogi state, abducting the pastor known as Orlando, his wife, and several other worshippers during the service. Eyewitness Adeboyega Ogun describes the panic as congregants fled. Now, this attack followed November 29 bus ambush nearby where one victim, Ojaja Joseph, escaped after crossing 7 rivers. Kogi officials condemned the raid, deploying helicopter squads and vigilantes for rescue efforts amid rising regional insecurity. Now, this is one story that has stemmed over social media over yesterday to this morning, the abduction in Kogi State. Now let's get to see a video of an aftermath of this incident where the person actually just makes a video of the church and also the situation of things in that environment after this very dastardly act.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Ẹ wo, èmi kàn hide ni o. Inú church kan ti gbéyàn ní Ejìbà yẹn nílé. Inú church yẹn ni. Òkè ibi tán gbà lọ lélẹ̀. Ẹ wo ibi tán gbà lọ. Inú church yẹn ni o. Ibi tán ti jíyàn gbé l'Ejìbà. Òun lẹ̀ ń wò yìí. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ gbà wá o. Ẹ gbà wá o, inú church yẹn ni o. Bàbá Orlando. Yes, Baba Tony jẹ́ head of this church. Baba yẹn náà gbé lọ. Ẹ jẹ́ gbà wá o. Inú church yẹn ni. Kò sí nǹkan nínú ilé báyìí. Ẹ ti rí. Inú church yẹn ni o. Inú church náà ti jíyàn gbé ni. Jiri. Jiri. Ẹ wo, àwọn èèyàn wà ní church. Jiri. Rí, wọ́n ti pa speaker, wọn pa anything. Ó dá ibi tán gbà jáde ni. Ó ti ráwọn èèyàn. Ẹ ti rí nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀. Àfi k'Ọlọ́run gbà wá ni o. Àfi k'Ọlọ́run gbà wá ni o. See what is happening in Ejigba now. See what is happening at Ejigba now. This kidnapper. Àwọn fẹ́ kọjá. Okay, please.
All right, so those are the snippets of the aftermath of this abduction in Kogi State that's been circulating the social media space. Let's see how the social media space is reacting as regards this abduction case. This reaction by Nefertiti says, the Christian genocide in Nigeria is real. They don't attack mosques. They don't kidnap imams. It's always priests, pastors, and churches. Do not allow anyone to gaslight you. Let's see another comment. This one from Daniel Rega reads, in less than 24 hours, bandits have abducted a traditional ruler, Kwara State. Bandits have invaded a community in Kogi, abducted a pastor, his wife, and many more during a church service. Bandits have attacked a village in Kanu, killed an elderly woman, and abducted some residents. Bandits have just attacked a commercial vehicle along the Idofin axis in Yagba East, Kogi State. And what are our lawmakers doing? Attending a dinner gathering at Aso Villa. What is the government doing? Nominating ambassadors and seeking loans non-stop. Well, that's one view. Let's take this other reaction on this particular story. This one says, this is heartbreaking. A place of worship turning into a hunting ground shows how bad our security situation has become. If people can't even gather to pray in peace, then what exactly is the government securing? Kogi used to be a fortress. Now churches, mosques, roads, and villages are open targets. Enough of the condolences. We need real security reforms, rapid response units, and accountability. No Nigerian should be kidnapped while praying. This kidnapping must stop. Let's see the final comment. This commenter says, they simply want to silence any gathering of Christians in Nigeria. This is a typical jihadist movement, killing anyone that doesn't believe in Islam. There's a silent jihad war going on in this country. Even the police are afraid of these people. We are not safe anymore. Well, there's other comments circulating the social media space about the abduction of congregants and pastors of the Cherubim and Seraphim Church in Yagba in Kogi State. Now let's move on to the next story, which happens to be Obasanjo warning Nigerians may seek foreign help over insecurity. Now on November 29, former President Olusegun Obasanjo criticized the federal government's handling of insecurity, saying citizens may seek international help if attack persists. He condemned negotiation with terrorists and warned against framing attacks along religious or ethnic lines. Let's see a snippet video of this actual statement by the former president, and then we'll see what the social media space is saying.
No matter what religion you belong to, no matter where you come from, no matter what profession, we Nigerians are being killed. And our governments seem to be incapable of protecting us. We are part of the world community. If our government cannot do it, we have right to call on the international community to do for us what our government cannot do for us. And for anybody to say because those who are being killed belong to this region, belong to this religion, belong to this tribe, and then others too are being killed, cannot be an acceptable excuse. Before I left government, I know we had capacity to pick up anybody in Nigeria who commits crime anywhere. The capacity that we didn't have then is after we have identified and located such a criminal, we have no capacity to be able to pick him up without moving on land or by air. Now we have capacity. With drones, you can sniff them up. You can take them out. Why are we not doing that? Why are we apologizing? Why are we negotiating?
Well, why are we negotiating, he does say. Now let's see what the social community is saying. This one says, it's disheartening to see the suffering of innocent people while governments remain passive. International attention can sometimes pressure governments to act, but ultimately change must come from within. Let's take the next comment. This commenter says, when a former president starts sounding like an activist, you know the system has collapsed. Past denial. If Nigeria truly has the capacity to track criminals, then negotiating with terror groups isn't strategy. It's surrender dressed up as diplomacy. Let's take another comment. This commenter says, a government that is watching helplessly seeing her citizens butchered, maimed, kidnapped, raped, and all manner of evil committed against them on hourly basis and does nothing is not a government. A government that will rather go after voices calling out the evil is not a government. Well, let's see the final comment on this one. Well, this commenter says, same person who backed Jonathan's opposition because Jonathan refused to do his bidding is now coming out against those he backed. He is lucky Nigerians have a short memory. Well, that happens to be the reactions that trailed the former president's comments on the insecurity situation in Nigeria. Now, the final one we're taking on TMI Socials today happens to be the president's nominee list for ambassadorial positions. It's come with a lot of reactions, trailing it both on the social media space and even right in our faces. One of the very notable criticisms of this nomination of the president happens to be Isaac Fayose. He is one social media sensation. Let's get to see what he has to say before we draw the curtain.
President Tinubu ambassadorial lists, majority of them are paddy. They are not going to add value, majority. What will Remokre do? Remokre that does not have any company, his job is to be what do you say, tank crier, praising nonsense. That is his job. Remokre, or is it Mahmoud that rigged our election, that got 359 billion to conduct credible, free and fair election, but he did otherwise? Look at the people that are going to represent us abroad. You know that Nigeria is going on. I don't respect.
Well, that's a snippet.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, and I am Wilson Omasho. Well, today is all about what is happening between Russia and Ukraine, and of course the intervention of the US. Some of the opinion that there is a leaked paper or a leaked document talking about a peace deal, and that isn't going down too well with Vladimir Zelensky, the president of Ukraine. Even the troops, they've been talking about it. Well, let me just summarize it for you so I can get to know where we're really coming from. It's like Russia might have to keep what it has earned. Yes, the region they've conquered in the Donbass region, that is among the peace deal. They talked about also reduction of the forces to just 150,000. It says you not exceed 150,000. That is almost disbanding Ukrainian army. Now, if a nation do not have an army, would you consider that to be a nation? As it stands right now, Ukraine can boast of over 600,000 military. That was before the war. After the war or in the war, you know what happens. Reduction. But Russia is saying it will not be more than 250. And it's like America is saying yes to it. From what they are saying, after all, Ukraine is losing so much. For peace to reign, keep what you've conquered. Let the world go on. This is going to focus on our discussion in this edition of International Forum. With me here in the studio, I have a legal practitioner, political affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Barrister Henry Nwanzo. Barrister, thank you so much for coming on today's show.
Wilson, good afternoon. Viewers at home, it is another opportunity to be here to discuss and look at the issues from the reasonable man point of view.
All right. So let's put the show on the road. Russia, Ukraine were above 3 years and counting, right? And they have numerous strategies of inflicting maximum damage on each other. But the larger portion of damage is coming from, let's say, Russia against Ukraine, because Ukraine is a theater. Ukraine is the host, so to speak, of the war. Before we delve into the peace plan, what do you feel about the war so far?
Well, it's unfortunate that a lot of lives have gone the other way around, but sometimes I begin to ask myself, what is the role of the United Nations and other organizations who would have played a major role in ensuring there's peace in the world? But unfortunately, while others are planning there should be peace in the world, some other persons are looking for avenues to sell their arms, others are looking for avenues to give out arms, others are looking for avenues to support the one country or the other. So you find out that it is more political than you look at it from the ordinary man point of view. But so far so good. Ukraine has suffered more loss than the Russians in terms of human casualties and also in terms of territories that have been ceded, especially in the eastern part of Ukraine. But all the same, if Trump is able to play his card well, ensuring that parties meet at a roundtable conference and see how these hostilities will come to an end, to me, it is the best because the world needs peace at this point in time.
So it's the best because the world needs peace. Now,
point.
if you take a look at the trajectory of the war, before Donald Trump became the president, it was like almost on a balance sheet. We're going to see Ukraine being funded, being helped by the U.S. massively to, defend themselves against external aggression vis-a-vis from Russia. But right now, it's like no support. Do you feel that this is a deliberate act on the part of the U.S. to weaken Ukrainian forces? After all, Ukraine making advancement cannot be unconnected to the U.S. aiding them.
Well, you see, it is not only U.S. that is aiding. Some countries in the NATO too who actually wanted them to be part of them equally are supporting in one little way or the other. But again, as a big brother, America is always there, playing this role, as it were. Donald Trump has his vision and he has his mission. His mission that there should be peace in that part of the world. And to me, trying to relapse his support, as it were, might not be unconnected to his strategy, ensuring that at the end of the day, these hostilities will come to an end. Just as you find out in his 28 plans that he has, we talk about the issue of the areas that have been, the territories that Russia has already conquered should be ceded to them. You also find out that we're also looking at the issue of the military in the area of reduction in terms of the military number of persons. Again, you also look at the issue of making Ukraine not to be part of the NATO. Those are part of the agreement which he is looking at, that maybe we push Zelensky into understanding why these hostilities will end. But again, another thing you must know that Zelensky, Putin, on the other part, might still want to play his card as he usually does in the past. Because when you talk about the issue of ceasefires and others, at the end of the day, the Russian troops are still pounding heavily on the Ukrainian territory, which to me, has caused a lot of damages in terms of human, in terms of materials, in terms of facilities that would have made life better for people, as it were. But if at the end of the day, Trump is able to bring the two gentlemen to a round table and make them see reasons why these hostilities need to come to an end, to me, it is the best, and the world will be a better place for us. The Israelis and the Hamas, you know how he played this role, ensuring there is a little peace in that region, as it were, for now, but not a total peace, because it's just like in Nigeria. When you talk about Boko Haram, you talk about bandits, you talk about kidnappers, these people, you try one way or the other trying to cut short their activities. For some persons will never relent in having one or two skirmishes here and there. But to me, if Trump is able to mediate and the gentlemen see reasons why they have to cease their hostilities, it will be the better for the world and for their countries, as it were. Because a lot of children are fatherless as we speak. A lot of women are husbands. They are widows, as it were, today because of this crisis. You remember at a point in time they demonstrated that a lot of them have been made widows because of this crisis in that part of the world. So to me, if Trump is able to play his card as usual, they'll be better for us all and those Ukrainians and Russians too.
All right, some are saying that in this war, it's like America is not being fair to Ukraine. Specifically, Donald Trump is not being fair to Ukraine. Now, what's your take on that?
Well, it depends on the angle at which people are looking at it. Are you looking at it from the angle of the terms of settlement, which is of the plans, the 28 plans he had? Or are you looking at it from the angle that he's no longer supporting them in terms of the military support as he used to be in the past? The man has his reasons for trying to play down whatever he has been doing before now. And those reasons are best known to, nobody can actually tell why he has decided to slow down his support, which he usually gave in the past. It might be from my own point of view, it might be for the fact that he wants this war to end, because it is only when one person is at the receiving end, one person is seen to look as if he is losing, he will now want to, okay, let me concede for whatever arrangement is being made for there to be peace. So I believe he might be his own strategy, in trying to bring Zelensky to accept whatever is going to be the terms, as it were. But again, the question you ask, is he being fair? Fair depends on the angle at which you look at it. Fair depends on the angle at where you are standing and looking at it, whether he was being fair. The man has his reasons. The man wants the war to end. The man wants the people of Russia and Ukraine to be at peace with each other.
Wanting the war to end by making Ukraine to look weak by not giving them weapons, is that the best option?
It might also be from the angle that the members, Donald Trump is not acting solely. You have the American government, as it were. He cannot take a decision solely on his own. They might have also looked at it from their own point of view and decided that that support of military support, have to be reduced, as it were. You might be looking at it from the angle again that there's a lot of casualties. Let's be candid with ourselves. And a man who you are fighting, it's not like the case of David and Goliath. I don't want us to look at it there, because you have God there, playing his role in the life of David, as it were. In the case of Ukraine and Russia, we cannot liken it to that, because from recently you'll be able to see that Ukraine has suffered more loss than the Russians in terms of territories have been ceded. You also have casualties in terms of human casualties. You also have casualties in terms of facilities, as it were. So to me, Trump alone can already say why he has decided to reduce his support, as it were. But for me, peace is the best option at this point in time. If the parties can come to a round table, 3 years going to 4 years counting, the war is still going on. And a lot of persons are dying day in, day out. Just as I said earlier, what is the role of the United Nations? What is the role of NATO and others? Who are those people there? Have they been able to come into the issues and look at it objectively? The two presidents, as they are very stubborn persons from my own point of view. Zelensky is stubborn. Putin is equally a very stubborn somebody who will not want to listen, as it were. So you find these hardcore leaders who believe in whatever cause they are pursuing, and they pursue it to that extent, not minding what the consequences are, because the consequences are not directly on them. The consequences are directly on the people. The consequences are directly on the facility. The consequences are directly on the economy of the country, as well as the life of the people generally, as it were.
All right. If you just joined us, this is International Forum. We'll go on a break. We'll be right back. Don't go away. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is the International Forum, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Nigeria. We're taking a look at the Russia-Ukraine war, the proposed peace deal by the U.S. We're analyzing the impact. Now, if you take a look at the conditions given by Russia to Ukraine, at first, when Joe Biden was the president of Ukraine, things were not like this. Anyway, before we continue our discussion, we have Honorable Etiosa Igebo, join us virtually. Honorable, good afternoon. Pleasure to have you join us this afternoon on this wonderful edition of International Forum.
First Prince, can you hear me?
All right, I can hear you loud and clear right now. I believe that we're following the trend, and I know you have one or two things to say about this particular situation bedeviling Ukraine right now, about the peace deal about to be proposed by America. It leaked, and Ukrainians, majority of them, they're not happy about it, saying Russia can keep the lands they've conquered, and Ukrainian troops must not be over 250. Take it up from there.
Well, I think this conversation has been going on for a very, very long time. And I want to think that the proposals by the Americans, especially under the government and leadership of Donald Trump, should be accepted by the Ukrainians. The reason is because the more the fight goes on, the more territories that the Ukrainians are losing to the Russians. So I think there's this understanding that the Russians are pushing deeper into Ukraine by the day, and the Ukrainian soldiers are abandoning their positions and trying to defend other regions from different locations. And on that note, many more settlements are falling into the hands of Russia. I think it will only make economic sense for them to accept this deal now and work with the proposed peace plan, while they have some kind of a little bit more contributions in a way on what they think that they should do as well as a country, but majorly accept the offer so that the war will stop and they'll lose more territories to Russia if it were to take it through the military means. So I think the proposal should be accepted.
He said he thinks proposal should be accepted. Remember that Zelensky vowed to fight to get every ounce of land occupied by the Russian forces, including Crimea. Do you see Zelensky agreeing to this particular deal, Barrister?
Well, it's going to be difficult him accepting, but I know with pressures here and there, making him to see reasons why he has to accept, knowing fully well that he has lost a lot of officers.
But these are Ukrainian territories.
Well, accepted they are. You know, the Ukraine, they all form part of the former USSR, as it were, in the past. So it's not as if maybe they are new to each other. They are not new to each other. But with the situation, politically, the issues can be addressed even after the war has ended. Politically, the issues can be addressed. Those territories that have been ceded while the war was going on can equally come back at the end of the day. But to me, from a reasonable man point of view, there's no need fighting this war continually. The casualty has been much, especially on the side of Ukrainians, and continually with what is going on. The support they thought they would have gotten. America would have been the largest support they would have gotten. But the same America today is asking them, my brothers, you have to shield your sword, as it were. And the support they would have gotten cannot come with a man who is asking you to make peace with your neighbor. So it's going to be difficult for them if they
make peace with your neighbor. At what cost?
Sometimes you have to make sacrifices when it becomes necessary, knowing fully well the consequences, as it were. That America is asking that there should be peace, you have to see some of the territories that has already been conquered, reduce the number of your soldiers. Again, the issue of becoming a member of NATO should be cancelled for now and all whatnot. All these are some of the plans that have been put in place. But to me, I know the parties sit down at the right table, they will be able to look at the issues critically, and at the end of the day, parties will be able to decide, say, this is what I am taking out of this agreement, this is what you are going to take out of this agreement. They will have a meeting point at the end of the day where they can now agree as, oh, this war has to end. To me, just as I rightly said, ending the war is the best option for Zelensky at this point in time, because a lot of casualties, a lot of women are widows, a lot of children are orphans, and the way you can look at it, because some have even lost their parents while this war was going on. So he should see reasons why this war needs to end now, for the interest of the people of Ukraine, and for the fact, just as my brother there said, if he continues the war, more territories will go. And when more territories go, it becomes more difficult at the end of the day. I know he's talking about Crimea, he's talking about some other territory that has been, ceded due to this crisis. But again, he has to end this war at this point in time, because those who will support him are the same persons who are saying, let us have a meeting, let us agree, let us look at the issue from a critical point of view and take a decision once and for all.
Taking a decision once and for all. Well, let's go to Honorable Echiosa Ige. But now, you said Ukraine should accept. But Zelensky is saying that every ounce of land must be recovered, including Crimea. Now, some of the people that it's like U.S. is in support of Russia since Donald Trump assumed office. And that whatever is happening right now in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia, he has pre-planned it already to give Russia those lands that they claim to have called them for help. Now, how do you think this will balance interpersonal relationship, international politics, and the way the strong nations of the world view smaller nations? After all, some are saying that this is an example of how bigger nations subsume smaller nations.
Well, I think as the war takes a longer time to complete, unfortunately, the worst of it is for the Ukrainians. I understand that the Ukrainians will want to also contribute their, concerns because they've actually fought bravely over the 4-year period. However, Russians, for some reason, has the upper hand because remember the U.S. government has been trying to broker peace between the Russians and the Ukrainians, looking at the international, concerns from the European Union concerns and the Ukrainians themselves, in direct contrast to the position of the Russians. And every time they have a deadlock, the war continues, and the more people get killed on the both sides. But obviously, it seems that the Ukrainians are losing more. So, are we going to allow this war to get on or carry on until the Russians eventually take over the whole of Ukraine? Or will it be wise at this point, knowing fully well that the Ukrainians does not have the sort of firepower that the Russians do enjoy, to broker a deal and let go of some of the arrangements that they have, that they can join NATO, but they can join the EU, and they shouldn't expand and reduce their military size to avoid maybe Ukrainians rising up against them in the future, whichever way that it is. I am not saying that the Russians have outright, facts or truth on their part to invade Ukraine, but the underlying factors that has been from the beginning, and so it's still on the burning front line of this conversation that they can't join NATO, and it wants to demilitarize Ukraine, and they will live as brotherly nations, and the European Union should not move, or the NATO should expand to the east. So I think for me, if you ask me over and over again, I would advise or suggest that the Ukrainians, take a chill pill and understand that if they stop the war now and they reach a truce, their citizens will stop dying and the rebuilding of Ukraine will start from there. So I will repeat again that the Ukrainians should accept the deal and find a way to work with what they have and maybe make some suggestions that will be somewhat fair to the situation at hand, rather than losing everything when Russia gets to the capital city.
All right. Thank you so much for your opinion. Well, you heard me say Ukraine should please go ahead and accept it, but they have been in this war for over 3 years and counting. Some moment they tasted victory in some particular region, maybe kind of an enclave or a village, but later overrun by the Russian troops. So that if these things should happen, any country that can easily move to another country to occupy some parts of that nation. Some are saying this kind of an agreement will not be too cool when you talk about international relation, global politics. Take it up from there.
It's a fact that it will not go down well, especially when you talk about global politics and international relations, because smaller nations will also look at it from the angle that if by tomorrow, just as you have Nigeria, you have some other neighboring smaller countries who can wake up one morning and decide to annex some of their territories, all in the name of one reason or the other. But again, when you look at this is a war that has been there for going to 4 years, and a lot of casualties. So many things has happened, and America, through Donald Trump, it's a man who always talk about peace when it becomes necessary for him to talk about peace. He did that between the Israelis and Hamas. And now he's trying to see how he broker peace between Russia and Ukraine. To me, it is a good idea, just as I rightly said, because it will go down, in history that there is peace in that part of the world. Accepted that peace that is gotten not on a platter of gold. A lot of things has happened. Somebody will feel cheated, just as the Ukrainians will feel cheated because part of their country has been ceded due to the war. They have lost so many persons, a lot of casualties. As men have died, cannot be less than 20 to 30,000 men has
more
died.
than that.
More than 30,000, 40,000 men, have died during this period of this war. So those are the angles where Zelensky and his people will be looking at. After we have suffered all these casualties, after we have suffered all these traumas within this period, men and women, we have always stood our ground that we will defend our country to the end. Because that is their position. Their position is that they will defend their country. If it requires them being the last men standing, they will do that. But again, sometimes wisdom plays a major role when you look at issues, and you have to see it from other point of view. Though it's going to be painful, as it were, but again, it is the best option at this point in time, putting into consideration the number of casualties, putting into consideration the number of facilities that have been destroyed. Because it's going to take a long time for Ukraine to rebuild itself, especially those areas that have been touched while this war is actually going on. It's going to take time to rebuild. It's going to take time, for the people to be healed of this trauma that they have passed through. The psychological and the mental torture a lot of persons has passed through while this war has been going on. It's going to take a long time for them to be healed. But in the interest of peace, I believe that Ukraine should see how this war comes to an end. Painful as it were, but it is a necessary end that will bring succor to them and those around them too.
All right. This is the International Forum. We'll go on a break. We'll be right back. Do you feel that Zelensky will agree to this deal, or it is going to be fight to finish? We'll be right back. Don't go away.
ITV, certainly the best. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, reaching you live from
Benin City, Edo State, Nigeria. It's all about Russia-Ukraine war. Analyze the peace deal, being put on the table right now, though leaked, yes, by the U.S. Now let's go to Honorable Etiosa Igebo. You get to realize that Ukraine has been fighting for their territorial integrity. Are you telling them to give up now? Give up what they've been trying to protect might not go down too well with them. Do you see Zelensky accepting that deal?
Well, I think they should accept the deal. I think I heard my brother speaking about maybe them not taking the deal or fighting to the last man, presumably, or looking at ways to look at critical aspects of settling the deal. Like Donald Trump, the president of the U.S., told Zelensky, he doesn't really have much cards on the table because the war is not dictated on his pace. He's trailing in the war. Like when this conversation started about 3 years ago or 4 years ago, I told you on this studio and on this live TV that Russians will have their way and Ukraine will have their say. If they keep fighting and keep killing their men in Ukraine, who would stand to rebuild the country? They've lost a lot of men. I heard my brother suggesting that maybe 30,000 people may have died or soldiers or whatever. I'm not sure. They're talking about some soldiers that have died in hundreds of thousands. If you can have about 6,000 to 7,000 dying from satellite image according to Donald Trump a week, multiply by 365 days times 3 or 4, you will see that a lot of thousands, maybe in the millions, have been killed on the both sides. So to me, I don't think Zelensky understands what leadership is about. I don't think he understands what the consequences and engagement of war is about. It's not just enough to be a comedian, become a president by popular demands, and all of a sudden you plunge the country into a deadly war that has no end. And women and children are being killed. They made women fatherless, children of kids motherless, and the men has practically been destroyed, and he still want to continue to fight, begging for arms from the European Union and foreign partners. To me, I think that would be ill-thought idea for Zelensky at this time to even imagine with any iota of doubt that he stands a chance against Russia in this war. First and foremost, Russia as a nation is 2 times or 3 times the size of Ukraine. In terms of population, the Russians are way more than Ukrainians. If the Ukrainians are willing to sacrifice 20 million people by virtue of having an equal balance in the war, Russians can afford to sacrifice 60 million. But in this case, Russians are the one with the hypersonic weapons. They are the one with the satellite reconnaissance. They are the ones who can map out industries and establishments and power generating facilities, who can bomb it with hypersonic weapons and all kinds of missiles like the Oreshnik. Even on ground, the Russians seem to have a lot of firepower, whereby they can even produce more arms faster than the whole of EU put together. So when you look at these KPIs, these key performance indications, and the engagements of war and losing people, I think Zelensky does not even really have what it takes now to dictate for the Ukrainians whether they should back up this war or not. Well, maybe Zelensky himself should go to the war front. Maybe by the time he goes there and he's not coming back, the new leader may decide to go into real truce with the Russians. So for me, I don't think it makes any economic sense. I don't think it makes any logical sense or to continue on this path. 3.5 years to 4 years on, so many people have died day by day. The Ukrainians are losing more territories. To me, I think that this particular deal, what Donald Trump is trying to put on the table, should be at the front burner, not what the Europeans are saying. Because with all the Europeans have said, all that has happened to the Ukrainians is that they've lost more men and more territories. They've been killed by the Russians and slaughtered. I don't think Zelensky and the naysayers or the think tankers of Ukraine should allow that to continue. Because I don't see them winning the war. So why not negotiate and just allow peace to reign and start to rebuild your country? And I don't even think today, if election was to take place in Ukraine, if Zelensky will come distance 10th in that election, because he has taken them to a war that, first and foremost, they didn't achieve what they went into war for. They couldn't join NATO. And a lot of these weapons and the fight and the areas that they said they were going to hold back with the Russians, they couldn't. Every day, Russians is winning more territories. They are literally bombing Kiev now. And I don't think Zelensky should allow that to continue. They should take the peace deal, have some areas of negotiation on the gray areas, and maybe get the superpowers like the US to compel Russia to agree to those terms, and then let the war end. If not, they will end up losing the whole of Ukraine to Russia.
Zelensky should really concede to the proposition or the leaked peace plan orchestrated or planned by the U.S. Join us right now in the studio. He's a lecturer in Uniben. I call him the prof because whenever he is analyzing, gets to realize I will go back to class, so to speak. Do you want me to welcome, allow me to call him the prof because he's a prof to me, Professor Felix Osaime. Thank you so much for coming. Do late, but it's okay. It's all right. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
All right. So right now there is a leaked proposal, so to speak. Nobody knew how it came about, but whether it was used that made it to leak or Ukrainians just got a hold of the paper, nobody knows. But the content is really causing some serious terror in Ukraine. Disband your army. It shouldn't be more than 250,000. The land occupied right now, conquered by Russia, remains with Russia. They've also spoken about the aspect of EU deal. But take a look at this too. Do you feel that this deal is fair to the Ukrainian?
Well, all is fair in love and in war. Wow. And this is a war situation. We cannot run away from the fact that power politics is at play here. Ukraine, as at the time the USSR disintegrated in 1991, Ukraine had a huge stockpile of nuclear weapons that later was moved to Russia. So that was an effective power base that Ukraine lost as at that time. And Ukraine now is just one of the former Soviet republics. The major power Ukraine has right now is more agrarian than political and technological. In looking at it from that angle, Ukraine also got involved in high-stake politics by trying to join NATO. And that is what Russia has been resisting since 2014. Even as at the time Russia annexed Crimea, it was not this contentious because people still felt that Crimea was part of original Russia and Russia needed access to the sea, which Crimea offers because Crimea has access to the Black Sea and the area is always open to international shipping and for Russian submarines to go out to sea effortlessly. But if they go to the North Sea, it can be frozen for certain parts of the year. So geopolitics came into the issue. And Russia has constantly argued that Ukraine should not join NATO. What caused the present debacle from the year 2022 was Ukraine's attempt to get into NATO. Meanwhile, before that time, there was the issue of Donetsk and Luhansk that Russia was also trying to seize because there were separatist movements in Ukraine that the Russians were supporting. But the blowout was the special military operation that Putin himself ordered from 2022. And that has brought Ukraine to massive devastation. Although Ukrainians have also put up a very good fight with support from the United States of America and other Western powers, as well as from NATO, it has not been an even fight. Russia has more power, and it was an unequal match. Ukraine has suffered extensive devastation, particularly the capital Kyiv and other parts of the country. In fact, Ukraine has been under military law since the commencement of this special military operation by Russia. So part of Ukrainian territory has also been seized by Russia. Ukraine has not actually entered Russian territory. Rather, what she has been doing is to launch drone attacks and launch missile attacks to maybe rattle the Russian military morale. And Russia also, at a point, brought in mercenaries that further devastated the Iranian heartland. So if you put these things together, you now see that there is no way, ordinarily, even in conventional war, that Ukraine can defeat Russia. But Russia, too, can not easily also flatten Ukraine. So that has been kind of stalemate. So it has led to Russia leaving the G8 to that reduced to G7. Russia has been facing sanctions from the US and other Western powers. Russia has also used the opportunity to test new missiles like the hypersonic missile in Ukraine.
Satan 2.
Yeah, and Russia has also gone further to do something very interesting. Russia used the period of this debacle to strengthen herself economically. Because she began to insist that if you want to do business in Russia, you must buy things in Russian rubles. So they gradually demystified, in fact, they began to de-dollarize the international market system. And Russia pushed closer to China and other BRICS countries. So it's been more of Russia asserting herself internationally. Ukraine has now become the playground of a new proxy war. And proxy wars usually have greater impact on the theater of activity. In this case, the two big elephants actually are Russia and the USA. Ukraine is the battleground. Now, whatever peace deal is coming out, I definitely built up this discussion so that you know that the peace deal will definitely not be in the way that the Ukrainians will have an upper hand. Because this is power politics.
But it's their land.
Yes, what sovereignty makes equal.
It's their territory.
What sovereignty makes equal, power makes unequal. You cannot run away from that fact. And the deal that we are talking about that has leaked, of course, they said actually they should have 600,000 soldiers, not 200, 600. In fact, as of now, it is stand at about 880,000.
Yes.
And they are telling them to reduce to 600,000. Part of the territory in Donetsk and Luhansk should be left for Russia. Part of the area they took from Crimea should be left for Russia. And Ukraine should not join NATO. But Ukraine has been giving guarantees, though not yet concretized, that they'll be giving security guarantee that they will not face further attacks. As we are discussing now, Russia is still attacking Ukraine. They are still attacking Kyiv. So the bombardment, whether by mortar, by missiles, and by drones, has not even stopped. And the retaliatory capacity of Ukraine is dependent on support from the US and other Western powers. So it's been a very, not complex, but confusing situation.
Confusing in what ways?
It's confusing because you are seeing the person at the receiving end struggling to stand on his feet with support from somebody that is standing behind him, propping him up, giving him weapons to fight somebody that is bigger than him in his front. So that's why it's confusing. But it's not complicated at all. You can easily see through that it's proxy war. And Zelensky, as much as the young man has always been patriotic, trying to insist that this is our country, this is our land, that the motherland must be protected at all costs, it is getting close to when he has to take the step back and say, what is the way out? Because there's something we call end game.
Yes.
And in end game, you ask yourself this question: where are we going to end in this discussion? And in this discussion right now, as it is in Ukraine, the Ukrainians are saying that they will have to throw in their toy. That's just the way it's going to end.
But Zelensky is saying that.
He doesn't have to say that openly. You see, the optics are a bit obvious. And if he says that openly, you say, oh, we have given up. That's defeatist. He doesn't have to say that. He can simply say powerful pressures from powerful states prevail on us. That's a diplomatic way of saying we have stepped back. It has to be diplomatic. You don't just openly go and shout. What about the lives that have been lost? What about the destruction to the country? What about the national infrastructure that has been wrecked, that has to be rebuilt? And there is already plans to set up an international coalition of support for Ukraine. So Ukraine is not even likely going to... Of course, this is macabre politics. They've lost something, but they're going to also get a lot back in return. So
interesting.
It's very, that's why I say it's confusing. But it's not complicated at all.
All right, that does not mean that countries that call themselves police of the world, America and its allies, are they too scared of Russia to tell them to back out of Ukraine? If you other countries, immediately they'll tell them no negotiation, get out of that country or else, according to that trope, we bomb and bomb and bomb and bomb. But in this case, it's not happening. Are they scared of Russia?
Not really being scared of Russia, but again, you look at the man who is at the helm of the affairs. Because there are certain persons who are not ready to budge, just as you have in the case of Putin. Putin, with all sense of humility, certain people, you look at him as a man, somebody will say it's a madman. a man who will not want to listen. He's tailored towards carrying out that which he has made up his mind to do. So such a person, you'll be very careful, dealing with him. He's just like a suicide bomber who has tied the bomb around his waist. He is not interested. His life does not mean anything to him. That is the same situation you find in Russia today. The man has made up his mind. The man has been there for a very long time, and he has, succeeded in a kind of, being able to put it in these people that they so much believe in him, and even those who have the will and the courage to challenge some of his actions, they are kept somewhere, out to avoid them, infiltrating the people, trying to remove that mindset which he has been able to implant in them. So that is why they are, not that other countries are afraid, pushing harder, but they are looking at what will be the consequences. Will the man decide, to use nuclear weapon? Will the man decide to go gaga? Because, all these other powerful nations are trying to put him to where he belongs. So, to me, dialogue, parties coming to a roundtable conference, looking at issues critically from a reasonable man point of view, putting again into consideration that they are not the only persons there. You have the people of Russia, you have the people of Ukraine. Just as we rightly know, thousands is not 20, not 30, not 40,000, men, women, and children have died, all in the process of two persons trying to exact it on each other. The man pointing hand, the other man pointing hand, that whatever you can do, I can do better. And that is what you have found. Ego comes in. Those who are supporting, whether rightly or wrongly, are there playing their role, as it were. So that is the question I asked again. What is the role of the United Nations? Where are all these people, in this whole theater of war as is going on? What role has they been able to play to ensure that there is peace between these two neighbors? But unfortunately, either directly or indirectly, they seem not to have the courage to challenge some of the actions as well. I see America as a United Nations organization, because it is whatever America says automatically becomes what happens. So.
All right. Well, Honorable Achosage, but what if Zelensky says a capital no to this proposed deal, or to the proposed deal, or a peace plan, so to speak? What do you think will be the next line of action by the U.S. government or even Putin?
Well, if Zelensky says no, it's obvious that he's the fifth columnist in Ukraine, whose Russian President Putin rightly described as a narcissist, who was brought into Ukraine through the back door by the colonial masters, which my brother Professor described as a proxy war to destroy Ukraine in the first place, and as a way of trying to get to Russia. Remember that at the peaks of Europe, during the world financial crisis, certain citizens of Europe suffered the same loss through the financial crisis, and there was abject poverty in those countries. Remember one thing that is very certain: this war is between the West and the East, and those in the West are the country that was visible, like England and France and all these other European countries, and the United States under the leadership of Joe Biden, who started this senseless war. But then on the East, you have Russia, you have China, a very massive country back in Russia. Likewise, North Korea and other countries, Belarus and whatnot, also supporting Russia on the other end. So the war was not purely a Russian war, even for Iran. Iran also supplied ammunition to support Russia. So they believe that if Russia was to go down as a buffer, the East become vulnerable to the Western idea of occupation in the modern day warfare because of the kind of people that have been in the American government. I think in my own submission, I don't think Zelensky has got or exhibit such ability to reject the peace deal, because Donald Trump has made it very clear for them to fight it out. And every time they do, Zelensky suffers more. If he was in the front line, I believe today would not be breathing anymore. So on that note, in my own candid opinion, is a situation whereby it was a good timing by creation that somebody like Donald Trump became the president of America, who doesn't even like the Biden and the Obama type of leadership or ideology, because he was a victim of it as well. And I want to applaud his effort since he came into office, trying his utmost best to stop the slaughtering of kids, young women and children who was forced by martial law into the war front, where Zelensky is still hiding in the bunkers, playing around and jumping around as a strong man. He's not a strong man. It's easy to send a young man to go and die on the front line whilst you are there somewhere using the martial law with corruption charges revolving around the government. So to me, I don't think he has such balls. I don't think he can say no, because I think the people from the inside out might be trying to keep their integrity together, not to become vulnerable to the Russian, harsh approach towards this war like it's been, and maybe trying to give Zelensky a bit of support, not knowing fully well that deep down they may not be happy with him. So standing against that peace deal will not be in the best interest of Zelensky.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable. And that is your last line on this discussion. Well, Prof, you're going to cap off the discussion. If it's with Zelensky, what will you do? Because what I'm saying is he's saying no to that deal because this is glory to Ukraine. Get all land back and push Russian troops away from Ukraine.
Now, sincerely speaking, Zelensky will not play hardball. That's asking for hardball. In diplomatic negotiation, you must be ready to make concessions and make compromise to get what you want. Zelensky knows that his back is against the wall. And Zelensky is not the power shot here. The power shots here is the United States of America under Trump and Russia under Putin. They are the ones that will decide finally how this thing will be resolved. Zelensky is going to ask for something between both of them, but he cannot decide finally how it will go. What is important is that he should begin to accept that there must be a rollback. The damage to Ukraine is extensive, but there are guarantees that Ukraine will be rebuilt and there will be massive reconstruction. That's already a plus on one side. We should not always look at ego. Ego is what we say, I will not go back. He cannot say that. He's a president and this is a war situation. And he's not going to make that decision alone. There are other factors. The international economic system was rattled by Russia's attack on Ukraine. Transactions were disrupted. Food supplies from Ukraine halted extensively. After a while, they restarted. Those things are gains that Ukraine can easily recover. Russia has been making a lot of money selling oil and gas to Europe. And they say Europeans are the ones supporting Ukraine. I mean, why Russia is using the same money that he makes from selling to Europe to
harm Ukraine.
So you can see that, that's why I said it's not complex, but it's confusing. So every person will look at what we call the Mexican standoff in negotiation. And this is where you say, what am I going to get? But to get something, you must be willing to give us something. And that is why when Ed Bull was discussing the international political system, he said it was anarchic. Anarchy is the rule here. And you create some order from the anarchy. Now, in this same situation, I heard Honorable Tisa asking of certain things that can be done. You also raised the issue of United Nations. United Nations is not an entity unto itself. United Nations is as powerful as the nations that make up United Nations. And who are the nations that drive United Nations? The 5 powers that are in the Security Council. And these are what? The United States of America, Russia, China, Britain, and France. So if they agree, Ukraine must fall into line. So it is just what Ukraine can get. We cannot run away from the fact that there have been loss of lives, but that's why I said war is ugly. And if it happens,
you don't know how it's going to end. Thank you so much, gentlemen. As you can see, our time is up. Let's see if Zelensky is going to accept this deal. But the deal entails that the land that Russia has been fighting for, they are going to get it. You can't be told to reduce our military might, reduce it by 250, that is going down to 600,000. Well, economy without a military might, that is up to 1 million. We do call that a country. Anyway, gentlemen, thank you so much for coming on today's show. We'll do it again next week. God willing. Bye for now.
Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
It's Law and You, the program that brings legal issues to the people and the people to the law. Today, we shine the spotlight on accountability in governance, a cornerstone of democracy that ensures those entrusted with power do not abuse it or abandon their duties. But what happens when public officials fail to perform? Are citizens helpless observers, or does the law empower them to demand change and seek redress? From petitions and, of course, public interest litigations to recall processes and legal sanctions, this edition explores the legal remedies available to citizens when elected or appointed officials fail in their duties. We will be speaking with legal minds and, of course, rights advocates on what the Constitution says and what the court can do and what you, as a citizen, must know. And don't forget, you stay with us on Law and You as it unfolds the power of the law in the hands of the people. My name is Philip Omao-Gyukbo. We'll be looking at accountability in governance and, of course, legal remedies, that the citizens can explore. We will also have the opportunity to have the presence of a custodian of the law in the person of Emmanuel Obakpolo. Big thanks for always having time to be part of this show.
Good afternoon, Philip. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
All right, let's quickly set the ball rolling. A lot that needs to be done as regards getting it right. We have a system that needs to, work effectively. But first of all, what is accountability in governance? And how does it apply to the citizens demanding this? What importance does it have for citizens to demand this from the government of the day?
Yeah, accountability, as pronounced, is to give records. So accountability in governance is the presentation of records on government's administration to the people and how those records have been properly handled by those in government. That is just accountability. So accountability is to ensure that the people understand and have knowledge on how governance is being carried out on their behalf by those in government.
Okay, but what is the importance? Why should they do that?
Yeah. If you look at governments, from the definition of democracy, it's a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. That is what democracy is. And now government is a machinery of governance. So those who are in government, they are managing the wealth of the nation on behalf of the people. And as such, they must give account of how those resources that are made available by the people on the people, so that the people will now understand and have knowledge properly on how governance is carried out. And this government, the governance must be on the benefit of the people. That is all. That is the singular reason why there must be accountability in governance. You don't go into administrative spree or financial spree on how to just spend public fund without being accountable to it.
Okay, do you see a disconnect in between, as in the aspect of the government functionaries, backing on the accountability project to make sure that they give account to the people and render their still worship, and again the aspect of the people, those who are being governed, demanding this? Do you see a disconnect?
Yes, I say a disconnect because if you look at the provisions of the Constitution, the extant Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which upholds and observe and also demand practice of the separation of power, which is spelled out of and enshrined in section 4, 5, and 6, is all about accountability. And also, if you look at section 85, subsection 1 of the extant constitution, we provide for the office of the Auditor General of the Federation. The essence for the office of the Auditor General of the Federation is to provide for accountability, because he is the one who will audit government accounts, he audit government expenditure, and now know how money or monies that belong public fund has been used, administered, or utilized for the benefit of the people. So there is now a disconnection. Why do I say so? Because even the legislative arm, who ought to carry out oversight function in ensuring that the executive, which is vested with the power to perform executive function, and also the runnings of government on behalf of the people, are doing that as spelled out by the law. Unfortunately, we have a legislature, particularly in this Fourth Republic, that is so lackadaisical and a rubber stamp. So wherein instead of them to carry out their function, they are busy carrying out the lullaby of on your mandate we shall stand. That is not the reason why they are elected. That is not why a legislative function. The legislative function is to ensure that accounts and accountability as rendered by the executive are done on behalf of the people, even to them, properly, so that the people can now be beneficiaries of government expenditures and the runnings of government.
Okay, when you say the legislative arm seems to be failing in that, let's draw a dichotomy, because I understand separations of power, by Montesquieu has brought a situation where the legislative arm, make laws, and of course why the executive implement these laws, and then the judiciary, interpret and settle disputes, between all of this. Are you saying generally that the legislative arm under the system we operate in Nigeria is faulty to a point where any elected official seems to be tilting towards the executive?
Yes, and I did say that with specific reference to the current legislative arm of government we have.
Did you say that, or do you say that as regards the officials or the system of practice?
It's not the system, because the Constitution does spell out how...
Total censor. It's a constitutional provision.
And I also told you about section 85, subsection 1 of the extant Constitution, which also provide for the office of the Auditor General.
So it is not a problem of the law?
It's not a problem of the law. The law is there. Is the performance of the law now. And the legislative arm also have what we call oversight function, to question how public funds are being used. But here we are. We have a legislative arm of government with a specific reference to the National Assembly, who approves all manner of laws. And the same National Assembly does not take time to ask questions on how those laws are used for, the performance, how the executive arm of government, what they be able to administer those laws, and how it has been of benefit to the people of Nigeria. There's no question with reference to that. And that is why you see that it appears that there is no accountability to the people of Nigeria. And that is one of the weak point, pitfalls of this administration that we have just now.
Okay. But what do you see as a causative factor? Because everything seems to be placed on a vote. The ayes have it, or the nay.
With specific reference to public funds, it is more than the question of the aye or the nay have it. It is more than that. And that is why I repeat, I did say that the legislative arm has a duty of oversight function, because the people cannot gather like a Portuguese assembly to begin to ask questions on what their monies are used for. It is their representative, both the Senate and the House of Representatives now, at the federal level, and the state houses of assembly at the state level and the legislative arm of government at the local government level, who carry out this functionality on behalf of the people. And here we are. Their performance is a near it's
abysmal.
It's a near zero, abysmal. That is the right word to use. And that is why you see today that even government after government, there is no form of accountability, and there is no how the people could ask questions. However, the Freedom of Information Act has provided another leeway for individuals or group of individuals to ask questions.
Thank you very much. Well, in case you're just coming across this program, it's Law and You, and we are all about accountability in governance and seeing what legal remedies are available for the citizens to, find a way to put a task on the public officials demanding accountability, of course, stewardship on the public office. And I've been speaking with Emmanuel Ogbakpolo. Well, Emmanuel Ogbakpolo raised some very, very vital issue as regards, finding a lasting solution to this. It was on my mind. You made mention of the fact that the people are giving their powers to the Legislative Assembly, their representatives, for instance. And then you also did not fail to say that even when or if these representatives fail to carry out the functions stricto sensu as they demand or request, then they also have another avenue to, explore, which is the Freedom of Information Act. Now, how can they do that? Can you deploy how this mechanism works?
Yeah. Section 3 of the Freedom of Information Act does make provision for an applicant, is a citizen now, can make application to any government institution to ask questions or to get information from that institution with respect to the day-to-day runnings of government, even where it is strictly financial.
Exactly.
Now, but that act also provides for exemptions. The act provides for exemptions where a citizen may not have the right, or an applicant, stricto sensu, may not have the right to ask for information. And those, what are those? What is these exemptions? Exemptions are provided for in section 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 19 of the Freedom of Information Act. Section 12 specifically provides for defense, that you cannot come and make inquiry or get information with respect to defense. And I think that is commonsensical. That is understood. But where it has to do with accountability on how government is being run, with special reference or specific reference to public fund, that information must be made available to that citizen. And where the act again goes further to say where that is refused, that applicant or that citizen has a remedy. Well, section 25, he cannot make an application to court for court to grant order to get that information.
We'll get there, gradually we'll get there. But let's explore what you just said. You have a way of troubling my mind. And of course, I don't know if you're also doing same ripples to the minds of the viewers. A situation where we look at it where an electoral act is specifically, establishes the provisions as regards any concept or how a thing should be done, in terms of accountability. And then there's still another way in which such a person or citizen cannot, explore, in details or directly or, totally from that same, function. It seems to my mind that it's an attempt to kill an initiative ahead of the purpose. I don't know how you explain that.
Well, the law has a golden eye, and the law sees the past, the present, and the future. That is the position of the law. And I think that is the singular reason why the law makes provision for exemptions. Because...
But when you say the law, men work on the laws.
Yes.
Before it becomes a law, or before they become laws, they were once bills. And so men work on it. So what is the guarantee that the men that work on this do not deliberately work on this in order to, protect their patrimony, their personal aggrandizement that may, they may want to seek from the common good that law or that bill, is seeking for in the law? I don't know if you get me.
Yes, you may not. That may not be. That cannot be removed from that fact.
Because we've had this with the Electoral Act.
It could be to protect.
Where the Electoral Act, some part, anyways, I'm not to speak on it. Seems to protect those who are even the political actors.
Yes, when you make reference to Electoral Acts, you discover that in electoral matters, they are so unique and special to the extent that even the interpretation of the laws in marrying the functionality of the electoral officers and their performance in an election gives a wide protection. What do I mean by that? There are the courts in even interpreting the law with respect to electoral acts may not consider the actors of their functionalities, of their performance, but may consider what is known as public interest or public safety. That again, to some of us, we may question that what do we mean by public safety, where there is an infringement on the rights of the voter or the electorate. Where the right of the voter or the electorate is infringed upon, is violated, do you not say that whatever interpretation you give is for public safety? That is another question begging for answer. That even the courts have not been able to give answer to. But however, we've witnessed a lot of abracadabra, legal abracadabra, but with special reference or specific reference, to my mind, to the last 2023 general elections. We've seen it. Before now, we've seen that the court visit the law strictly on electoral matters. But just now, we've seen how there is protection with respect to that. But again, let's look at the subject matter. I did say that the Freedom of Information Acts provide for exemptions, and those exemptions are specified in sections 11 to section 19 with the removal of section 18 of the Freedom of Information Act, and that you can go to court as a remedy, section 25. Now, you can see that even that law, the Freedom of Information Act rather, also has given the court responsibility to make order with reference to information as applied by an applicant or a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So, it's still within the wisdom of the court to so grant or to refuse. Again, we may have the challenge of interpretation in the nearest future.
Thank you very much. But you just raised an issue that needs to be explained in total, because there's this aspect of, getting allocations that the federal government has given to each state, for instance, in their monthly revenues, of course, monthly allocations from the federal government to the states. We've always seen it where it is not properly broken down. We can hardly, have, reports on the monthly, allocations that each state gets from the federal government. All we can get from the Federal Accounts Allocation Committee most times are usually the total amount, that is being disbursed from the federal government to the states. But not the specific amount that each state gets month in, month out from the federal government. And that what you have to get it from the accountant general of the state to have a well-explained copy or copies of how the state gets month in, month out allocations from the federal government. Should it be so?
Yes, it ought not to be so, because we have seen that with specific reference to the way the executive carried out the day-to-day runnings of administration in this country, it has shown that there is no transparency. In a climate where there is transparency, there ought to be a breakdown. Even the Constitution makes it clear for there to be a breakdown of how public funds are distributed or shared amongst the federal government and the 36 states of the federation. But here we are, some executive maneuverings are being carried out so that the people of Nigeria will not know that. And now, if the people of Nigeria do not have access to that information, what about their representative at the legislative angle of it?
Do they have access?
Government? Do they have access? If they don't, do they ask questions with respect to that, or they are engaged in frivolities? So that is why the freedom, I think, that the Freedom of Information Act now makes provision.
That's the importance.
For individuals, citizens, group of citizens, to make application.
Yeah, because
to get that information.
Yeah, because it's not every information that will be on the public space.
Yes.
So, but that Freedom of Information Act can also help.
Yes.
If you seek or require such information that may not readily be on the public space, so that you can easily access such,
Yeah,
okay. Okay, but how fluid or how, accessible is the office of the Attorney General, for instance?
It's accessible. It's a public office. You can make your application.
Okay.
And the Freedom of Information Act also saw the possibility of the institution wherein that application is made to refuses to grant that application or request as made. And the Act now provides for, in Section 25, that you can go to court to seek a redress so that the court can grant an order. And once the court grants an order, you bring that order to them so that they can furnish you with whatever information as specified in your application.
All right, this is quite a sensitive topic, and we will not be able to exhaust it in one episode. But in the next episode, we're going to be looking more into, the sanctions, or how the citizens can be able to, access, remedies, these legal remedies, in tackling or finding way where the provisions of the law can, make sanctions on non-performing public officials that are found wanting in terms of not being able to, satisfy the public or the citizens in respect of giving account of their state worship. And that will be done basically, next week. But before we round off on this, let's look at the aspect of the legislative arm, for instance, that you raised. This is an important arm of government that helps to oversee, deploy, that helps to, look into oversight functions, of the executive. Now, how can we strengthen this body in order to be able to, help in accountability of the executive?
The law is clear with reference to legislative oversight, and that the legislature, their function as provided for by the Constitution is not just to make laws. Like we have agreed, they also have oversight functions to perform.
Yes.
And when they refuse,
but they are lagging in that aspect. Like what you said, they are lagging in that aspect.
Yes.
So how do we strengthen that arm? But first of all, what could be the causative factor, and how can we strengthen that arm for it to be found, living up to expectation?
With the kind of legislative representative we have, and the unique structure of Nigeria, democratically, legally, and otherwise, we may have just one function or one role to play, and that is where you discover now to the citizens, where the citizens of Nigeria discover that the members of the legislative arm of government are not carrying out their functions as legislative arm. In the next election, don't vote for them.
Okay, you are talking about, okay, before that, we could also, explore the aspect of the recall process. And of course, sanctions that may also be given on that. But well, that would be what we will be having same time next week on Law and You. Well, a big thanks for taking our time to be part of this. Basically, that's what we're going to be looking at in the next episode, because we want to look at the recall process. How is it done? And of course, sanctions that will be given on non-performing public officials. How would that be carried out? So, big thanks for taking our time to be part of this.
It's a pleasure to be.
My name is Philip Omo Gripo. We'll see you same time next week. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body. But the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Welcome to Youth Perspective on Independent Television. I am Joy Obaisiago, and as you know, on this special program, we talk about societal issues and then we'll look at them from the youth perspective. And today we are looking at the topic, breaking the siege of silence. I know you're probably wondering, breaking what silence? Yes, breaking the silence of abuse, the need to decenter the culture of abuse, and how survivors can actually overcome any form of shame. This discussion can be very, very triggering. That is a warning right there, and also very interesting. So stay with us. And when I say stay with us, I have here with me Naomi Agbonlaho. Thank you very much for joining me today on this program.
Good afternoon, Joy. Thank you for having me.
And I also have a very handsome man here with me. You know, I'm used to this one, Momo Lawa. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you, Joy, inviting me to your program.
Talking about abuse, you know, when you look at it, you see that there are different aspects. A lot of persons do not really understand abuse. We have physical abuse, we have emotional abuse, and you know, it might also interest you to know that, you know, neglect can also be an abuse. And today we're going to look at abuse. What does abuse really mean? A lot of people don't understand, and how can we actually, you know, see these signs? How can we understand that, okay, this thing that's happening around here is actually abuse? Naomi, what is actually abuse? How would you define abuse?
Okay. Thank you, Joy, for the question. For me, I would say an abuse is any force that you have on someone. It can be controlling, either mentally or emotionally, or even physically, overpowering someone, compelling them to do something they don't want to do, is an abuse for me.
Oh, wow. Mr. Momo, you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I think she said it all. Any act that intends to, you know, control or harm or intimidate another person, whether it is physically, emotionally, or mentally, one can also call that an abuse. Yeah, so that happens sometimes even in a relationship with people, even at the workplace. Abuse happens every now and then. It could come in different forms. It could be a form of maybe unwanted touches. It could be, you know, talking to people in ways that they do not even accept or they wouldn't like, you know. So that's different forms of abuse and how they can happen in our real life.
Yeah, so let's emphasize, because I'm very interested in sexual abuse.
Okay.
You've talked about, you know, treating people in a way that they don't really appreciate to be treated. So let's talk about sexual abuse, because some persons will be like, oh yeah, I'm trying to, you know, have a conversation with this person in terms of having to have a relationship with this person. At what point can someone actually, you know, recognize that this has gone beyond just me, you know, having to listen to this person and trying to see that this person wants to do a relationship with me?
Okay.
At what point do they really, you know, recognize, like I said, what are those signs? Those signs, like physically, can you just break it down for us?
For me, I think in a relationship, when you now see, it may come in small forms. I mean, when you see someone that is trying to control what you wear, you know, where you go to, who you are with, how much you even spend, it could start very small. Well, sometimes it can, you know, go in a big form, and then it becomes an abuse. And you say, at what point do somebody now say that this is an abuse? You know, for me, I think consent generally is the line here. So when consent is abused or rather ignored, or is not even considered. Maybe you talk in the workplace. Let's take a workplace for example, and you're talking to a female colleague, and maybe I'm talking to a female colleague, and I hold her hand in a certain way that she said, I do not like this. That means she does not give consent to me holding her hand in such a way. I should be able to respect that and say, okay, I'm sorry, I apologize real quick, and stop doing that act. Stop. It also happens with even male folks. So sometimes the abuse is always shifted to the female gender. But for us, male, sometimes a lady may just come and want to hold you or touch you in certain ways that it's not what you like. It's not your thing. So you can just quietly tell the person, I don't like this. So for me, when you now see signs like someone is trying to be controlling, intimidating, it could also be verbally, saying things that can intimidate you verbally, trying to abuse you, or even, sometimes they may even, bring this whole abuse in form of a joke. The harassment can come as a joke, an insultive joke, but then it's people are now, it's just a joke, but then it could later now move into full-blown abuse.
Talking about consent,
Yeah.
and how can you actually reconcile consent and verbal abuse? Because that's something that you cannot looking at it in reality. You think to an extent, can you actually control that? Naomi, you want to add something to that?
Yes, for me, I feel you can actually control your consent. Like you said, if someone is touching or talking to you in a manner you do not like, you have the right to say, I do not like this. Do not touch me. There should be a point where you learn to draw the boundaries. You get? And if you disrespect me for telling you that I do not like this, I have the right to do whatever I feel or whatever I feel is right at that particular time for me to do. If it's necessarily like using the workplace as an example, I can report it to a higher authority. Do you get? And if you happen to be the higher authority, I can actually draw the line of saying, okay, fine, if I don't want to come in contact with this person again, I just have to leave this environment, this vicinity, so it can stop. Really, there's actually a time where you can draw the line. And when you're drawing the line, be firm with your yes and be firm with your no. Let your no be your no. When you are saying your no, don't say, no, Joe, don't touch me again. Let you start, be firm with your word, no, I do not like this. When you are firm with your word and in the manner and approach in which you pass that message to the person, if the person is sensible enough, the person should be able to tell that, okay, fine, this particular person do not like this, then I should stop.
You want to add something?
I just adding to what she said, the no part. Sometimes this no, I've seen a situation whereby the no was not even pronounced. It was not even said because this victim was scared, was astonished, was shocked that did it just happen? Why would this man just tap me in my butt? Did it just happen? So before the victim is even saying no, the person may think it's something that the person liked, like the lady liked. But then that fear that person is able to speak up at that time does not mean consent. Okay, it doesn't mean that the person actually likes what he's doing. So it's always good to have clear communications to understand. I'm sorry, I was walking past you and I mistakenly tapped you. I didn't do that intentionally. And all of that. Maybe the lady can ask, no, I like that. Don't worry, it's okay, it's good. Then that is consent. So it's no longer abuse. But when that is, taking, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. You should understand that this person does not really like such an act or any play of that kind of form.
Oh yeah, that takes us past the strategies. So yeah, moving forward, if you are to be in a let's say that let's say we're not the victim of this particular situation now.
Okay.
If you are to be in a setting where things like this happen, let's put ourselves, now we're the society. How do you respond to that? If you see that a lady or probably a man or a guy is going through some sort of abuse, do you think that society has the best response to things like that so far? Momo.
Okay. Currently, society does not really help. I want to say that from my own point of view, society is not really helping so much because people tend to, instead of, understand this, the case or whatever the victim is saying, instead of just listening, people tend to judge. So it's always good to listen first and, be proactive before you now start judging. People start asking questions like, what was she wearing in case of rape? What was she wearing and why did he or she not shout? Because it also happens to male figures. So why did this person not shout? Why did the person not report on time? Blah, blah, blah. So we have many reasons why society, failed. But I'm going to just say this. In rare cases, just rare cases, we have this accusation or when people, make false accusation on people. And then that victim, that person that is now being victimized, you know, if this also it doesn't only affect that person that is, you know, being falsely accused. It also affects the real victims out there of several kind of abuse, because now people now tend, it's now very difficult for one to actually believe any story that may come out because of these rare cases of you know, forced abused people that come around and say that this was happened to me and this did not really happen to them. So that is maybe that may be a reason why society is, you know, tend to always trying to, you know pick, but that is not enough reason. Okay, it's always good for us to, you know, listen to what this person is saying, open arms and welcome them, create a space whereby they can actually talk freely, and then look for ways to act on that as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so Naomi, response measures, how do you think this, do you actually think that society actually responds to issues like this, especially workplace abuse and, you know, rape and things like that?
Okay. For me recently, someone spoke to me about an abuse. It wasn't sexually. This is an abuse of physical abuse, husband to wife. And when she said it, the first thing I did was to listen. After I listened, I asked questions like, what did you do? Why did he do that? And at the end of the day, I knew I was not in a position to judge this case or to render help, but at least I did listen to this person. And the only thing I could do was to refer that friend to an agency that I know is against the gender abuse and marital violence and all those things. And in the end, when I was getting the report from her, I was like, did you go there? Did you still talk to them? She said she did. And after she explained everything to them, and the lady there was like, why you go even do that kind of thing? Do you get? Yeah. So if the society, an agency like that is asking, why you could do that kind of thing? So you are actually telling the person to keep quiet and not to come out again to say such a thing. And then when the person told me, I just told her, I say, not mind them. Normally, now waiting they go do ball. As you have spoken at, it is good. Then from then we can now look at ways in which we can help, you know, individually to bring out people from that environment, from that scenario, from that abuse. So for me, I feel when the society is listening and then giving them the courage to continue to speak up and not go back to that same situation, that same abuse, or to that same person who keep abusing them, or whichever way, I believe we'll be able to make something out of it. First of all, we just need to listen to them, replace their fear with strength, encourage them. When you encourage them, when you give them the strength, when you give them the encouragement and everything that they need, I believe more people will come out, and then the society will be able to welcome them and respond to them effectively.
So talking about rape and sexual abuse, you know, especially in relationship, now you're already intimate with this person. How can you actually decipher that? How can you, you know, differentiate, or rather, I don't really know how to put it, but I know you guys understand what I'm trying to say. Like, you're already intimate with this person. You're in a relationship with this person. Now, there's some kind of, you know, scenario that looks like rape. How can you actually manage such situations? And a lot of people might even be in such situations, but they cannot really tell that this is really an abuse. But just because they are already intimate with that person, so it is now as though it is a normal thing. So can you speak on that, Momo?
Yeah, you know, relationship whereby you now hear cases like I was raped by my fiance. It may be rare. It may come as a surprise to you because you are saying, "Are you guys not in a relationship? Why are you not saying he raped me and all of that?" You know, I'm going to share a story real quick about a friend of mine that struggled in a relationship, struggled with this girl that he wanted to, you know, get married to. Why was it? Because previous relationship that the girl had, she was abused. And even while they were together, this is years back, and while they were together with this new guy who they were about to get married, whenever this guy, you know, wants to, you know, they're together, he wants to touch her, she has this shock. She still remembers. She even goes into, like, gets shocked, and she calls the other guy's name, the former person.
Trauma.
That's the trauma affected this relationship so much, and then so it's something that, you know, we really need to speak about and, you know, armor about. Yeah, when you say consent is actually very, very, very key. You know, you may be with somebody, you may be intimate with that person, and maybe you're having a fight, and the person says, "I don't want you to touch me this night." You should be able to respect that. I'm not trying to force your way into it, say nobody would believe you, they'll think we're actually having fun, no matter the screams. So it happens both ways, even with guys too. You may not believe it. A guy may say, I don't want you to touch me, and the woman will say, it's a lie, I must touch you because this is how I want. I don't want to go further. If you don't, this is society. I'm not saying it's not common. Did I say common? I'm not judging common factor. You are society now, you are laughing at this thing. I'm saying that it happens to guys. So if you are society, you're telling us that it's not valid, or how valid is that? That means guys actually go through that.
It's actually a question.
Okay.
How valid can you?
If it wasn't valid, I won't come on national television to start sharing this.
Of course, you have to break it down and make us understand. Because
how should I break it down? How the guy was saying no, and the lady was thinking no is yes.
Because
it depends on how the guy said no.
This might be kind of strange to some certain persons that a man saying no.
Yeah, men will say no.
Because people believe that men are always ready to embrace as far as they are in a relationship with someone.
I believe that's why we have youth perspective program
that come
to.
When I say how valid is that, can you defend that more? Just buttress on it.
Yes, it's valid when a guy tells the lady, I do not want, and the lady keep pestering the guy, and then even go as far as using every other means to affect the lady. Can even I don't want to say change it on the guy and say it's guy that is harassing the person. And sometimes this whole abuse may happen to a relationship where the victim would not even know that it's been abused. We call it the Stockholm syndrome, whereby someone is say again.
Go ahead.
Yeah, whereby someone is maltreating you in such a way because of maybe the financial benefit you are getting from this person, or the emotional, or however the person is teasing you. Yeah, you just feel, or maybe the fear of if it's maybe is in a marriage, the fear of who's going to take care of my children? Am I going to leave after this? Let me just manage this. After all, it just slaps me once in a while. So people just allow this to happen. That's how it happens in a relationship. So it's very valid. Both genders actually go through abuse even whilst in a relationship. So don't discard that. Joe.
Yeah, that works. And with that, we're going to take a very short break, and then when we come back, continue on this discussion. Stay with us. All right, welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Youth Perspective on Independent Television. And right here, we've been talking about, breaking the siege of silence. We've talked about, how survivors can actually, overcome shame, speak out, and how you can identify abuse, when you see one. So moving forward, Mr. Momo.
Yeah.
At some point you talked about financial abuse. Controlling someone's finances. Can you just break it down? Can you make us understand, like, I'm working for my money, and because I'm in a relationship with someone, they are controlling my money that I am working for?
Does it sound strange to you? It happens.
Can you talk about
that happens where maybe in some cases, maybe if the lady is earning more, or the guy is ending in a particular way. I want to use ladies because I think this is more common with ladies. Financial abuse in terms that, man is a provider, and then it can come in both ways, in a way that, telling you what to spend your money on, telling you what to buy. It should be form of a suggestion rather than saying, if you don't buy this, I'm not going to, So the woman is now subjected to saying, I want to do this, but because the women are supposed to be submissive to their husbands, right? But then it can be so much that the woman will not even have a breathing space. And also it can also be that the financial abuse can also be that with the husband may not release funds to the woman because of one thing that happened or one or two things that may happen before. That's another form of abuse. So, but then why I use financial abuse was because some persons may some victims may choose to stay in that relationship because of the financial gains that they are getting. And some persons may just be scared that they go out to society may not even hear them. They'll be ashamed of the stigma that may come from, expressing these things. To say, now lay you 9 day, if you're not fit, me you come out, another person go enter. Such comments shouldn't be coming from a human being, talk less of a man or a woman. So I like to always tell people that you should, instead of just judging or rushing to conclusion, you should listen to what this survivor is saying, because I call them survivors. If you can come out and speak against or talk about what you've been through, you are a survivor. So listen to what you are saying, what the person is saying, and try to understand and listen first. Then you can maybe judge later if you want to. I don't think we need to judge. Let's do the judging part and see how we can actually address this holistically.
So Naomi, coming from a woman's perspective, can you talk on that?
From a woman's perspective, like me generally, I love to have my money, and I believe every woman wants to work and have their own money. We should be financially independent. We shouldn't depend on man for our daily upkeep. So coming from what he said, saying being controlling about your finance, I don't think a man or a husband has the right to control the wife's or the girlfriend or the fiance's finance. It is not ideal. Your money is your money. She's not controlling yours, so you have no right to control hers. If I'm just going to say, I will say probably because maybe in this scenario, the woman might not be working and we need to depend on the man for everything. That is when that financial abuse comes in for me. If I'm not working and I'm in an abusive relationship and I don't have any means of surviving when I live there, I will want to stay. You cannot control me with your finance and how I spend it when you give it to me. But if I have my money and I still want to stay alive, I want to be a survivor, like you said, I should be able to work out and not restrict myself to that person.
As a woman, how do you manage that situation when you find yourself in a situation where you see that your partner is trying to financially abuse the person?
I'll walk away. That would just be me. I will walk away because I still tell you, you have no right to control my finance.
Okay, moving forward, we've talked about sexual abuse, and we cannot just round up that discussion without, linking it up with the digital abuse.
Okay, bully, cyber bully.
Yeah, cyberbullying, especially there's one that they call sextortion right now. When someone gets somebody's nudes and then you're going to extort them with that.
Blackmail, yeah.
Yeah. So how do you think society can manage this? Looking at it from the youth perspective, we're youth, so a lot of people that go through these things, are youth also. So let's talk to ourselves. Momo.
Well, I feel in that particular scenario, if you want to, as an engineer, if I want to solve a problem, I like to do for the root cause. So how would anybody get my news in the first place? It's either I share it to them, or whilst we are alone, we are recording or making pictures or videos of that, our naked bodies. And so I think the first thing is to, prevent anybody from doing that. Do not share, even if it's a one-time view, or I don't know how you guys do it, or you say the person doesn't want to take a screenshot or blah, blah, blah. It's quite risky. So if you subject yourself to that, it means that first you are to be blamed, but then let's see how we can move on from that. So now the thing is I believe we can, put strict laws in place, for things like this. If we hear a case whereby someone is being, in this kind of category, in this kind of situation, we should put laws and they should be reprimanded and, taken to the prison to, get lots of justice. I think that can actually help in curbing, this sextortion, like you called it. And that's a good approach in my own opinion.
Well, I think that as your last words for today's episode. So, Naomi, talk to us on that.
For me, why would you want to share your nude pictures or videos with someone? Even if it's a boyfriend, even if it's your father, even if it's your mother, you have no rights because
what if it's your husband?
You cannot control their phones.
What if it's your husband?
My husband cannot even ask me for that. I will be wondering, why would he need it when I am with you always?
What if it's a long distance relationship and the husband is not there?
I will still not share.
As a person to usually take this to just let it be pleasing.
I will not share because I don't know, my mind, the way I think, and I might just feel that it is just me and you.
Okay.
You are with the phone, yes. But what if you have another phone recorded from behind and they are seeing everything? And it might not even be those that record it most cases. You might see that their friend might just get their phone and they're probably going through it without phone lock, or, they have different lock on phone. We have on WhatsApp. You can decide to lock your WhatsApp, your Facebook, your everything. So people, external persons will not get access to it. So if at the end of the day, this person that takes record or take pictures of your nude and you don't have a phone lock, a friend comes and picks it, sees the picture, shares it to his own phone, another person goes and share, another person goes and share. At the end of the day, your phone, your picture is reaching the whole world without you knowing. And then by the time it's coming to you, you are, I don't know, for me, I'll become sick all of a sudden because a lot will be going through my head. It will disturb me. So for me not to go through that process in my life, for me not to go through emotional damage or emotional torture, I will not share my nude pictures, and I will not advise anybody to take my nude pictures. If you do, I will arrest you. I'll sue you.
All right, that's on a lighter note there. Viewers, you've heard from our guest today that you can actually, help yourself, especially survivors. If you see that you're going through situations that, seem like these signs and symptoms that we've shared with you today, it is always okay to reach out to people. Like some persons say, once you share it with someone, that alone reduces the burden of that, abuse. And with that, we round up today's episode. Thank you so much for always joining us. I am Joy Obaisiagmo. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Right, now moving on to the news, you can watch ITV live online at www.itvnigeria.com/live. You can follow us on our social media platform, Facebook, X, IG, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. And on to the news. Edo State government has reiterated its commitment to partner investors whose business activities aligns with the economic revolution of the Senator Monday Okpebholo-led administration. Governor Monday Okpebholo stated this when he received the management of Presco PLC, who were in Government House on a courtesy visit. Kingsley Uchebu has details.
The courtesy visit is part of strengthening synergy with key players in the agricultural sector to build on the 70 billion naira budgetary allocation to the agricultural sector in the state to enhance food security. The visit by the management team of Presco PLC is therefore to formalize their readiness to invest the sum of $100 million to boost food security in the state. Leader of the team and chairman of Presco PLC, Rashid Sarubi, said they are motivated by the favorable investment climate in Edo State to engage in the new investment.
The $100 million investment, foreign direct investment, throughout this year, Nigeria has only received $250 million foreign direct investment. This is what we need to shape the economy. It will be utilized to support Presco's expansion initiatives, including scaling industrial capacity, expanding plantation development, and driving value addition across its operation.
Governor Okpebholo commended the new investment drive of Presco PLC in Edo, which he says falls within his food security agenda in the state and in line with President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. He assured the investors of a favorable business environment. The governor also urged the company to address all pending issues of compensation and corporate social responsibility to their host communities.
Welcome Presco to Edo State. Nobody is moving you from here. You have come to invest and you are here. By the grace of God, you will prosper here. I'm investor friendly. I'm an investor myself. Can't be the one to send investors away from this land. That impression is completely wrong, and this relationship will continue.
The visit is part of efforts to address issues of alleged revocation of lands belonging to Presco PLC by Edo State government. Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
The last edition for the 2025 of ITV and Radio Prayer Session, the 35th in its series, has been held in a grand style as both management and staff of ITV and Radio sang in appreciation of God's blessings in their lives. Oluwafemi Farayola reports.
Held at the St. Gabriel Hall, which is near completion of construction, the management and staff, led by the Managing Director, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, offer praises to God for His abundant blessings and sustainability throughout the outgoing year 2025. In his opening remarks, the managing director of ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, thanked God on behalf of ITV for his provision, protection, and sustenance from the beginning of 2025 to last months of the year.
My dear colleagues, let this sink into us. Our God is too great with his wondrous works in our life. We are in business. We are hopeful. We are still receiving our lot as our went due.
In a vote of thanks, the Executive Director of Finance, Lady Celerina Ojomo, thanked the Almighty God for bringing the station thus far and prayed him to keep independent television and radio under his wings. She therefore thanked the Managing Director, Elvis Obaseki, for the wonderful initiative.
Without such Dr. Gabriel Ibinyo, we will not be gathered here. We pray that God Almighty will grant him good health.
Some management staff comments.
What God has done for us is marvelous. There are things we cannot do by ourselves except by the grace of God. And because we realize that, that is why we try to praise God.
It has been a very enjoyable time for me. It has been a moment of really praising God. We appreciate you for the privilege given to us, for keeping us alive, and for making us to progress.
The St. Gabriel Hall is 90% completed. Oluwafemi Farayola, ITV News.
Igbenedion Education Center, Benin City, has held its annual speech and prize giving day, a major event in the school calendar aimed at celebrating academic excellence and good character. The ceremony brought together students, teachers, parents, and administrators to renew outstanding performers and inspire others. Donald Aimiye reports.
It was another historic moment at the Igbenedion Education Center as the school hosted its annual speech and prize giving day, tradition designed to recognize students who have excelled both in learning and in character. The annual event is also meant to strengthen the school's commitment in raising disciplined and academically grounded young people. Awards in academics, leadership, discipline, and co-curricular achievements were presented to deserving students whose accomplishments drew applause from parents and guests. Some of the awardees described the recognition as a motivation to work even harder. They acknowledged the support of their teachers and encouraged fellow students to stay focused and committed.
I feel very excited, and I want to thank my mom for making me go far. I also want to thank my teachers for nominating me for the best behavior and most dutiful.
I feel that I'm grateful to God for receiving this award. I'm profoundly humbled and honored to receive this award.
Thankful to God Almighty, my parents, my teachers.
I'm so glad, I'm so happy, I'm overwhelmed with happiness.
I thank to the founder, co-founder of this school. I thank the teachers, I thank the principal, I thank his fellow students, those ones who support him.
Principal of Junior Secondary School, Mr. Collins Emokpa, highlighted the importance of nurturing well-rounded students who reflect the values of the institution.
We designed this day to reward the students for excellence, for behavior and character. So you can see the joy and the excitement of our parents.
Extracurricular activities of the school continues. From Benin, Donald Ehimenye, ITV News.
The newly installed president of Rotary Club of Benin, Aerodrome Rotarian Omokaro Itiosa Emmanuel, has been advised to see the new leadership role as to genuinely serve and achieve its laid-down purpose of the club. Guests gave the advice during the installation of the president in Benin. Efosa Owangwe reports that some distinguished Rotarians, including the managing director of ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, were honored during the ceremony.
That was the formal installation of the 2025-2026 president of the Rotary Club of Benin Aerodrome, Rotarian Omokaro Itiosa Emmanuel. It was an event to bring together the Rotarians both old and new, including major donors, to project the purpose of Rotary Club, which is to encourage and foster the ideal of service as a basis of worthy enterprises. Father of the day and first executive governor of Edo State, Chief John Odigi Oyegu, represented by Dr. Azaya Osifu, while congratulating the new president, commended Rotary Club for their continuous projection of the objective of the club. The new president thanked Rotarians for finding him worthy to lead Rotary Club of Benin Aerodrome, promising to do his best.
It's not just an organization for elites, it's an organization for people that want to contribute their quota to the developmental process of the society.
Major donor and managing director of ITV Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, advised the new president to see the new leadership role as a call to service and write his name in gold.
I found out that it is not the depth of the pocket that makes you support humanitarian efforts. It is the depth of your heart, and how connected that heart is to your pocket.
The high point of the ceremony was the recognition and presentation of awards to some personalities, including an astute educationalist, Apostle Naomi Aderonike Osagi, a media guru and managing director of ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, and Professor Eze Owangu, among others.
Thank you very much, Rotary Club of Benin. God bless you. I appreciate you.
To tell you the truth, I've had a number of awards, but this is very, very dear to me.
The guest lecturer, Professor Eze Wango, and also an awardee, gave insights into the importance of Rotary Club as a means of building a societal bridge apart from its humanitarian role. Some new members were also inducted. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
If you just joined us, this is ITV Network. We will now move over to our Lagos Network Center where Joshua is standing by. Josh, over now to you.
Many thanks, Wilson, and welcome to our Lagos Network studio. Lagos State Police Command has reacted to a video currently circulating on social media involving a police officer in the process of subduing a bus conductor in order to effect his arrest for an offense of obstructing of public officials, including police officers and LASMA officers in carrying out their official duties. The command's public relations officer, SP Abimbola Debisi, in a press statement said the driver of the bus deliberately used the bus to obstruct traffic flow and therefore prevented other road users from using the way and also caused in the Ikorodu, Lagos State, causing untold hardship. The police said, notwithstanding the behavior of the bus conductor, resulting in the ugly confusion seen in the video, the police officer identified and is vested their actions and the has contacted the available view Commissioner of Police.
ITV Network News will be right back after this break. Do stay. We'll now move over to Abuja Network Center where Joyce Ikogo is standing by. Joyce, over now to you.
Many thanks, Wilson. And from the nation's capital, the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, says Nigeria must invest in aviation infrastructure and provide accessible credit facilities for local airlines in order to sustain current achievements in the sector. The minister stated this on Monday at an event held to mark 100 years of aviation in Nigeria. ITV's Dominic AMSA reports that Sir Chief Gabriel Otawaru Ibinedian, founder of Nigeria's first indigenous private airline, Okada Air, was among the dignitaries recognized for their contributions to the country's aviation sector.
The history of Nigeria's aviation sector dates back to November 1st, 1925, when the first air fleet, Royal Air Force DH-9A, landed in Kano. The sector witnessed significant growth leading to the birth of Nigeria's Airways in 1958. Years later, the sector suffered setback with the death of the country's national carrier, despite efforts to revive it. But 100 years down the line, the federal government believes there is much to celebrate.
Let us celebrate this centenary, not only as a remembrance of the past, but as a long into a bold and promising future for aviation and aerospace development in Nigeria.
The opening of the sector to private owners saw a revolutionary growth in the sector. Key players in the aviation sectors, including the founder of Nigeria's first private airline, Okada Air, Chief Dr.
Finance, access to lease, to lease aircraft. These are the two major problems. If not, the problem is not in the traffic. We have the traffic.
From Abuja, Dominic Eyenese, ITV News.
Sincere apologies for the poor visual and audio quality in that report. Moving on, there is palpable tension in the Obage-Nokekporo community in Ikpoboka, Edo State, as residents have taken to the streets to protest against the alleged discharge of industrial chemicals into the community river. The suspected contamination has reportedly polluted the water, raising concern about the health and safety of those who depend on the river for daily use. Egosa Abalao reports.
Natives of Obage-Nokekporo community in Ikpoboka local government area of Edo State in a protest march to register their displeasure. They appeal to the Oba of Benin and the Edo State government to save them from what they say is a growing environmental danger. The natives and residents accuse a nearby Chinese company of discharging dangerous chemicals into their river. They say fish and livestock are dying and the polluted water now burns their skin. Elders, youths, and women marched to the company's gate to register their displeasure. Community leaders, including the Odionwe and Ozukpo giver, known as the second in command, say the once safe river can no longer be used for drinking, bathing, or fishing.
Ezeri mango maya wiki mau mana we nyama we o amwefone okay agi ameni ga ilai ayama kami ma we ameni amuderi ga men one chemical je iga eno but the na nyama ige mai so pe ken ma we nyawe e gotani se nyama we mu eso yan kezubo.
The Okagele, Comrade Destiny Osagiato, described the situation as life-threatening and called for urgent intervention.
What the Chinese people are doing to us, we can't take it anymore. They told us they want to channel the erosion water gathering inside their yard, their companies. We allowed them to channel it to the river. But they never told us they are channeling the chemical water to our river. Ever since they did it, we can't come to this river to swim anymore.
Attempt to get the reaction of the Chinese company was unsuccessful, but Independent Television and Radio, Benin City, intends to get their reaction whenever they are ready. Egos Agmalao, ITV News.
As part of his constituency project, the member representing Esan West, Esan Central, and Igwebe Federal constituency, Right Honorable Marcus Sonobo, on Sunday distributed vehicles, motorcycles, deep freezers, bags of rice, and 20 million naira cash to party leaders and executive members across his constituency as part of his empowerment program. Edo Central correspondent Chris Omija reports that APC leaders across the constituency were present to witness the distribution and presentation of his stewardship scorecard, which took place at the constituency office Iruekme in Esan West local government area of Edo State.
Presenting his scorecard, the member representing Esan West, Esan Central, and Igwebe Federal constituency, Right Honorable Marcus Onobu, said the distribution of 4 Sienna vehicles, 50 motorcycles, 100 deep freezers, 100 bags of rice, sewing machines, and 20 million naira cash to party leaders and executive members across the federal constituency is a continuous empowerment program that is expected to cover everyone in the constituency across party line.
Part of what we are doing today is that we will be empowering over 100 people with the sum of 20 million naira cash. each of the local government chairmen will be receiving a car key of a Sienna vehicle.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Presenting the items to the beneficiaries, some party leaders describe Honorable Marcus Onobu as a true representative who is concerned about the welfare of his constituents.
Let us today celebrate Marcus, who is equally following the footsteps of the governor of the state, His Excellency Monday Okpebholo. With what we are seeing here today, I think we can imagine what Honorable Marcus will do for us going forward. So I beg all of us to put this thing in active use. At least one way or the other, it becomes a means of livelihood to you.
Some of the beneficiaries expressed gratitude to Honorable Onobu for the gesture.
I go to take out the drink water, I go take out the set drink, I go take out the do many things now.
And we are seeing its positive impact in terms of quality and effective representation.
Right Honorable Marcus Onobu is the chairman House Committee on Rural Development.
We thought that we should reach out to the people through means of sustainable livelihood.
In Ekpoma, Chris Omije, ITV News.
In its effort to wrestle power from the APC at both the federal and state levels, the new coalition party, the African Democratic Congress, has inaugurated its local government secretariat across Edo Central Senatorial District. Musa Said reports that the secretariats were funded and donated to the party by former Edo State governorship aspirant Barrister Kenneth Imaswagbo. The report is presented by Donald Ehimiye.
I do commission the office building in the name of God the Father,
Amen.
God the Son,
Amen.
and God the Holy Spirit.
Amen. The inauguration ceremony began with the cutting of the tape at the AD Secretariat in Irua, Eastern Central Local Government Area, performed by leaders of the party, including former Governor of Edo State, Professor Sareme Osumbo. Secretariats were also inaugurated in Eastern West, Eastern Northeast, Eastern Southeast, and Igwebe. Speaking after the inaugurations, Professor Sumbo, former governorship aspirant Barrister Kenneth Imaswagbo, and Edo State ADC Chairman Kennedy Odion said the secretariat will serve as meeting points for members to strategize and move the party forward. They solicited support from party members and urged them to remain committed to the mission of the ADC, which is to take over power from the APC.
The coalition political parties have agreed to set aside their differences, come under one umbrella of the coalition ADC.
Our constitution is very clear that the welfare and the security of the Nigerian people is the paramount purpose of governance. I call on President Tinubu, as a matter of fact, address the insecurity situation in our country.
We have talked the talk in the past. It's time to do the work right now, because this is a people movement party.
At the end of the exercise, ADC members from the 5 local government areas in Edo Central were hosted to Unity Party by Barrister Imaswagbo at his country home in Awoimi, where he also distributed bag of rice to enable them celebrate Christmas. Some party leaders thanked members for their commitment and urged them to work tirelessly to ensure that the ADC becomes dominant in Edo Central.
He has been able to put smiles on people's faces today. We really appreciate him. He has been doing this before.
When the rice was 4,000 naira, he was giving rice. And now rice is 100 and something and he's still giving.
From Eastern Central Local Government Area of Edo State, Donald Ehimiye, ITV News.
We will take a break. We'll be right back. A local government chairmanship aspirant, Honorable Saturday Yoa, says the registration of some youths in Eastern Northeast local government area is to encourage them to upgrade their education, describing education as a bedrock of quality living. The chairmanship aspirant made the remark while paying the WAEC registration fees for some relatives of Uromi. Francisca Egenagbale report is presented by Efosa Wangwe.
It was a joyful day for the beneficiaries as the burden of WAEC enrollment was lifted off their shoulders, courtesy of the generosity of Honorable Saturday Yoha. Giving reasons for the gesture, the Esan North-East Local Government Chairmanship aspirant said the best way to empower young people is to provide them with quality education. He added that since the West Africa School Certificate is the foundation for furthering one's educational capacity, there is no better way to prepare the youth for future opportunities than to register them for the all-important examinations.
When we are able to have secondary school certificate, you can move ahead. You can go to university, get your OND or BSc or HND or whatever, and it will give you people more privilege to move forward in life.
Some of the beneficiaries expressed appreciation to the donor for his kind gesture. They said the registration support has relieved them of a major burden.
I promise that I will do well in my WAEC, and I promise to do better when I gain admission to the university so that this effort will not be wasted.
Very honored for being the scholarship exam that the Prince Honorable Saturday have supported the community.
I feel so happy and glad for what Mr. Saturday Yoha has done for the secondary school students.
He has deemed me fit to give financial help to students within Eastern North-East local government. And those students, whether you are Igbo, Yoruba, or Hausa, provided you have SS2 results.
Honorable Yoha's initiative reflects his dedication to the welfare of his constituents and reinforces his campaign messages of empowerment and community upliftment. From Uromi, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
A lavish reception has been held as part of the event to celebrate the renowned Ogefa family Benin reunion. Pius Nsoro reports that the event brought together the entire Ogefa family from around the globe.
The reception party afforded all members of the Ogeva family the opportunity to relax, unwind, and relate with one another. Different groups, including Esang and Igbange dancers, performed to entertain the gathering, while a standby dance band thrilled the family. Chairman on the occasion, General Sam Oviawe, the diaspora chairman, Victor Onwe Ogieva, and the organizing secretary, Ambassador Christopher Osamudiame Igodaru, commended all members of the family for their cooperation and noted that together the family will work stronger.
I am very excited that this is happening, and it is my intention that whatever I have to make sure that this body stands strong and asserts itself.
By the grace of God, with the cooperation of the diaspora and all effort of members that cooperated with me, that was all we can say. I thank the Royal Majesty of Monoba Ewa II for the support that is given to the family and everything we are doing.
They all danced and rejoiced with one another for a successful maiden outing. Some members of the family revealed that but for the reunion, they did not know themselves, even though they have been meeting with each other before now.
It's a delight to see your cousins and everybody from diaspora and everywhere. They are all here.
Very happy about this reunion, and I pray God sustains us.
Ogeva family reunion ceremony is meant to unite all members of the family scattered all over the world. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
Rotary Club District 9141 has taken another significant step towards fulfilling its promise to eradicate polio in Edo State and Nigeria at large, with inauguration of sensitization, billboards, and provision of suitable water outlets for grassroots communities in Edo State. Joy Obaisiabo reports.
As part of its effort to humanitarian services, Rotary Club District 9141 commissioned billboards on Boundary Junction, Airport Road, and King Square, Ring Road in the heart of Benin City to sensitize the public on the importance of vaccinating their children against polio. The commissioning ceremony was led by Rotary stakeholders and members, with the district governor of District 9141 covering Edo, Delta, Rivers, and Bayelsa states, Rotarian Anthony Osaitin Wodien, emphasizing the need for a polio-free Nigeria.
Rotary, WHO, and all their partners have been trying to eradicate polio from the earth. As we speak, we have done 99.9% of polio eradication.
In addition to its polio eradication efforts, the Rotary Club provided clean and suitable water outlets for grassroots communities. The latest project involves the commissioning of a water outlet for the Ewogida community, covering Igbinaduwa, Ewogida Primary Healthcare Center, and Oromia Axis. Rotarian Wogien said the project is expected to improve access to clean water for the community, enhancing their overall health and well-being.
International President Francesco Arezzo has told us to unite for good. One of the projects we've agreed to do this year is Water for All project, which I've chosen as a district project. And I'm happy 2 of my clubs, Rotary Club of Benin, Urban, and Benin Unity, have decided to take the lead.
The Rotary Club's efforts have been met with appreciation from the communities they serve. Many Rotary members expressed heartfelt happiness at the successful completion of these humanitarian projects.
When we did our need assessment, they told us that they really need water, that this Ogida Health Center, they don't have water.
It's a need to them, so we need to give them water. So that was what motivated me.
And we are happy that the community are happy. You can see the smile on their faces because we have really brought their common health center to limelight.
I'm particularly happy and grateful to Rotary for this project.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
We will take another break. We'll be right back. In a bid to ensure healthier, cleaner, and safer environment for all residents of Akoko Edo local government area, Edo State, the Executive Chairman, Right Honorable Alabi Bliss Oshunogwe, has mandated the Environmental Health Services Department of the Council to participate and monitor the monthly environmental sanitation exercise in the local government area, as directed by the Edo State Government. Vice Chairman of the local government, Honorable Fatimbi Azamata, who represented the council chairman, stated these were monitoring the level of compliance during the sanitation exercise. Williams Yama reports.
The sanitation exercise, which held between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m., covered sweeping at Gara Market, the sitting of blocked drainages, and evacuation of debris cleared from drains, among others. During the exercise, the head of the Department Environment, Akwa Local Government, Sanitarian, Fobi, Abiedeme, and our team conducted an special tour across the local government area to observe the level of compliance from residents. Sanitarian Abiedeme, who described environmental sanitation as key to health, living assured of no outbreak of epidemic diseases in the area.
Environmental sanitation is the key to a healthy living. We want everyone of us in this local government to come out and participate in this exercise, because when our environment is clean, everybody will live a life that is healthy. When our environment is clean, there will be no sickness, there will be no disease.
Sanitarian Abiedeme thanked the state governor, Senator Mondo Kwebolo, and the local government chairman, Honorable Bliss Oshunogwe, making resources available to achieve optimum results. William Siama, ITV News.
The body of late Madam Comfort Osayogie, mother of the leader of a Dowina community in Ovia Northeast local government area, Ambassador Osase Osayogie, has been committed to Mother Earth. Thomas Sado reports that as part of activities marking the climax of the burial rites of Madam Osayogie, a grand reception was held for guests from various walks of life across the country.
The final journey of Madam Comfort Urinekwi Osayogie began from Hope Diagnostic Center, where her body was conveyed in a motorcade through major streets in Benin City before the interment. A A well-organized reception followed, attracting guests from the political class, community leaders from within Ovia and beyond, business personalities, and members of the academia. Children and well-wishers of the departed took to the dance floor in celebration of a woman many described as a mother to all. Some of the children of the departed, along with family friends, paid glowing tributes to the late Madam Comfort Osayogie.
I lose a great people in my life. It's not easy to say goodbye to a friend you love. Well, I thank everybody.
She's a kind and lovely woman. They are so nice and perfect. We miss her forever. I want to give God the glory for Mama's life. She was a very nice and kindly mother-in-law to me. She was not a mother-in-law, she's a mother to me. Yes. I love her so much.
And so we're happy to be here to also honor him and to tell him that he's a good man and that the mother gave birth to a very, very good man. I know her more than 20 years. She did have part. She brings everybody together. I don't see anybody to compare with her. She's a really mother. She's a mother of all.
There was an abundance of food and drinks as guests were treated to sumptuous meals and refreshments. Late Madam Comfort Uwinehui Osayogie died on 20th of July 2025. She was aged 93. Thomas Sado, ITV News.
For some exciting stories making rounds in the world of sport, let's join Solomon Aina.
Nigerian Brighton goalkeeper Chiamaka Nnadozie has won the Barclays Women's Super League Save of the Month award for November 2025. Nnadozie was announced as the winner on WSL X Andel on Monday. The 2025 African Women Goalkeeper of the Year winner clinched the award for a superb save in the 1-1 draw against Liverpool. The former Paris FC shotstopper sprang acrobatically to tip Fuka Nagano's long-range strike onto the crossbar. She beat off competition from Aston Villa Sabrina De Angelo and Liverpool Faye Kabi and Manchester City Ayaka Yamashita to secure the monthly award. The 2024 WAFCON winner missed out on the October award to Arsenal's Dapen van Domschler. And that's it from the Sport Desk. I am Solomon Aino.
And that's it on ITV Network News tonight. Thanks a lot for watching. Good night.
This is ITV. Certainly the best. Waiting they happen.
Make it better pass like this. So make it better pass like this. So make it better pass like this. And I pray one day.
Waiting they happen.
They say if you see something, say something on a moat, I did so. Na moat, I did so. But who they put dirty, they put dirty. Who they feel and they feel. However, na moat be this. This side, na Ewabogu. This side. Now Obe not even where you go. This side now Obe. This side now Ewabogu. But people don't they block the moat. As they block different moats for different area. Ministry of Environment, Edo State government, make a show now something. Community. Na moto. You go see and say during rainy season, if rain fall, people go they shout. Who they pack, who no fit enter. Because of the way people don't block our moat. Who block the moat? Some say na landlord and landladies. Some say na the community people. Some say they want sell them. But this na example. I dey for Ikpobaka. See Obe. See Ewabogu. Hey, who they throw away dirty for moat? They throw away dirty for moat. If government catch you. But see this one now. This place when I did so, they very popular and they call it Police Woman Junction. Police Woman Junction. Yana Obe. Yana Ewabogu. Now the moat be they come. They don't they put sand. My people, share them. Drop your comments. Like them. Edo State Ministry of Environment. Edo State Government. Town and Planning. Now one of our historical monuments. Name be this boat. Okay, the moat see they go. But they don't block here. Hey, what? Hey! 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 No fear. As they watch me, so how you dey? Area journalists, national journalists, international journalists. I did for Ikpobaka local government. Here na Ewabogu, this is na Obe, here na moat. So that the water where they go they gather for this area, it go they pass here, they go siriri wherever. But they don't they feel them. Then they feel them. Now so it be. Now so it be for different area. People don't feel moat, build house on top of moat. How we go they shout. Erosion. Hey, what? My leg. You better say my leg does this for you. But community chairman, how can really? Who can say the moat? They sell them. Who they feel them? Ojewe, how can really chairman? Who they feed the moat? But this place, now me that popular Police Woman Junction. Moat. That side now Obe. This side now Ewabogu. But he gave me. Come. Bless it. Help us, somebody who will help me here. Come with this guy, come try to drag me. My leg. Come. My leg shook for a second. Shut up. Drop your comment. Hey, whoa. Thank you, my guy. Thank you. So the months they go, that they feel them. They feel them. Ministry of Environment. Edo State government. Moat. I'm not passing. But why you want to go buy land? Why you want to go build house on top of moat? Why? Ministry of Environment must come here. Edo State government must send town and planning. I need to go meet the Oga for town and planning. This is now one of our monuments. Because they wonder where I dey for Edo State. I dey for Ekpobaka local government. I dey for one popular area. See Obe, see Ewabogu. Moat na pass here. Moat. Here na be the popular woman police junction. Very popular for this area. But Ewabogu and Obe community where una dey. The Okagele where una dey, the Ojewe where una dey. Here we feel any. Cameraman, Clary, bring your hand. I got dog go. My cameraman. So.
Waiting they happen.
They go. They don't feel am. They don't feel am. Shut up! Now different things they happen for the moat. Okay. Now moat today, moat. For Kobara. They all the filler. Edo State Government, Ministry of Environment, Edo State Urban Planning, Town Planner, Ewabogu, and Obe, community where we are there. I need water. This one set rabbit trap for here. Good. This one good. Now better trap. If rabbit pass them, I still set up for you. Okay, this one I will put the plantain. He put entire with red and white. You see the plantain. No see, I see the plantain red and white here. Any attempt, you see any attempt for you to cut this plantain. Now red and white, the type to. Yeah, both pampas and different yama things. Tenant and landlord with this area, they don't turn the moat to their dustbin. But if you still support me now, call my number 080 55 40 73 59. This journalist work. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest. Some of us are not faithful. People go to say Nigeria. Now we will be the people where they say Nigeria. And when they make things hard for ourselves, this country. Report all this kind of yama. Motor they don't cover. Build house on top of moat. Put dirty for moat. Put different things. Welcome to They don't feed the goat. They don't feed. Look, now yeah, I sink dust now. You give me rama. I'm not pass here. So people get house. See house. I don't have pressure. Only God can do what no man can do. Unchangeable, reliable. Shut up. Only God can do what no man.
Waiting they happen.
That's what I mean.
Merci. Egbera me oton ya me. Ogbe ma beti awo, salogbe ewo. Ogbe ma beti awo, salogbe ewo, salogbe. Salogbe. Where's it?
Osunu, waiting they happen.
Make it better pass like this. Say make it better pass like this. Say make it better pass like this. And I pray one day.
What happen? Where your key? What happen?
Where your key?
Where your trouser? Hey, wait. Record. Hey. What happen?
For what now? For the vigilante again. It's very unfair. For vigilante again.
What happen? Calm down. Wear your cloth. See your charger. Calm down. Wear your cloth. They don't collect your key now.
I don't do anything. You collect my money. You wear cloth.
Don't collect your cloth.
Wear your money. They don't come on here. You wear cloth.
They don't come on. Wear your cloth. Now make you naked. They oppress me.
Not only you. All driver they pay these people. Not only you. You get one day for this Aduawa market. I just park on the
However, I won't go get those state government. Now these are those state task force people, Abi. Okay, those state task force. I go talk to Aneto for Aduawa side, Abi.
I don't know why not from Aduawa to this side. That will not be so somebody to do work now. People to the opposite say demand they make a demand.
The man naked. Calm down. See your money, gather your money, calm down.
But money when I don't want for you. About 3,000 they remove her.
They collect your money. All those people wait on those stuff.
Yeah, they're wrong. They're wrong. We don't wait now. If what they do is according to the law, they don't wait now. Why they see the wrong? They don't see me. They just have to do wrong.
Now our government finds something to do for us. At least there should be bus stop in Edo State, please. There should be bus stop in Edo State. Bus stop. There should be bus stop in Edo State. Bus stop. You cannot just come and hold vehicle wey just park like this, and you know say they no put bus stop. They no put no parking here. Normally for Uselu, they go mark somewhere like this. You cannot park above this place. Abeg government should come and visit us. Come. Now don't do. Enter motor. Calm down. Lock your door. The door don't hook. Where key now?
I don't get key now. Let go in my cage just tell you. No one will kill me.
They carry the key come out now?
Yes, sir.
Call this side.
What are they telling me?
And they don't know with the key.
Where they wrong?
Respect. I don't come out to.
Paper, I want to take my key.
Calm down. I'll monitor them. I'll go look for them. Aduawa. You have Aduawa.
Upper Mission Road. Inside, they are the own motor necessarily. They don't pursue me.
I'll go track them. Don't worry, I'll go track them.
Osunu, waiting they happen. Osunu, waiting they happen.
Different area, different streets, they face different challenge. You know, saying when we go to tell governments, gully. It get the way gully till they start. If you see this one now this one they call growing gully. But my people, how are they? Not be smart, you know. They say if you see something, say something. And they from one day local government, Idokpa, that Sawmill Road, and the people within that area, they go surprise see their house now that they show online. But this not growing gully. They say the water they come. Now, but it don't they cut and because state erosion control. My very good friend, Engineer Bramo. You know, say I tell you, say, as an area journalist, now me go fit tell you we all these things. You see, I say for Edo State, we get big gully. Now, so the gully take start, but this one now, I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, and to serve Nigeria with all my strength. Now, so it's supposed to be. Now, so this thing go to grow, go to expand. Before you know, all these houses were there. They go enter. Before you know, all these houses were there by the left side. All of them go enter. But the landlord and landladies were there the area. They say they don't try. Okay, come. Okay, you there?
We thank God. Well done.
Where this water? Where they cut this gully? Where they come from?
They come from a coffee. From 3 years ago, it not come. Then from about 4 years ago, no water here. From 3 years ago, now water they come from a coffee. Where they come from now? It's from that side now. If you reach there, now you go see and I
about they go. More they suffer the waka they go.
Now I cut this one where we did so now. So they don't finish here everywhere. I not fit drive out now again. My motor there, I not fit drive out.
But una will be the landlord for this area. Una don't try. Una where una dey where this thing they cut and where una dey come see am. Where una dey where they cut like this.
We don't try, General. We don't try. This one not be. This one man load. They say it should be not be one man load. We had over tribe ourselves. They did overpower us. Now I make us say make we call Senator Ochobole. He Okpeburu make come assist us for here.
Senator Mode Okpeburu.
Sunday Okpeburu make come assist us for here because the thing don't overpower.
We get local government chairman. Then I want there with this so. Okay, now growing gully be this so. Now this one. Now so gully tell they start.
Exactly. That's all. Now with this so. Now with this so. Let's see up that now. No fit.
Hey.
See the bag when we take feed here that day now. Here now it don't go down.
Oh yes sir.
Now my wife with that. So this one now we done the pillar that day. Now rain went just for the Saturday night carry everything.
See growing gully is another one oh.
Yeah, I said that small. How would they go so now?
No, they go. Hey. Tell me, say, friend, they fall.
You not come out. You cannot come out. Like. Cannot come out.
But you will they watch us now. How your area be? How your community be? We not go feel liver for government. And we need to also inform government. So that we go let government know. Bros. I just say now only in the area. That's everything. But when you still call this, I still call this. Man, I just say now only you did the area. But that's everything now. More they waka, you know, come out to the. You just
they come here from shop.
From shop. At this area you dey stay.
Now the area they stay. Don't say we not get road again.
If rain they fall, I dey pay for this place.
If you see the erosion when they here, you don't see the one when happen for Philippines. Now like this, I saw yours be for this place.
For Philippines.
You see that erosion that yes. I saw yours before. If rain fall for here, you don't feel pass. You don't go allow yourself. Me, you will consent. You see, say houses now they cut. The things they cut, they go. Before it doesn't happen, these people don't go even enter houses.
See growing gully there. Oh.
Exactly.
You don't know grass or gully.
You go check front. You go check.
More they go. Waka they go. You know, say this. These people for this area, they not let me rest for the past 2 years. Call me Dokpa. Console me. But I won't call on the Oga engineer, the man with the charge of erosion control. Oga engineer Abraham, you get a lot of work to do erosion control for Wode, for Bobaga, for Oredo, for Esako, for Esalan. Where una dey before this thing they cut this like this thing. Yeah. Yeah, una dey.
We try ourselves. We don't every year we spend millions on self-contribution, self-effort to try to make sure we do this thing. But
all this house they go enter inside though.
That's small email. Not see this one now, not the theater house again. So that we dey try self-effort, we dey try, but we not go fit control erosion. No guy, our power not go fit this one. This one na government project.
Okay, your house go enter inside here. Oh.
It's so. See, they know the see, and a person motor be down, not enter company.
Correct. Okay, see growing gully for your front, growing gully.
See this one. This one's not the free enter house again. This one's not the free enter house again.
I want beg Edo State government. Send your engineers, Ministry of Environment, Edo State Erosion Control and Watershed.
They don't enter their compound.
I need to carry your guy here for erosion come here. That means the rain they come. For Philippines.
You see that erosion when they carry people houses. That's what they be for this side.
But where I feel pass here, where they pass here go. Okay, we have Federal Psychiatric Hospital there. That road service still get ACP.
Waiting they happen.
Main road extension for Idokpa for one day local governments. Landlord and landladies, they don't try their best, so many tenants don't run, they don't park. Hey, whoa.
I'm here with this is for more than 15 years now.
Okay.
First
of all, God will heal
to
you.
waka.
Call this American, make you the city.
To waka for the other problem. To drive back, back of the person. Motor of the person. See the roads not everywhere. Look at
this place.
So we just there for many years.
The water they come from.
From the castle. From so now, I had the pack everything pass. What do we need now with the big government, our governor now? They can help us. Because of our age to help us. To make sure say this will make help us do one. We don't get part to do one.
Mommy, how are you? I'm fine. Count your blessings, name them one by one. Count your blessings, see what the Lord has done. Count your blessings, name them one by one. And it will surprise you what the Lord has done. You be Bini?
I be Bini.
Ogbe ma beti awo, selogbe. Ogbe ma beti awo,
selogbe.
Ogbe ma beti awo,
selogbe.
Selogbe. Selogbe. Selogbe. Selogbe. Selogbe. Sorti de apple.
Say make you better pass like this. Say make you better pass like this.
Waiting they happen.
Daddy, for the past 2 years, you not let me rest. You did disturb my line, they come my line, they come.
How will I let you rest? There I shall say, snake they up zinc. Other than they sleep for house. When this place I cannot enter my house, I go let you enter. No. See, my motor I can't drive am. You know say I be. Now machine you don't see the road yourself. I know they eat making enter my belly.
Daddy.
You know see where you know see front
Golly, they come from this side. They come from this side. This water.
Now here it is.
Hey.
Now here. I cry to government, I don't know. They say they give contractor C4. C4 for the past 6 years or 5 years. We'll not see them again. Government, I be make a speaking for them.
Let's say Monday Senator, Monday Kwewolo. The year is away, but what will be the solution to this water where they want drive all of them come from this area?
You hear say I be Guinea. Solution na government. Now government near God. If God say yes, now so now government say
okay,
if government say yes,
now government.
If government say here now today, this erosion go come out. Not me where they go. Okay, I say erosion come out. It come out so. If government just say now erosion come out, the everything will go concern the erosion don't go final.
Where they send their engineer come.
Hey, I go happy. Oh, see my hand for up. I beg God. I beg government, make them send the engineer come now, before. I know give date.
For 2026 budget, now go enter now.
January, the big
rain they fall for this area, high they be.
If you see that motor so, it go swallow him. It go swallow him. If you see, not see machine, now because this one day for yesterday night 4, not as machine they pass here now. The other day, he 4 woman where they go clinic. He carry baby. This room. I call my boy. I say, I better come help this woman come up for floor.
What you don't do now? We be landlord. What
We
you don't do to help yourself?
Okay. You see this fence where I make so? Now to make sure say water no enter my house. And I saw that we other landlord. We don't try. The more we try, the more they go back. If we are 100% front today, the next year it will be 200% backward. I beg, Wazunu.
Talk to Senator Monday Bowl with this side here.
Oh, me, man. No, do me working now, Gawa. If I'm the Gina now, say when I will go, the kid did Guanyo honking, he had the Guanyo know where I will go. But say, when they were in the door, in the door, when I'm man, when I'm banaba, oh, me milking. He am the Gina now. I also know where come you now one when we go to me. Can you get your motto of Siri? Where my son? Okwebu, my woo. And tell me my family now, Mamudia Hell.
Sawmill Road.
Sawmill Road, you dog pa, Sawmill Road.
Who the local government?
Say make you better pass like this. Say make you better pass like this. And I pray one day.
Osunu, waiting they happen. This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
And you welcome to our program African Discourse on Independent Television. My name is Evan Sunokuge. Today on the program we're going to be following what happened a few days ago in Guinea-Bissau and of course how world leaders have reacted and still reacting to the issue. We're talking about the coup that has ousted the president there, talking about Embalo. And we also understand that our former President Goodluck Jonathan was in Guinea-Bissau and he had to be whisked away, back to Nigeria. And that's just it. So we're going to be following the very last statement now that the former President Goodluck Jonathan has said, because he has believed that that coup was actually staged, for Embalo to kind of avoid a kind of an embarrassment, because he knew that he was going to be losing the election. And from the way the whole thing, played out, I mean, there's no way there can be a coup and a sitting president announcing that there was a coup. So I mean, the coup that most persons are used to, the sitting president won't even be there. He won't be the one to announce it, but except the military junta guys that takes over such a situation. Well, that's one argument on one hand, and on the other hand, we're also going to be looking at what seems to have crept into the political space in Africa, in governance in Africa, whereby military junta boys have, seem to be creeping in gradually into the governance space in Africa. The last we saw of it was what happened in Burkina Faso, against the backdrop that seems to have be receiving some form of accolades because it looks as if that the Burkinabes are comfortable with the military junta as headed by Traoré in Burkina Faso. Anyway, to look at all this today, we are so privileged to have a foremost educator and of course a public affairs analyst and affairs analyst. When it comes to political issues too, he doesn't hold back to also express his own minds so that he can also let the world know what is actually going on as far as issues are concerned. Please join me to welcome the very erudite Mr. Peter Okungbowa on the program today. Mr. Peter, you're welcome to the program African Discourse.
Thank you, Evans.
Yeah. And compliments of the season. Merry Christmas in advance.
First day of December. Thank you.
All right. Now, so let's just, start from some of the reactions, like what I said a while ago, that world leaders are already making reactions to what happened in Guinea-Bissau recently. Now, ex-President Goodluck Jonathan led the West African Elders Forum election observation mission to monitor the election in Guinea-Bissau. And of course, the Nigeria's former President Goodluck Jonathan has alleged that President Umaru Embalo staged the military coup in Guinea-Bissau to avoid losing a presidential election. And Mr. Jonathan said the military takeover was a ceremonial coup and demanded that the election results be announced. Then the former president led the West African Elders Forum election observation mission to monitor Guinea-Bissau's presidential and legislative elections held last on Sunday. And he returned to Nigeria on Thursday after being evacuated from Guinea-Bissau following a military takeover. And we understand that he has also spoken to journalists to that effect, and he has said that he would not categorize the incidents in the country as a conventional coup. Just like what I said a while ago, that the conventional coup that most persons are used to is a situation whereby the ousted president is not even, in most times, is kept under house arrest. But in the case of Guinea-Bissau, we saw that Embalo was the one that was making the announcement. So Goodluck Jonathan has said that what happened in Guinea-Bissau is not a conventional coup, and he has alleged that the event was staged to derail the announcement of the election results, and he has stated that no military leader would allow the ousted president to communicate with the media while being held in custody. Then Mr. Jonathan noted that President Umaru Embalo's swift declaration that he had been arrested despite freely speaking to international media on his phone cast doubts on the possibility of the claim. What happened in Guinea-Bissau is quite disturbing to me. That's former President Goodluck Jonathan now as a person, and to also other observers around the world. So that's just what the situations are, and of course the reactions to as far as that coup is concerned. Anyways, Mr. Peter Okungbowa, you're welcome one more time. Now, you can see the reactions and counter-reactions that seems to be trailing what happened in Guinea-Bissau, a few days ago. Now, what is your submission? How would you want to describe the alleged coup in Guinea-Bissau?
There are those who might say that this is nothing but a conspiracy theory to advance some distractions among the citizens of Guinea-Bissau, so that other things can take the front burner of political discourse, distractions here and there, as it were, away from what should be the natural discussion there now, which is the next person who's taking over the reins of power, as it were. I want to ask that the African leaders, as we have them, always have one or two schemes up their sleeves. This is by no means something that happened by the machination of the military. This sounds, in all its intent and purpose, this sounds more like an organized coup, wherein that the possibility of losing the elections there, these trappings and indicators have said that the elections is going to be lost by the incumbent President Embalo. And like you have noted, if the military want to strike, it's always more often than not by brutal force. In exceptional cases, like in the case of IBB that was termed the Palace School, there are still indications that the military came in themselves not motivated by any factor. In this case, I'll say that the coming weeks, the coming days, the coming months would vindicate the conspiracy theorists if they are right that this coup was stage managed by Umbalo, or that this coup has taken its natural course. And in any case, if this coup has taken a natural course, it will simply be that the coups in Africa, the African countries before this Guinea-Bissau coup is more or less like an invitation to the military boys to take over the reins of power. I recall very recently when talks about returning to democratic rule came up in Burkina Faso, where Ibrahim Traoré is head of state. And the citizens overwhelmingly voted against the idea of going back to military rule, as opposed to they voted against going back to civilian rule and adopted the continuation of Ibrahim Traoré. What does that tell you? If you look at Nigeria, for example, some would argue that all the major achievements of the Nigerian state were done under the military, and the facts are there. And you see Ibrahim Traoré delivering to the people of Burkina Faso the dividends of democracy. So what if this coup in Guinea-Bissau is actually not as opined by the conspiracy theorists, that it was an escape or a way of holding power by proxy by the ousted president, or rather that this coup has been genuinely motivated by incidents and factors that are looking at throwing the country into disharmony if the military will not come in. The military will always adduce reasons for coming in. In the case of the January 15, 1966 coup of Nigeria, there was a well-tabulated reason why the military struck. In this case, are there reasons for the military to have come in? This is where I want to take a lean back from the position of the ex-president Jonathan as an election observer. Are there reasons for the military to take over? Is it that if they don't take over, there will be casualties, as well as there will be untold pain and deaths on the people of Guinea-Bissau, owing to the fact that the election is obviously looking like it's going to be manipulated, and there's going to be a grandstanding, and there's going to be a resistance. A situation where you now have the one who supposedly won being able to organize a militia to face the state will now call for nothing but a civil unrest. Might be to the military a very good reason to arrest power and to stabilize the nation. But let's also submit to the wisdom of ex-president Jonathan. As an election observer along the African continent, he's seen more than enough. He has heard more than enough. In fact, he was even there in Guinea-Bissau when the supposed coup took place. They had to whisk him away. The security apparatus had to whisk him away. So from the experience of a first-hand person who was there live, I want to say there might be merits in his position that this coup has been stage managed, and it's just another way of the ousted president continuing in power by proxy. This is very possible in its entirety. It's possible that he has a conviviality with a military with some certain military sect within the military armed forces who are willing and ready to do him the bidding of a continuation by proxy. So that's why I said the coming days, the coming weeks, the coming months will tell us whether the conspiracy theorists are right, or whether the position of the ex-president Jonathan as an election observer is correct, or if indeed the military was motivated by an array of factors to have taken over power in Guinea-Bissau.
All right, now some of the arguments that we follow is that because, just like you are trying to opine, very typical of African leaders, they have a way of always shifting the goalposts, when they know that the possibility of them losing the election. I mean, some of the arguments that have been making rounds, concerning this coup in Guinea-Bissau is that Umaru Embalo had the opportunity, let me say had now, because as we speak now, it's assumed that he has been ousted. He's somewhere in exile in Senegal as we speak now. Now, the argument is that he had the power to have shifted the election. Well, he is supposed to be handing over sometime in February next year, 2026, to whoever would have won this election. What I'm trying to say is that why would he plan the coup when he had the power of maybe trying to shift the election, or even trying to organize a situation whereby no election was held at all? So don't you think if he knew that he was going to lose the election, he would have maybe extended the election?
The current and tides, politically speaking, in Guinea-Bissau as of today is best known by the citizens and the president and those who run the government of that state. He might have come to his notice that there's no how he's going to postpone the evil days. It's surely going to come. So there's no point in postponing the evil days when you could have a proxy arrangement to rule. In the African continent, we've seen African leaders who are close to dying still holding on to office, and by proxy, foreign powers are the one actually ruling those African countries. So this might be another way of holding on to power, knowing that the military has what it takes to really hold power, as it were. What is more, the recent insurgence in Africa is also indicating that military regimes seem to be a welcome development once more by citizens of countries that are not really delivering to the people the dividends of governance.
Really?
Oh, that was quite evident when the debate about returning to civil rule in Burkina Faso came up, and the citizens overwhelmingly said that Ibrahim Traoré should continue. Why would it? I just also give an example of most of the landmass achievements of Nigeria were done in the military. I'm not saying the military should come in, but I'm saying that the military always have reasons. There are always background that encourages the military to come in and take over power. For example, in the case of Guinea-Bissau as it stands today, the one cogent reason the military could have adduced for coming in, if they organically came in without being motivated, is simply that the country was about to be thrown into turmoil and civil unrest. And for them, this is the best way to arrest the situation. So it also now behooves on the Electoral Commission to go ahead and announce the results and expect that the army or the military should step down for whoever has won the election. The outcome of this whole process rests still on the president that has been ousted and the military that has been placed on ground. If the military actually have a plan to make sure civil unrest is curtailed, then it's simply that in the coming days, let us hope that they will allow the electoral body to announce the winner of the elections, and they allow swearing-in ceremonies and acknowledgement of whoever has won to be done. In which case, if it doesn't favor the president that has been removed from power just now, then we can now say that the military came in, indeed, to forestall any possible case of threat to peace and public safety. And as such, they've delivered on the position of the people, wherein the one who won the election by reason of the votes have been sworn in as president. Anything other than this, like I said, the coming days will also tell us if the president who has been removed from office is complicit in the army coming in. The days to come will also tell. If the army perpetuate themselves in power and are refusing to deliver to the people the dividends of democracy, then it will be more than clear that they are playing to the gallery and they are dancing to the tune of the piper. In which case, much of this is yet to be heard, is yet to be seen. A lot rests on the institutions of state in Guinea-Bissau as we speak. So the investigation should go as fast. The Electoral Commission in Guinea-Bissau that was responsible for conducting this election, what is their body language as of today?
All right, now some of the information that we are following also is that the newly sworn in Armed Forces Chief of Staff in Guinea-Bissau, that's Thomas Njasi, is considered to be Mr. Ebalo's ally. Oh. And also, while the Senegalese Prime Minister Kwat Manet Sanko has described the coup as a sham. Just like what we said a while ago, that world leaders are already, reacting to the coup and saying that that is actually not a coup. But away from that now, let us look at organizations, maybe umbrella organizations that are supposed to, AU, even the United Nations. United Nations has said that the coup is a sham, just the way ECOWAS has also said that the coup is also a sham. Then we also understand that African Union, AU, has also reacted to say that there's actually nothing like a coup in Guinea-Bissau. Now, but it is not just enough to say all that. The question that we ask is that in a continent whereby we have umbrella bodies such as the African Union, the Economic Community of West African States, and so many other blocs and all that, we have them highly domiciled in the continent, and we still have a situation whereby the military state takes over power from civilian governments in Africa. What does it tell us about politics in Africa?
Membership of these international organizations, as you have mentioned, is a limitation to the question of sovereignty, but it doesn't erode the place of sovereignty. So even the international community is aware there are boundaries when it comes to incursions and negotiations, as it were. But what is surprising at this moment is that the AU has not officially taken a position and have not officially advanced a course or a pathway to this. The AU, as a matter of urgency, should advance a pathway to recovery. Namely that if the AU believes that this election is a sham stage managed by the ousted president, then they should mount pressure on the military that has taken over to announce the results and swear in whoever won the election. This goes to remind me of how Ibrahim Babangida was ousted of office. International organizations played major roles in him not continuing his administration. In fact, notable among the countries that mounted pressure on IBB to resign office was Canada. These international organizations who have begun to talk have begun to go on the path of the right way. But like what surprises me in most cases, why would the African people always wait for the West to take the lead as far as matters that concerns them are? In this case, I should think that OPEC, I should think that the Commonwealth, I should think that the ECOWAS, I should think that the AU are taking the front burner in the narrative. If these locally domiciled organizations are mounting pressure, are asking questions, particularly since the House President is not dead, he's in Senegal, pay him a visit and gauge his body language and let him know where the Organization of African Union stands as far as the elections and the outcome of the elections is. But on this, much is yet to be said. It will seem as though that the organizations domiciled in Africa are inadvertently trying to be careful of this or stay aloof and allow whatever plays out in the event that it's a military coup. Because these same organizations have failed at the level of restoring countries in Africa who in recent time have gone back to military governance, back to civilian administration. For example, Mali. Another example is Burkina Faso. What has been the position of these domiciled organizations like you mentioned on this? And so you could also now tell that the influences of these organizations are quite limited as far as the sovereignty of the nation of the Guinea-Bissau is concerned. So until they do that, we will see that probably they're trying to respect international boundaries, in which case there are precedents to this in very recent time, why the AU, for example, the ECOWAS, for another example, OPEC, and Commonwealth, for another example, are standing aloof, hoping that this plays out like other countries in Africa in recent time have played out.
Okay. All right, so we quickly take a short pause now. Don't forget that the program is African Discourse on Independent Television. And our major focus this afternoon is to look at the intrigues that is, playing out, or that has played out as it relates to the coup that happened on Saturday in Guinea-Bissau. World leaders have been reacting, and we have said that the United Nations has condemned the coup in entirety, even as former President Goodluck Jonathan has said that there was actually not a coup in Guinea-Bissau, that what played out was just a situation whereby the incumbent president, the ousted president now, Umaru Embalo, only just state managed what seems to be a coup in Guinea-Bissau. So we'll take a short pause. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. All right, thank you one more time. The program still African Discourse on your television, and our focus this afternoon is talking about the coup in Guinea-Bissau, whereby so many intrigues seems to have played out concerning the coup. A while ago, we were trying to look at the reactions that world leaders are giving to the coup. Then we also say that the United Nations has condemned the coup in its entirety. And just as Mr. Guterres, that's the Secretary General of United Nations now, condemned the coup, and he has said that it is an outright disregard of the will of the people who came out to vote for their leadership of choice just a few days before the coup. That was actually sent via his X handle, recently. Now, away from that now, let us look at, what we need to also pay attention to. I mean, just like what you said a while ago, that's why some are praising military junta, coming into political space in Africa. Others seems to not to be praising it, because from what is happening in Guinea-Bissau now, it appears that this military junta is not, gaining or getting acceptance. So why do you think the military rule is being hailed in somewhere like someone like Burkina Faso, then why someone like Guinea-Bissau is not being, accepted? What do you think? What is the difference? I mean, military junta is military junta.
Because the people in the end are not stupid. In the case of Burkina Faso, the military incursion is seen as a rescue effort from the long years of decay and the long years of unrequited governance to the people. The people essentially will take a risk and take a chance with anything but a continuation of civilian rule as well. And the trappings and indications that have led to the coup in Burkina Faso are basically not the same factors that are on ground in the case of Guinea-Bissau. The Guinea-Bissau people are basically interested in changing this administration, not necessarily opting for a military coup. And they themselves have also come to the understanding that this coming in of the military guys, and of course with one of the arrowheads in the military coup being a personal person to the ousted president, it's clear indication that this whole stage was still staged and acted by the outgoing president or the ousted president. So for that reason, these military guys are going to have a tough time when it comes to acceptance. And of course, the military never really bother about acceptance because they don't rule by civil rules, they rule by the barrel of the gun. So by barrel of the gun, they intend to compel obedience and force authority on people and force their ways on people, which will now smack off a lot of problems in Guinea-Bissau going forward, because there will be pockets of resistance here and there. And because the military does not have an organic support, it's going to be more or less like the home front support is working against them, so the international community can have their way pushing them out. If it comes to the military system, they will have to succumb to pressure at some point. They cannot really perpetuate it. It can't be perpetual. We cannot say that this military has come to stay forever or come to stay for a donkey period of time. It's going to be by reason of the events that plays out in the future. I'm just saying that as far as that future is concerned, their continuation is at peril, giving the... When you go after a man like that, you are going after the people. But in the case of Guinea-Bissau, how well would they be able to galvanize such organic support when people now are now feeling very distant from them and now also in concomitance with the idea that this whole thing has been staged? So one way or another, for there not to be bloodletting in Guinea-Bissau, this present regime will just going to have to just relinquish power and let peace reign.
All right, let me pause you. We quickly take another short pause now so that we get to the major headlines that we are following at this time. Just as our panelist has said here, that international organizations such as ECOWAS may not may have their way. All right, thank you one more time. The program on your television again, African Discourse, and we are looking at the coup in Guinea-Bissau, the intrigues as they have played out so far for some few days now. While world leaders are still doubting whether there was actually a coup in Guinea-Bissau, we understand that the military junta in Guinea-Bissau is facing lots of reactions and counter-reactions. And we'll be looking at some of these reactions, and we have also seen how international organizations such as the United Nations and even the African Union and the Economic Community of West African States has also reacted. Now, we understand that ECOWAS has suspended Guinea-Bissau from its decision-making bodies, just as the way that African Union has also done. The EU decided to suspend Guinea-Bissau from its bodies with immediate effect. And the chairman of AU, that's African Union now, Mohamed Yusuf, said few days ago. Now, Mr. Peter Okumbawa, now let us look at this suspension, because we saw this same suspension coming from the African bloc, ECOWAS suspending Burkina Faso, when they had their own, coup and all that. Now, they were not able to, go through. I mean, the military junta in Burkina Faso, as led by Mohamed Traore, he stood, and at the end of the day, he was able to take charge of the country. Now, don't you think that one thing that characterizes a military junta is they are very strong, strong disposition when they come into leadership. So do you see the military junta in this Guinea-Bissau now, yielding, to all these suspensions and all that?
First, the international community must do what they will do. As was in the case of Mali and as was in the case of Burkina Faso, they issue out this plethora of suspensions and threats, as the case may be. There might be even international sanctions coming their way, as it has come the way of Burkina Faso. But the question of the matter is that no government is as legitimate as a government that is backed by the people, whether it be military or civilian government. A military government can begin to assume the coloration of a civilian government when it has a widespread acceptance amongst its people. So basically, when you're coming after such a regime, you're coming after the people. So in the case of Guinea-Bissau, I've said before now that much is yet to be seen as to their level of acceptance or organically if they came to power or they are doing the bidding of the ousted president, as it were. Now, if they came to power organically, they will not be getting the reactions they are getting so far. They'll be getting widespread acceptance, given the fact that in Mali and in Burkina Faso, there's an acceptance of the military guys there because it's working for the people. They will by now be feeling the body language that the people are on our side. But on this, as it were now, the international community, the local community, the people of the country are very much aware that this coming in is not for their rescue, it's for a continuation, as it were, through a handler or a proxy, as it were. So, in the case of Guinea-Bissau, I see these military guys surrendering the reins of power at any moment. Because when the sanctions and the pressures are coming in, and they are not getting the love and support of the people, it's going to get choking at some point. It's going to get choking to the extent that the guys who have decided to usurp power now may be reminded that this was never their cause in the first instance. It wasn't genuine for them. It wasn't their resolution, as it were. This is as good as doing the bidding of a grandmaster behind a closed door. And as every military goes, there's an extent to which a civilian can push a military. As it stands now, these guys may be doing the bidding of the ousted president, but how long will they keep up with doing his bidding? So, in the time to come, they may turn to wear the uniform of an acceptable civil, military government when they begin to deliver to the people the dividends of the democracy that they've not gotten from civilian rule. When that time comes, and the people are now behind them, it now becomes a new challenge for the international community to act or remove this military government, as it were, as much as they've been unable to remove that of Mali and Guinea-Bissau, which is now giving rise and encouragement to the other African states or military leaders in other African states to toe that path. So there are a lot of countries in Africa, as of today, sir, that would jubilate when the military takes over. Because life for them is at its precipice. Life is not working for them. So any other alternative to the one they are familiar with that is not working for them will be embraced until it turns out to be something to be sorry about. But as it stands today, if the African state, the African Union, does not do something to shut the doors of the military guys from taking over power, either in this style or in their own machination, we might take Africa back to a continent where khaki is in office all over.
Now, when you say in this style, what exactly do you mean? I mean, what the AU can perhaps only do, and maybe ECOWAS can only do to kind of discourage military from coming into government in Africa, is to, like the suspension now from ECOWAS and AU and all that. Outside that, what can they do?
What is the economic strength of Guinea-Bissau? If they have enough to leverage, then the threat of the international organizations and those who are at the local level is to fall to nothing, just as the threat to Guinea-Bissau, just as the threat to Mali and Burkina Faso is basically falling to nothing, because the people are behind them. So in this case, when the people rise to the occasion, when they rise to the occasion to do the bidding of the people, to make life easy and comfortable for them, they will now want to be like their neighboring nations who are also under military rule and enjoying the benefits of democracy. So in the end, the international community cannot turn their guns against the people. Because I told you earlier, a government is as legitimate as the support it gets from the people, whether it be military or civilian.
All right, now what do you make of what seems to have played out? I mean, a very loose security arrangements prior to the election. I mean, we saw a situation whereby election was going on before the announcement of the election results, military junta coming up, taking over government, whereby we had international observers, such as the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, of Nigeria in Guinea-Bissau, only for him to have been whisked out. Now, what do you make of such a situation?
No security is watertight and airtight. Every security architecture and apparatus have their weak link. The weak link of a security architecture, they are not organic to us. All the security apparatus you have in Africa were imported from the Western world. The last I checked, science has evolved to the extent that those who gave you the weapon can be watching you through the weapon they give to you. Those who gave you the weapon will not teach you the loopholes in the weapon, they will tell you the weakness in the weapon.
Yeah, but don't you also think that science has also evolved to the extent that the kind of security architecture that we have in the world today is probably what is in there today?
To what extent is this technology stage managed, built and organized by the African state themselves? To what extent are they secured from the prying eyes of those who made this technology and handed it over to them? That's why I use the language, it's a borrowed technology.
So what kind of security would you want to...
Every country of the world developed their own security in line with the security challenges they are facing. America developed a security that doesn't just respond to internal threats, but to global threats and the threats from anywhere in the world. That's because they are police of the world and they've put themselves at the point where they could be struck by enemy states at any given time. So when they were building in view of the challenges that they are now facing, the experience they've had, such as the 9/11 and the other ones they've had. So they built their security architecture in view of the experience they've had. The question of the matter is that in our case, the biggest unrest we've had in Nigeria is the military coup of January 15th, 1966. And guess what happened in that coup? The international organizations came in to play roles, indicating interest in the war. Nigerian army was supported by the Soviet Union, while the Biafra army was supported by the French society. So to what extent was that war actually a Nigerian war or a Nigerian civil war? When the international community who had interest had come in to perpetuate themselves and not to advance their interest in the process. So whatever help or technology that they were given, was it indigenous to them? At any time, at any rate, they decide to be wiser, to do things themselves. What makes you think those who handed them this technology, particularly the aerospace technology, will not do something about it? We have a Nigerian airspace. We have a Nigerian Defense Academy. What have we built for ourselves as
Congo's capital, Brazzaville, and he arrived there on Saturday, days after he was overthrown by the military, in Guinea-Bissau. Now, when we return, we're going to be looking at other nations that seems to, because the issue is still evolving now. The coup is still, it has happened in Guinea-Bissau, but there's no doubt that from the way things are going, the intrigues are still building. So it seems that other African nations, they may have colluded with Embalo to have, successfully staged that coup in Guinea-Bissau. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned. All right, thank you one more time as we commence our descent. Now, quickly, Guinea-Bissau's ousted president, Umaru Sissoco Embalo, arrived at the Republic of Congo's capital, Brazzaville, on Saturday, days after he was overthrown by the military Congolese government. That's what sources have said. Now, the possibility of other African nations colluding with Umaru Embalo is what we are looking at. Now, we're talking about African leaders now. Ordinarily, one would have thought that since it is widely believed, because there are reasons to one who think that military junta was going to take over, that Sissoco Embalo was organizing a coup. Because it was very evident that he was not going to win the election. So the question that we ask is, why do you think other African nations may be colluding, may have colluded with the ousted Embalo, of Guinea-Bissau?
First, it will take an illegitimate government to support Embalo, knowing that Keto cannot call pot black. They have the same stock. And then again, if the African state or leader has a vested interest in Burkina Faso, in Guinea-Bissau, in which case mostly personal interest. If, for example, he's been doing personal business through the president, being in office, and of course access has been given to him to have his way with investments in that state. So he will naturally be sentimental towards the cause of Mbalo, as it were. And then again, if another reason why they may be is if they feel, for example, that the out president has been unjustly removed from office by the military, in which case they should allow him fix his term, complete his term, and hand over power in peace to whoever won the election or whoever the election is in his favor. And all of this is to say that there are vested interests, personal interests, why such thinking might be up and why such action might be up. Other than that, over and above that, what is obvious is that the man is stage managed this process and he should not be aided and abetted in the process. So any person who does has a personal vested interest in Guinea-Bissau.
Okay. All right, so we'll end the show here today because the last is not heard now, it's not seen yet, about the coup in Guinea-Bissau. As we speak now, Seseko Mbalo, that's the ousted president of Guinea-Bissau, is in Brazzaville. That's is in Brazzaville now, talking about the Congolese, capital and, seeking refuge there. All right, so we are going to continue the discussion because the issues are still building up. So we'll see how true the coup is in the next couple of days to come. All right, so until same time next week on the same program, African Discourse. My name is Evan Sunokoge. Good afternoon.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Wàyà bọ́tàrà o, ògì bọ́tàrà ṣe dòdòpẹ̀ o, ẹ̀dùn náà ẹ̀wọ̀ ayire, èjò tó wáyà fẹ́, ìbọ́tàrà máa gbọ́n àkàrà ẹ̀ náà, ọ̀kẹ́ èdè kan uyi ọ̀rẹ́ dò, duyi ni màmẹ́, uyi ọ̀rẹ́ dò ni ẹ̀ nà pọ̀lọpọ̀ uyi ọ̀rẹ́ òwà ìmàye, uyi ọ̀dọ̀ àmì, èyí ẹ̀yẹ wá sọ àgbẹ̀ yọ, uyi ọ̀dọ̀ àmì, uyi ọmọ rira, ẹ̀yà. Uyowewo yasegbe edeke na ya muna wewo wigwe na ya gbuwe na ya biko no ma uyi eni yaki uyi no deka ni bon yasisi muna na muna uyi yaki we se when make gware na winu fa no ma ya gwa o gbe da ba ni ya nfia uyi no we wo yi le gbuwe we yewe ni ari uyi na se wa we gbara na ọ̀rẹ́bẹ́ òyìnà ekeni òun yóò ẹ̀hùn ìyàyè náà ọ̀sábà náà gẹ̀ẹ́bẹ́ rárọ̀ ìyá ìyó òyì ọ̀rọ̀ inú ìnáwó ìròyìn náà wá máa ó máa gbà kàn sọ̀rọ̀ ní wọn ní máa yà á dọ̀lẹ̀ gbé máa yí náà yà á máa ìmọ̀ ẹ̀ ìyànà ọgbọ̀n ẹgbọ̀n àyẹ̀wẹ̀ náà wò tánà ọ̀rẹ́ wa rẹ̀ pásítọ̀ kábàárì nàmúrẹ̀ ọ̀bọ̀kẹ́ yà.
dọ́mùsà ìwé ẹ̀dùnmọ́gbọ́n mi wà bí nàyẹ káyé wà bí tó ta wà bí dànyọ ọ̀fun ẹgbọ́n sà ọba gùwàyàrọ̀ ọba àtọpẹ
iṣẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ wa ti máa rẹ̀ Victor Bizugbe.
ẹ̀dọ̀lẹ́ wùzọ̀ mọ̀ wàhíà wẹ̀sì wàṣẹ pẹ̀tì wàṣẹ àgá wàṣẹ pẹ̀tì wé wàdàmì họ húdàmì nàtẹ̀mẹ̀ má àárín inú nẹ̀rí yẹmẹ náà yára ìwé ní ìwòrí ẹ̀ wúkú ẹ̀mẹ́ náà máa gún àkàndé náà náà ọ̀kàkà bọ́ wà rẹ̀ sùn náà ṣẹ́wó náà yé lìgìlìgì náà hallelujah ebi ya kan de ya gbon ọba àtọpẹ
ise me o sa bo se nge no bi o no bi do ba yo ka we do ya fe ina me o ka gbo bi o ya fe o ta gbon ya ka bo pon wa ya fe ọba àtọpẹ
ise
ọtẹmẹ pastor Calvary
domo
enwi e magwa
edunu pewo wa be ne kai wadami mase nda eme unta ni mamula diana na kan uyi munda osalobo ajagbon ona yuyi lile unda ami ebo ni wiye ya se gba me no e ya mo yi ara igbe oma lara opa ori yi megbe ewe emi na ima oni yiwe ori egbe oya yo dona uno winya no makeke awara isi eva me we wa odora me no o aru eva koko kawe giawe nana uyi okeke no waro uyiru oriko uyirari oba ewere ni ara awuano ororo isaro imeno wa muniti gbo oko uyi no lele miti na ki ugarae ari aweki yo oro oruwebo esosi oruwebo meeting oruwebo doare oruwebo egbe oruwebo iko keke na iti iko na esosi na o iko na do na wi oro wi na aya dia ni keni wi ye e ma yi tabi nyaga unda e mo yi no gbale ya niri opa keka ya utani wi le no wala fi moto kian wi ro obono owu e wa pa wo bowere una alelu bono owe uya mu moto kwa wa oni ota mi police aka no we do bonu we na alelede no pa wa pa bo do re na alelu bowo mi ona do moto kwa mi ado ka wori abi oni waru oka ona ya bu yegbe wa re sada eso wedo wa lu pa na te traffic u pa ni ya orera na ka we mudia ere bo pa osewe gbera be ma na lelu yi ni we omo eno baladia no ya ka mo mudia oge ba we gbera we na wa de fi urai e no wa keke ni na wa o ja no keke na ari o ba ni ye o ye gedegbe eri oye uye so le ro na ti e da ya wa pe won we unwa me okuko mu ya wa me ni na ti bottle water ke no ka wa bo me wa fi o wa do si we o go ile ra mo kia o ya o ni o ya bu e ombe to wa mu ameke kan wa fi uko efwa wa le police wa zoku o we tori o we wu ino mu e mu du ko nu fifwa ikino maga ke 50,000 at sogigo o ya yo we ya nu du ko keka ni fifwa o iro ne o wa ira ine o ja no keke ara iri o ma ke mu iye
o se
o de no keke oji oba atope
ise eni wa ya no ta o teme o iye magwa kana uyo wo wa oro uyo do ame oro uye te oro uye gbe oro imara lele eri saro ba we na yere ni na se ti yara i tema ta magbe ni na se ti yara dia uni o wa ke wo kwaro be na gbe ye ni awe mi ti egbe wa do wa ni e wo pa ya e ba o so ba na do ge won afun mi awe egbe ya ko bokugbe we no ta si we na meeting we ye ijodu no kwa enu ono mare igo na afia ye wi na lele e ne de uyiro we edeken ayugbe deken ye no si e mi no si opa no mo bore ugbedeken edeken ayagun na rewo ayagun de ayaduko ogbojo ayalele no rewo ere we no na otu ya fe no kia very o da fe no nyawa iya o ha ero wa emi ama mo hi ni alo le gbe ke ni awele no emo we ni ka ta na we emo ya wane ya roe ege no ho du ya so bowe woro era du ya kirune ayo ya kirune wajo yo wa kede egun na kede kele na pa o ma be yan na egun yan ga tune o wa ro enije ni uiwe yini egun ya gele to mo ni malawa e oge o malawa o wa kuro wona ya bi ore a ko ewe gbe dan won uyinokwa ebino igageni aya ri bai wuhuni ara enegbe no sabona ke gbera ma ya fere eri doctor be kama eri egbera ha wuhuna uyo gbe woni wari egbera ha emi yo yase uyi e ma hon magi du yin wewe na gbewe du yin wewe na gbuwe du yin wewe na wowe e na ya fe ni maka boga eni wa make dogun akore Nigeria uye Nigeria wa ke kwana no ware America ika mi mana wo ogi maria that maria wo marie was here mama le luhi na ya luwo na ya ru ni gbe e aye na ni wa di mai go wo wage o tele Victor Bisugbe ko bo ke
ba wa wa se mamie ebe na yunu kana ebe pataki e wa no e muyi na lele e wo na le luhi tabu ni tabi anyi piripiri owe alu agbona be na tubi okoko talu lelu he ama mi akewe o ma na ewe mi yu he me gede ya wa aberi kuru oni o se e otewe ka bari gwan ne ban e we game no ruhi game ahuda yuhi uyi na ni amagile yele lera uyi rigi ogugwera bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní àwẹ̀ erí máa wé dáwẹ̀ uhi náà rí di òwà rẹ̀ wọ́ ká rí ògùn àlọ́ yìí wẹ̀gà lélẹ̀ àgbọn ọgbọ́gbọ́ àní yìnyín náà yìí ọ̀dẹ̀ yìí fi ara mẹ́wẹ́ èmi ra láró dáhùn ọ̀rọ̀ ayé ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ yìí so pọ́n wẹ̀ náà yìí wẹ̀ náà ìrara èrò wẹ̀ máa bẹ tí èwù yìí ni èkó àrò ẹ̀ máa nu wẹ̀ yẹ ènìyàn ìyẹn ìtìlá ẹ̀wà ìnákẹ́yìn àkẹ́rẹ́ ayó ebo na leluhi oye we na ge ya se gbaba amu ha ni amoyi ni awule lu owo pa na wala o wa yan me ti hun re daduro e lele ari mi ewe ya me agiye wa we zu fi ke na wa we le mu da no ga piri ori iwiwa o la yu fi re uye ogugu wa o da fe no nya wa e o mu yi ni yo onye ga mu yi ni yo na gbe emi ho na ga ye emi ho ni moya alawa emi ho ne o ma ma hwe eri ra wa na ede agbe amokaro na mu ya oru ahe ede agbe da do ka asupo popa ne huda ne ko re do ga fi o mai no ma mu obo o eri ra re na uyi ni moya na alele we no ye we suwon una mu ese to ma ni keke ga mu e wo ha o te ka you no ta ba na we umana ye uyi ya mu e ori yuwe ori ye ha mu e ma fi ama e we re okoro pare wa so pa uyi na o di awa o di ode o di ebo e wo nu uyi ye emi de yu fi ewo emi no ko mi do ma do re o li ri no kiye ke e gbo e mari e Nigeria na we ri maka
oyi ma ye gwa kana ni wa ewu yi ma gwa kana ma to wo wa epwane ewu yo orewo ro du ine no rewo ni no ri dun idun weye de ka bi no we do na se na dadi dun ro okadun ro okadun ni o be ka we be no ye akoko aduko we do na ya ma he de no o wa re wa de wa dado wa ke we kian oyire wo be ri wa oyiro uyina lele ni e ma gwa kana no yode ode mudia we dade ekene emaji dunyini ma ogwa kan bania owe ni ati environmental na viku ko na kuri owo wa ho uyo ma na dobo ba lele uyire gwa orore yo ma ledo na ya do leyi e ma gwa kana ya so gbe ugi ore uyiro bene omo wate mi we omo won do genede duina lele o wa pa o wa won wa we ma won no we we ye ma ri odo ade wa o wa kakia awa na ki do bi ona uyiye ya ke ni wa ama ba o so lo bo o go ama ba benu hiye o tere pastor
do musa oyiwi be na iriaki wi na wa yunuta thou shall not thou shall not na ta no wi owa rarai wa le ona do egbe mama mi ro pa we no pa do gogo mama mi ro pa we wi yere ra wi do ki o de ma baba na ọ̀wọ́nà ràáyì ọ̀rẹ́nà ògbìgbèdìá na te prison ẹ̀màmọ́ ràáyì ọ̀rẹ́ra òjì pẹ́kàrí ziga ọ̀rẹ́ra nígbọ́nà ọ̀rẹ́ra ràáyì nẹ ẹ̀bẹ́ sọ pé eré bà kẹ́kà námíẹ̀wẹ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n ọyí mọ́tò bọ̀bá ẹ̀gbọ́n ọmọ amúdíánúpá na te traffic ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀sẹ̀ra ọ̀ràáyì ẹ̀rọ ọ̀nàkẹ́ tomatoes rẹ́kì àwọn ọmọ ìgbésẹ̀ àmúyẹ̀ra amáràáyì ayé náà ayúgbóni náà ọmọ ràáyì ọ̀sẹ̀ra uyi mama n'egbe àríyá ọmọ ẹ̀hí uyi kẹ́kà ẹ̀yẹ́nìkì ẹgbẹ́ nàgí ní nàìjíríà náà ọmọ ẹgbà dùn ẹbí igbó rẹ̀ rẹ̀ ọ̀hún náà rẹ̀ gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀tì ọwọ́ ara ọ̀dọ́ ẹ̀mú àhá ẹ̀wọ̀ àwọn ọ̀wọ́ ìdáná náà bẹ ọmọ ẹgbà náà rẹ̀ ọmọ agí yó ìyá ẹlẹ́tẹ̀ bá tẹ̀sùn pẹ̀lú mú kí àwọn ọlẹ́yìn ọmọ rẹ̀ gàgà wọ́n mọ bí ìràkàrà ìbákẹ́ ìwẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ ààyè náà wẹ́ẹ́ bàbá náà jẹ́ àwọn náà bí wẹ́ẹ́ ràáyì mọ́mí kìnnà mú ilé kẹtì sọpọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ e polisi mọ́bà náà ráyè àwọn ènìyàn ohun náà ayẹ ohun náà ọ̀tún ẹ̀rí òtàbùtàbù wa àwọn ènìyàn àwọn polisi àrẹ ráyè DPO wẹ́rìgì làwọn tẹ́lẹ̀ ní bàbá wa gbéra púpọ̀ àwọn ráyè rabọ́yọ̀ ẹ̀kúnrẹ́ ìyàwó ya dé ní ọmọ ọ́fíìsì ẹ̀dẹ̀ náà kò gà ìrí àwọn ìyàjá wọn wà náà wọ́n náà àmọ́ mi ní ìwé oyinbo kíyè akíyẹyẹ náà gbà kíyẹ ya mú fún wa mami yìí náà wà ní ìwé ọmọ náà ráyè anari yẹ o ya yọ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà tẹ́lẹ̀ yà ẹ̀kúta bá wẹ ọmọ amáyéku amóbi rọwà obi jọba obi rọwà ọha mú ẹ oyi ọmọ náà ráyì ọ ẹbọ yẹ bàrú dà yìí mọ ẹ ọjọ wẹ dàdá mọ àbú ọrọ yìí ayé dàmá ké gbọdọ wẹ sún ọ ẹ ìrẹlẹ rédíò nẹdẹ ìyá gbẹyẹgbẹ sọpọ ọmọládọ ọmọ náà ráyì unari ya ojo owuri no raye ni wani mowe owabe no diake bo yara ye moye to na na tie eda pe won na tie barometer wa mi abi ko ni buru ladia o ma mi ro ki abo ayi moto zeku gidi eso ro na wa mo beki aba wa ni ebe na ede barometer awon na uyi no eso wa ro ni me ba ne be petuge ai wa mo na ba boyo e aba ri ari ga ari eri oko wo ewe la jan ma wi na ma wa pe won ọ̀rọ̀ ayé náà ẹ̀dọ́ bí ìyàlìlẹ́ náà wẹ́ẹ̀dẹ́ bàrù mẹ́ta ni ó yẹ yẹ lóòdà èèmà náà ká mú lọ́yà ọ̀dẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀mí ẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀wẹ̀ ẹ̀yà dé fi ẹ̀ fi ẹ̀yẹ kí n lọ́ra tú ọ̀hán ìjà ilẹ̀ àdánásó wẹ̀wẹ̀ òun iná wọ̀wọ̀ ẹ̀yẹ nù ọ̀rẹ́ kẹwẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ máa yí ìyàkì ẹ̀rọ òun ìyàkì yé ẹ̀yẹ lẹ́kẹ̀kì ẹ̀wì ọ̀nìwọ̀n àtàrà ọ̀yọ̀ owó wa náà o àbẹ́ òkó ọ̀rẹ́ wo gbé ràbígé wa náà ilé bàbá wa wí ilé bàbá wa wí ọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ rí ọba yìí ráwẹ̀ lárí wọ́n rí ẹ̀rì ẹ̀dọ́ yìí ọtún ẹ̀dẹ́gbẹ̀rẹ̀ rẹ̀ yìí èjò sáyàrí yìí àmọ́ bàbá máa wẹ̀ lọ́pàá ẹ̀dẹ́gbẹ̀rẹ̀ yàrá tó bọ̀ yàrá ní òun kẹrù wọn ǹda ọ̀kẹ́kẹ́ nu yìí rá mẹ́tì ọ̀wà náà ráyè ọ̀bìrì àbẹ̀ náà kẹ́kẹ́ ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
ẹni wọn oyè nọ̀wé kí á wẹ́nu yìí ọwọ́ ẹ̀kì dọ́dẹ̀ fi rẹ̀ dó. ẹ̀kì iyeki
nadawuna ìyálọ́jà
oyin nọrẹ dóni wọn ẹ ìkàtà máa káwé gun akan ẹ èmọ́ta ayásùn iyeki òkú nọrọ wọdọ ẹ̀rí bíẹ́ ẹ̀rí họ ọ̀hún iyeki ni àwọn ènìyàn ẹ̀kí ni ẹ̀họ́ díà ẹ̀họ́ ayé àgbọ̀nyàrán ẹ̀ dẹ́gbẹ̀sẹ̀ náà fọ́ akínyẹ́ o ẹ̀họ́ wá akínyẹ́ ẹ̀rọ náà ó dọ̀rọ̀ akínyẹ́ wọ ẹ̀yìn máa rẹ̀ wá ọ̀bù yẹn ọ̀rọ̀ ìyà ìyàn ya wí yẹ kì ẹ̀hẹ́ wo kàn lọ́yẹ́ dáhùn adé àwọn ẹrú dáwẹ̀ ẹ̀yìn náà náà wẹ̀ o tó ṣe wẹ̀ wọ́n náà ní àtẹ a politician ó dọ̀rọ̀ àwọn yẹ kì rẹ̀ do bó tẹ́ do èyí náà wẹ́rù rẹ̀ wá ọmọ ẹ̀kẹ́ náà wí yẹ kì ọmọ ẹ̀mí náà wẹ́rù ọmọ ẹ̀kẹ́ náà ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ eru yẹn ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀rọ àyìnbó ẹ̀rẹ̀ àwọn ọ̀dọ́ àhàbọ̀ àwọn ànáhùwànà ọ̀lì yìí ǹjẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀bọ̀ máa yí màwérí yẹyẹ ni wọ́n ẹ̀ ẹ̀níkàlù wà á rẹ̀ èyí lọ máa sọ́pọ̀lọ́ bí màá rí ọ̀bọ̀ yọ̀ rẹ̀ dùn èyí yàtọ̀ bọ́ọ̀rẹ́ dòníà òyìn náà omi òkú sẹ́tì ní ọjọ́ òwe rẹ̀ wò omi òkú ọ̀rẹ́ ọjọ́ òwe àwọ̀ ẹ̀gẹ́ ẹ̀gẹ́ ní omi òkú dòwé àrí ọjọ́ òwe ẹ̀rọ ààrẹ àyà yẹ yìí ìyẹn rẹ̀ dókìá rẹ̀ èyí ọ̀nà mi wọ́n ẹ̀ uye magwa kana uyina ya we do obu owo wa mayunu kan otone egebe kan bone we ni
edonabu wa otone ka ba yunu kan ba ewi no wi emi ahuda yi ti ma yi mo yi be bo na
oro
ma wa le ma yi mo yi
ma wa mo oro
sopa tagi mo ese
ari ya ma
ti wo yi ni tagi me ri ahia wo mo ese a
yi wa ri ahia
ma me we emi ni ori ta won na owe enye name obi ugbekun e bi ka ya ru o ya we bet
enye
name obi o ya gbalekun o wa ra yi o ma bi o ya yo no pa bi ra ba ko e rumu doni i oni ta na we uyi wa ro awon ma be na mama so pon ma mu ro pa se no we ra yi ni ari we mi ro pa o ha ra e
o ni uyi
o ni ki uyi ọmọ yẹ ọ̀lárí ọba ni ọmú igò náà ti billions ọmú pa ọ̀nàwẹ̀ làwí mọ́tò ọ̀nàwẹ̀ àfihàn ọ̀nàwẹ̀ agẹ́ ọ̀nàwẹ̀ rọ̀pọ̀rọ̀pọ̀ ẹ̀rẹ́wà ọ̀nàgẹ̀lẹ̀ fòwérì èmi rọ̀pọ̀ ẹ̀gẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹ̀rẹ́wà dènà àìsàn òkè bá ọmọ abẹ́mọ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀ ìgbọ́ ìbá hwẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́dì màgbà tánà màtẹ́wà màmá ṣe òyìntẹ́wà rẹ̀ wò náà nọ̀rọ̀ tó pọ́n èèmọ̀ ní ó kẹ́ nomu di ayowe uyina giamewe amuse oro no ra uyina okeke no riyo yayo mame itemopa owe gogo no matu de na tura ima no matu de na tu wele no masunu de e osunu uze na ma weze yemede okeke na zeyo onyo ya ri lo mu uyina mame we o wana ka we ebwede o ma ro ruwa ero pa sunu ugele eru dawu yiro ni na wo iro patu ni giemi sunu no riye mwe oha yo ma be no bege no ha ya do ma be na ri danwe edo be owo ma danwe edo do ge no ya kunu ewa yen gi dan igbo hu do yin na mi ewe iro pa ro no sunu danwa no we no ra yi ni o se ni ya na do gba di sekeseke na o ta lo gba no ri e ti ni iwu egbe no ri enwa ni ma ra le wi ni ma we mi yu vi o ba to pe
ise anyway ẹ̀yẹ̀wé kan bá ní oyi ọ̀rẹ́ manedo maya rìn maya rẹ̀ rìn òkè maya rẹ̀ ẹ̀rẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ wéé náà ẹ̀yí gbé sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀fí wọ̀ lásán oyi náà ọ̀rẹ́ náà sí ẹ̀nà náà rẹ̀ oyi rẹ̀ náà èmi náà kẹ́kẹ́ náà rẹ̀ ava ọ̀nà yà rẹ̀ lásán ọ̀sẹ̀ wọ́wọ́ dèkè oyi rẹ̀ náwó náà rẹ̀ rù wena awe umami no gbo egun a oyin ni we no ra yi ni emi ni bude osobo no masunu orun ara ni owa no ewe emi ni ya ri ewo emi ni ya oderia ebi ya fe le ma eno amami no gbo egun a osobo sunu no run a o ya se gbe mo no bi ele mo ti eni won e o e ma ya bude we ni dedo eru enwe èyí náà ìràrú ẹ̀ wọ̀nyá kékeré ebòde ọ̀rọ̀ adé inú ẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ ìmùtá ẹ̀ kúwèké mọ́ kéyàfẹ́ ẹ̀lú dóun náà rà yìí ó má rẹ̀ rà yìí dóun náà rẹ̀ rà yìí èyí náà anáfíà mi yọ ọ̀nà zẹ́nẹ̀ ọ̀sàrẹ́gbà rẹ̀ wẹ́wẹ́ òyìn ní ìmúyọ̀tọ̀ ni ọ̀dọ̀lọ́ yìí òyìn náà rà yẹ̀ wò oju ku lórí akin una ra ni mana be na mara gwegwa una ya ru ekin iye kere e ma ni wa e ma na ta wo mo pa mi no ro e o go ta o wa ru ni o wa ge na ko e de no e mo ni ma re piele ni otu ni ayi mo kiana ni ya gbele gbo na ni bi ya value oho ayi mo ma mi re na ge èmi náà yìí mú utamuta awa orí alẹ́ ká wà mọ́mú díà ọ̀kan ní ọwọ́ aṣọ ọwọ́ agbó ọgbọ́gbọ́ wọ́n láwọ́gbọ́ àwọn amọ́rẹ́ àfihàn ẹ̀hó amọ́rẹ́ àfihàn ọ̀bọ́ amọ́rẹ́ bòsà ló gbọ́rẹ́ náfínà wàá rí ẹ̀rọ àgbọ̀n náà náà dé ìrìnàgbọ̀ ìwò wàá gbọ́ lọ náà.
dọ́mọ̀sán mọ́mọ́ ẹ̀rẹ̀ lórí náà wọ́n náà rẹ̀ wọ́n náà ìmáyà káwẹ́ ẹ̀rẹ́ ìmú náà kàkà o wàá mìíràn ní lọ́dọ̀ fún bọ́ọ̀lù ẹ̀yẹ̀ lóyìn náà gẹ̀lẹ̀ ààrẹ ẹ̀wọ̀n náà lọ́wọ́ àná àwẹ̀ ní àwàríà ẹ̀kí yọ ohamume nagaro mami okwobira be no biye na na ya miewe aya te ikaragu ewe egeni we otene no bira me ori ayi ogbui obawe ni da zere unyine no nyi ogbora ohona memu na ye we ya lerwe we gbuyi ni ege na wa ni boti maga osumbo na yara we ge ni aweri ara eri agbe azigoro ya anamuya uyina muya uyiri muya ne anabe uyina agbelia o ikporu lowo ona re ko yi we ti ami oyi be na ya logo anagbelia ade ti mane anagbelia ara ya dia kwa anagbelia no pare aye be ti mane police no ga ruwe duya anabe gbewa we ami ni no ri sunu na the police yi na se no ti mane uyiro ojinari ni ere na ona so be me ani ni bo sunbo eyiro keke mu yiye eniligi e aju ya ka dokeke iri adenari no ba no ra o yi ni be ti ma sun e anyi ke mu yiye baba be ta sun ga ya o ma ni uyi ari o ya yu no ya ni uyi o
Muda wa ganya o my so gelere mi ai mwe mebote red handed all the me ekwe we no all the we gele no na te confessional statement o kieke ayere a lawyer pa do mu dia yeke o we do o we tegoro ya teme ni mi o gele we o we kaka o we ta gboma ra ere o ma gba a force yo nu o ha o sisi na mu dai o ara mo and at away on your other jurors. Any Yarusi no do beku. My yate beggar, or I know me a queen, even a mogele where the any go why ya bobby. Big I boy, every tire boy. Why ya boy, every jabo, another winner. I will not care. And on your window, no care, cut who that was me a queen. All the married widows, I'm not, I be here with a good all you
anyway, wadai ma ewuyi owo tedo e bangwa kana ona adeka enibu ya fe no se nu yi na ise ewon otu opa maye otenwe na ko bira we na ki ale adudukun aziwo uyi ma ya se ni wa ya iwe imawe wa nedo ibi mani bi edo ya fe mani ni wa mani ebiele mo ni ma bi ma gwa ni ma we agwe ma gwa ya no politics ni ma la wo uyore Nigeria uyore manedo nara mo ese o e ma na mo ogi bota we de na to oba atope ise
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. 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 Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, otherwise known as aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. Of course, this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and the set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right. Let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take a water break. We will join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Gato Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, please. 3, 2, 1. This is when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum that we could get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, will just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just suspend the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes to the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing? Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that shape, that means this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll be doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the big open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? I mean, why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the what's called the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the, the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1, I did 2, and I called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. For today, thank you guys. Yeah, you were awesome. For today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping